All right, Jim. I know we're both gorgeous individuals, but chat's not here to listen to us just ramble and look at us. So let's go ahead and dive on in to our first feature match of the round. We've got here some blue-white control versus what looks to be a Golgari mid-range controlling deck here with the purple Polar Panzer versus the Hamiltonian Mage. Let's dive on in and see what our players have brought to the table.
Yeah, I guess I see a bunch of new cards here already. We're seeing Invoke Despair and the Wandering Emperor, both cards of Kamigawa. Kamigawa has been super sweet. I'm really enjoying it. It's a really well designed set. It's a little dense, but there's a lot of really cool stuff happening. A lot of moving parts. Should be really cool to see.
So let's pull up Invoke Despair here for the viewers. Because I'm going to be honest with you, Jim. I don't think I can close my eyes and tell you what that card does. Is it going to invoke Despair for the purple Polar Panzer? Target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card. And it repeats for enchantment and planeswalker. This could theoretically be a drain 6, draw 3 for 5 mana.
Yeah, it's a very like kind of Death Cloud poxy sort of card. It has that real like black feel to it. Gonna be interesting in this matchup because there obviously aren't many creatures on the blue-white control side of the thing. So might kill a planeswalker and draw 2 cards, drain for 4. It is an expensive sorcery, which isn't always great against control decks. But we have a kind of a classic matchup here of like the rock kind of mid-range control deck versus the actual kind of counterspell control deck.
We see here City Stalker Connoisseur getting met with a copy of Divide by Zero, which has been modified a little bit for Alchemy, but still serves its core function of sending a spell back to its controller's hand. I think City Stalker might low-key be one of the best black cards in Alchemy.
Yeah, the card's awesome. I actually won a qualifier a few weeks ago playing Rakdos deck in Alchemy, playing 4 of the card. It's just a phenomenal card. It's basically just 3/3. It kind of thought seizes their best card. It always gets a spell. The blood's great for flooding. It's just a really rock solid card.
Yeah, the fact that it can not only, like you said, grab an important threat, like we see it grab Hullbreaker Horror here, but in the creature matchups is also flexible because it can trade into their largest on the board thanks to Death Touch. Goes a really long way.
Yeah, and the blood is good too because these sort of mid-range decks tend to have the problem of drawing the wrong spells at the wrong times. So with this blood in play, you can discard that Go Blank against the aggro deck or discard that removal spell against the control deck and really kind of massage your hand a little bit too. So it's all around great card.
Okay, let's see what Hamiltonian Mage wants to do here. I have some choices. Could see another City Stalker Connoisseur deploy and grab another powerful spell out of hand. We could also see Invoke Despair. Ooh, the Wandering Emperor coming in with Flash.
Yeah, cool new Planeswalker. This is going to exile a Connoisseur, but then open the door for that Invoke Despair to really get a solid chunk of Polar Panzers, both life total and then draw some cards too.
I think the Planeswalker design specifically in the Kamigawa set that was released recently really showed to me just how much design space these excellent game designers that make Magic have left in them to show off, because all of the Planeswalkers in this set are phenomenal and mixes of powerful and interesting without being the kind of cookie cutter Planeswalker designs we saw for so long.
Yeah, they're great. They're thematic. They're not auto 4-ofs like a card like the Fairy Time Raveler or Jason the Mind Sculptor, but they're very interesting. They play really cool. They add an interesting dynamic to the board. Strong agree. Planeswalker design last few sets has been very good. I think War of a Spark was kind of like their tipping point of like, all right, maybe we went a little too far here, and they turned the knob down a little too low for a few sets. Now we're back at a pretty good spot.
We've got you a little bit frozen there again, Jim.
We're frozen. All right, I can fix that. We'll 1 second, folks. Sorry, little tech issues.
Always the beauties of live entertainment, chat. Thankfully, we still hear Jim's beautiful voice, which is the important part, right?
All right. Yeah, that's
we're back. There we go.
Secondary camera. I don't look as stunned. It's not capturing my full radiance here, but we'll be all right. We'll be all right.
We got Teferi, who slows the sunset, I believe is his name. Yes. Oh, I've got a very whatever version of this card that we call to pull up on the auto preview here. So untaps lands, taps opposing things, and notably gains a little bit of life. Very reasonable in the creature matchups, but also notable because this is only a 4-mana Planeswalker. It doesn't generate a consistent source of card advantage like we see some of these Planeswalker threats do sometimes.
Yeah, this card falls perfectly in line with what you were saying earlier about the Planeswalker design being awesome. You know, it's not a slam dunk card. You need to massage it a little bit. Usually you want to have an artifact or 2 to untap with the untap ability. But just a solid Planeswalker, fills a nice role, and just a solid card for these control decks.
Yeah. See
Unfortunately for Polar Panzer, though, these Planeswalkers are giving our rock player a lot of targets for things like Binding of the Old Gods, Invoke Despair, that have been rotting a little bit in hand. You see, multiple bindings here in hand, Immediate Massacre in hand, not going to be as good against the control deck, but now they're finding targets. You see the creature lands in play too. Pretty good spot for our rock player.
Yeah, notably something to call out here is while we don't have a lot of threats visible on Hamiltonian Mage's side, if we look down at that mana base, we've got two creature lands hiding in there, both the Hive of the Eye Tyrant and Lair of the Hydra, especially a card that's going to allow them to dump all of the resources that these bindings are going to ramp into play into a threat that can apply pressure.
Yeah, we see a lot of Doom Scars here, which are not going to be super effective against these creature lands. And Doom Scarring a Connoisseur, I mean, you might have to do it, but it already discarded a card, already made a blood, already got a few points of damage in. So a good setup here for our rock player. In a matchup that tends to favor the control deck usually. These sort of mid-range sorcery speed decks struggle a little bit against the hard control decks because they can't line up as well against their late game or counter spells.
Key to the Archive, leveraging a digital-only mechanic called Draft, which those of you that are familiar with Magic's limited format, this mechanic is going to feel really straightforward to you. So every one of these Draft cards has 15 cards, just like a booster pack associated with them, and you get to look at 3 cards from the 15 at random, and you pick one of those 3 to put into your hand, which our top player, Purple Polar Panzer, has elected to find a copy of Demonic Tutor with.
Yeah, which is exciting because that card is not legal in basically any format. So it's super cool. I think it's restricted in Vintage and not legal anywhere else. So it's cool seeing this wide spread of cards see play. That's kind of the coolest part of this spellbook mechanic is seeing cards you wouldn't normally see in a standard game, whether they are cards that are banned in a lot of formats like Demonic Tutor, or whether they're cards like 50 Feet of Rope, which are these weird, obscure commons and uncommons that usually only see play in limited.
Yeah, I think the draft mechanic is an example of what I would refer to as good variance when it comes to game design. It creates a range of play patterns, but usually it gives you a certain expected power level to expect to play against. Like in the case of Key to the Archive here, it's a range of really powerful cards. But ooh, we see that binding take down the Key to the Archive, which is what was going to make the black mana to cast the Demonic Tutor.
Yes, being able to kill the key is huge because most of the key cards are not going to be just cards in your colors. And once you get one of them, the cost to get that drafted card is to discard a card from your hand. So a card was discarded for Demonic Tutor, but now the tutor's uncastable, which is going to be rough. You might see some copies of Celestis in Polar Panzer's deck. Again, more keys can cast the tutor later, possibly, but for now, just a dead card. And again, we're seeing a lot of these Doom Scars not looking too good here. Doom Scarring a 3/3 if it's already dealt 9 damage and killed something, and everything else is pretty tough.
Here's Teferi who slows the sunset. Unfortunately for that Teferi, there is that Hive of the Eye Tyrant lurking in Hamiltonian Mage's mana base, so ooh, we don't quite have the mana to activate that Field of Runes, so Teferi is going to go down to this creature land.
Yeah, we can also see a Binding or Invoke Despair here also. Invoke drawing cards is pretty sweet. Going to be interesting to see what Hamilton wants to do as far as taking the free kill, quote unquote, with the creature land or just casting one of these bigger spells.
Yep. Yeah, there's value in, while you could technically get the knockout on the Teferi for free there, Invoke Despair guaranteed resolving this turn while the blue-white mage is tapped out has a lot of value as well.
Absolutely. So you're drawing cards, dealing damage, and of course dealing with the threat as well.
And we're kind of seeing kind of one of the advantages control decks tend to have against these more mid-range decks, which is our top player has accrued what I would refer to as virtual card advantage at this point, where we've got a lot of cards in hand for the green-black player, but they just don't really meaningfully interact with anything the blue-white player is putting forward.
Yeah, Immediate Massacre, Bloodchief's Thirst, they can do things. Thirst can kill a Planeswalker. Massacre can be played, honestly, for 0 just to sit and play and drain life a little bit, but not super exciting. We see a new card here. Is that
the Jukai Visionary. Yeah, let's pull that one up. Channel XX. Return X target non-legendary cards from your graveyard to your hand. And we've got a lot of mana here. And remember, that channel ability is an instant. So you get to pay green XX and then discard this to get that effect there.
Yeah, it's also importantly not a spell. Channel is an ability, so it cannot be countered. So this is going to be essentially, a draw 4 or 5 of spells. Reminiscent a little bit of Seasons Past from back in the day. This is going to be a very powerful effect.
Do you think this Visionary is perhaps going to invoke Despair in Purple Panzer when it happens?
Probably multiple times. Yes, probably multiple times. And now we see some Angels come down. Now that Immediate Massacre is looking pretty good too here. Things lining up really well for our rock player. This is pretty cool.
Yeah, this is really neat build from Hamiltonian Mage here. I like the look of this. Debating here, do they want the binding or they want the layer of the Hydra, perhaps? I almost would have been inclined to take the creature land, I think. Just get max threats.
Yeah, the bindings feel a little redundant with the Invoke Despairs as well. I imagine we'll see a Medic Massacre here to take these angels out. And then once the Massacre is in play, that's kind of nice also because every random creature that dies will have a little value. And then there's just plenty of gas here. We see our
Yeah.
green-black player absolutely dominating the card advantage game.
Yeah, not only are these Invoke Despairs about to draw 3 cards, but they also just drain for 6 life when they happen as well and the board is clear.
Yeah, it's kind of cool seeing the Golgari deck going down the burn path a little bit here. You know, Medic Massacre triggers, and then of course the Invoke Despair triggers as well.
Maybe debating here, do they want to attack with the creature land or draw some cards? They technically can get in with the creature land for free. I like just ripping this and drawing a bunch of cards.
It's pretty funny here too because we'll see some discarding to hand size. Not a thing you often see from a Golgari deck on turn 15 of a game. All right, and that's
TR.
going to be enough, I guess. The lone demonic tutor in hand is not really enough to warrant a comeback being uncastable.
These are some really excellent cards coming in for our green-black player here, and I think losing game 1 in this matchup is actually a pretty big deal for the blue-white player because I think the green-black deck is almost assuredly getting better post-board than the blue-white one does in this particular matchup.
Strong agree. Very, very just classic Magic here, where the Rock deck has a lot of kill spells in it, usually some inefficient kind of sorcery speed cards. Not a lot of ways to interact with the stack. But after board, you're right. All of the extraneous removal comes out, and all of these devastating cards like Duress come in. And I think you're totally on the nose there. The things are much more favorable for the Golgari deck post board.
Go Blanks. I'm curious to see here, will we see some copies of Meathook Massacre come out, or if we're going to keep any of those in here? Yeah, I like trimming those. That's one that could go either way, because it does have that kind of Blood Artist style of effect where it drains your opponent out while your stuff is going to the bin, but at the same time, the sweeper front half of it is not particularly good in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. It's it's the kind of card where if it stays in, it's all right. Also, it'd be better if there are more creatures in this rock deck. We see in a lot of the black base decks in standard or alchemy, relying on things like Lolith and Eye Twitch, small creatures. So the massacres have a lot of value there because they're just constantly chipping damage away. But less of a creature focus in this Golgari deck, more of like a classic kind of rock feel.
See our blue-white player making some small adjustments here, leaning less on their sweepers in these post-board games. See those divine purges coming out for them. They want to be able to have a little bit more spot removal, probably deal with those creature lands that Hamiltonian Mage is bringing to the board.
Yeah, that's going to be important, because that's the kind of thing where the lands, I mean, they're basically free. There's part of your mana base to kind of just sit there and do their thing. But then later in the game, there's this extra piece of value that's threatening. And especially against Planeswalkers, you can't afford to tap out for a Doomscar. And the the creature line comes out of nowhere and starts stacking Planeswalkers. So a very powerful thing to have access to. And Lair of the Hydra and Hive of the Tyrant are two of the best.
Love this keep from Hamiltonian Mage here, just kind of acknowledging that, hey, the thing that matters most in this matchup is me hitting my land drops. It doesn't matter if I don't have a lot of spells to start, because I'm going to have more action later because this game is going long.
Yep, and here we go. Now we see Duress, Go Blank, and City Stalker Connoisseur all going to be firing hard shots at Panzer's hand.
Yeah, we basically have must answer, must counter things on turns 3, 4, 5 here for our green-black player, which is exactly where you want to be in this match. You want to say, hey, do you have an answer? Hey, do you have an answer? Hey, do you have an answer? Eventually, something is going to stick.
Yep, and then when the dust clears, even if none of them resolve, the creature rounds are still hanging out to do their job too.
Yep. So yeah, Divide by Zero was modified in Alchemy. That's why you see that little red Arena A next to it. It only learns if you bounce a card that costs 4 or less. So in this case, still identical to the Divide by Zero that you're used to from its standard lifetime.
You see a new card here also in Farewell, which is a pretty powerful card. Farewell is a super effect that has the ability to exile creatures, enchantments, artifacts, or graveyards. And that's a huge thing because a lot of the ways you can beat a control deck is you can put out a wide spread of threats. You have a Planeswalker in play, an artifact in play, or a cursive creature in a graveyard and a creature. And one Doomscar won't clear that board, So having a card that can actually hit everything, except for Planeswalkers in this case, is very, very valuable.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first game where that channel card drew 4 cards back up out of the graveyard. So Farewell being like, okay, I'm going to clean something up, but then also get rid of the graveyard so I don't have to worry about that later, has a lot of value in a matchup like this.
Yep.
Here comes the Wandering Emperor here, likely going to make a 2/2, which can then be a 3/3 when it's attacking next turn. Well, I think a lot of the planeswalkers in the Kamigawa set are powerful and reasonable. I think Emperor would be my pick for Jeff. What's the most powerful? I think this is mine. Just super flexible. The flash means that you can use all of its different modes in the modal perspective very nicely in kind of tricky ways.
Yeah, it's probably the most like in a vacuum powerful. It asks the least of you. You know, Tezzeret, you have to play Tezzeret in a very specific deck with creatures in it. The Ninja Planeswalker, kind of similar idea, wants to do certain things, but the most straightforwardly powerful. We're just playing Magic. I'm just gonna get some good value. Is the Wandering Emperor for sure.
We see notably that Emperor does give first strike till end of turn on that plus, so City Stalker Connoisseur are not given the option to trade there. Looking at this Invoke Despair here, probably going to get Divide by Zero, but notably if Divide by Zero does happen here, we will see that nerf come into effect. It's not going to get to learn.
Yeah, and this is a huge nerf. Just bouncing a spell is not good enough. It's very, very fringe effect. Unsubstantiate was a card that was legal for a long time. 2 mana, same effect, bounce a permanent or spell. Saw very little play because realistically, it's just a card disadvantage. It's tempo play, but not super great. Whereas Divide getting to learn, always getting that card back was huge. So
Yeah,
nerf coming to
Divide
play
was
there.
closer to Remand, and now that it's closer to Unsubstantiate in a lot of spots, is a much
Exactly.
weaker effect.
Exactly. You got to get your card back, and without the original text on Divide, it's only okay in that spot. More of a desperation play.
All right, we see another token coming down here from the Emperor, adding additional pressure to the board. Kind of going wide a little bit here with both planeswalkers and creatures, making Invoke Despair a little bit less appealing.
That's still going to look pretty good here, though. So Invoke Despair won't draw any cards or deal any damage, but it resolves.
It will. It gets the third one still, right? Because there's no enchantment.
Oh, right. It's not
Yeah.
It's one of each specifically. Correct. So we'll only
Yep.
kill one planeswalker here.
Yep.
Still good though. Killing a planeswalker and a creature and drawing a card is pretty nice.
Yeah, honestly, and I think the card's actually more powerful because of that effect. 'Cause, like if you just have 3 creatures in play to blanket, I don't think it would be particularly good. But the way it's templated now, you're very likely to get to draw at least a card each time.
Very fair. Very fair. And now we see again our green black player kind of getting ahead on cards here. A couple lands and a farewell for our blue white player, but Skyclave Shade, I'm sure a great sideboard card. I'm sure there's probably a sideboard. Graveyard Trespasser, and then Dig Up for a little Demonic Tutor action. We saw our blue white player with Demonic Tutor in hand. Dig Up is the standard version of Demonic Tutor, able to search for a card, and searching for a card like that legendary creature that can channel to return things is pretty sweet.
Untapped land here is a great draw for our green-black player. Going to let them fire up the Hive of the Eye Tyrant to knock out this Wandering Emperor, but then also deploy that untapped land to follow up with Graveyard Trespasser, putting additional power into play.
Yep, and then working on the graveyards is important here too. Leer is a card that's always hanging out, and if you're able to knock down the control player's graveyard to a top deck Leer is not going to be lights out. That's a very, very important thing to have access to.
Graveyard Trespasser here, a card that can drain a little bit if you're tagging creatures with it, but in a matchup like this where there's not a lot of creatures, it does just do as Jim said there and help pressure clearing that graveyard so any value that could be generated won't be able to be there.
Ooh, big draw.
Yeah, there's the Amaria's Call. Our blue-white player needing to take a more proactive role here. We'll see what Dig Up can fetch up for our green-black player here. Perhaps can have a little bit of regret boarding out all of their copies of Meathook Massacre. Maybe want to leave one of those in the future to tutor in a spot like this.
Was just thinking that. The Angel Maker is the only real card you want Massacre against, but you do kind of want it. There are good options here though. Ways to kill it, binding. So I think there's enough resources here for our Golgari player to just kind of grind through these 2 angels.
See, some copies of Soul Transfer scrolled past there in consideration. It's a new one. You control an artifact and enchantment. You get to do both of these. Exile a creature, planeswalker, and return a creature, planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. Really kind of neat use of the blood tokens and the bindings to perhaps get both halves of this card.
Yeah, it's really cool. This doesn't really feel like an artifacty deck, but we just have this blood in play. That's right. And then of course if it's just a Hero's Downfall, that's also fine too. It's not necessarily great, but it's passable.
And the exile effects, it's a sorcery, but the exile part of getting rid of their thing is very valuable in a lot of spots against things like Blood on the Snow and other recursive effects that exist in the format.
Yeah, there are a lot of graveyard effects, and then even more so with the new dragons coming out as well. Exiling things is very, very valuable.
See that blood token getting cashed in here. Taking a look at what we can find. Another binding is lovely. Lets them go ahead and clear out that other angel token, which puts them decidedly in the lead for racing for our bottom player.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott, the shave's still hanging out. We see multiple creature lands available too. It's currently nighttime, so trespass is pretty big. Again, things looking great for our Golgari player. Not sure what our control player needs to do to get out of this. Maybe draw a Discover the Formula or some sort of like big card draw effect, but looking very good for Golgari right now.
So that 4/4 coming across. It'll be interesting to see, does our blue-white player with their 2 sweepers feel like they need to clean the board out? We see Hamiltonian Mage electing to keep that Skyclave Shade in hand, knowing that a sweeper of some sorts is probably inevitable, and there's no reason to play another threat out into it.
Yep, and Farewell does exile, so gonna hold that for post Farewell World. When with the creature lands in play and the 4/4 in play, doing enough things to not need to play into the Wrath just yet.
Yep, already ahead in the race. No reason to try and accelerate it further and get blown out here.
So the question is going to come: when does Pure Polar Panzer pull the trigger here? You can't take 4 forever.
Yeah, and Divide by Zero notably cannot bounce lands. So they'd have to discard a card to bounce the Graveyard Glutton in play, and they can't bounce either of the creature lands. So we could see a lot of damage come across here from Hamiltonian Mage if they just fire up both of these and crash in.
Yep. And the binding's making sure there's tons of mana available to do that.
Yep. Yeah, I really like the axis of this deck where we get to leverage the ramp from the bindings via the creature land instead of playing like really big expensive spells that would otherwise be awkward when we're not ramping.
Yep, strong agree. Strong agree. Just a lot of value in the creature lands. Just having the ability to just have these cards again. They're just a little worse than basics, obviously, but they kind of just chill. You just play them, and then they're there, and then eventually you need to sink some mana into something, and they're there for you. Super cool.
Electing to leave mana up here for our green-black player, perhaps want to leave the flexibility to Skyclave Shade post-combat. This is, okay. I mean, I guess we do get to learn here, so I assume there is a mascot exhibition coming from our blue-white player here. But we do lose the Farewell.
It's just not, I just don't really think it's enough, So the 4/4 will be dealt with by the binding. And there's this random 3/2 and 2/1 left over, and that's just not really beating Trespasser and Shade and Binding and Eye of the Eye Tyrant and Lair of the Hydra, and of course whatever's off the top of the deck.
Yep. Yeah, this binding here, being able to clear out the 4/4 token that mascot is threatening to make, is going to go a really long way. And the untapped creature here too means that the 2/2 can no longer attack.
Yeah, that's the funny part too, is that this 2/2's been getting in basically every turn. So Hamilton is at 12. Watching your left total against a control deck is not normally a thing, but in a spot like this where you're ahead, the control player kind of has to find a way to sneak out a win. It's definitely a very important variable.
Okay, here comes Malevolent Hermit, which the counterspell aspect of this isn't particularly relevant against as many lands as Hamiltonian Mage has set up at this point, but it is in their 2/2, so it can threaten to double block this 3/3 or the Hive of the Eye Tyrant should it come down to that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here to see if Hamilton wants to use the binding to break up his double block and then, kind of deal with the mascot exhibition later or offer a trade or what else.
Yeah, how aggressive a position do they think they can be in with the 3/3 threats for mascot exhibition looming?
Ooh, another good land. So we see the Abandoned Mire here, a new channel legendary land from Kamigawa, which allows you to return a creature or planeswalker from your graveyard, which is super cool as well.
Yeah, really, one of the things I really love about the modern design era of Magic is I think this current Alchemy and Standard format have the most interesting mana-based building decisions that I've ever had to make in one of Magic's rotating formats before, between the creature lands and the flip lands from Zendikar and now these channel lands out of Kamigawa. There's just so many choices to turn Magic's resource system into utility for you depending on what you're looking to do.
Yeah, flooding usually not a problem. Usually you have things to do, choices to make, which is great because the games you flood don't feel very good. You kind of just sit there, you have 10 lands in play, and you're like, all right, well, I have no choices to make. This kind of stinks. So now all your lands come with a lot of choices, and that's really awesome.
Malevolent Hermit here, gonna get exiled by. Ooh, oh yeah, gonna get exiled by the Graveyard Trespasser. Not only stopping that Unearth from coming back or whatever it's called, Disturb, I believe is the key word, but also gaining a life and draining a life.
Yeah, and now the mascot here, I mean, it's nice, but it's not really beating this board. And then our removal spell is drawn as well, so looking
Well,
real,
no,
real good for Hamilton here.
notable too, in addition to the mascot, we did see a Field of Ruin come off the top for Purple Polar Panzers. That's going to go ahead and be able to clean up the layer of the Hydra at a minimum.
It's gonna be interesting to see how Hamilton wants to play out this turn. Do they want to trade? Do they want to just use the Mire, but Skyclave Shade? They want to chill a little bit.
I think I like this. I think you gotta kind of fire up the creature land enough to like make the Field of Ruin happen, because you eventually want to be able to attack with the other one, right? So like force it this turn, and then in the future turns, you know, your second creature land is going to be able to get in.
And we're going to see enough mana left over to cast Skyclave Shade if wanted. But Doomscar is foretold, so somewhat face up-ish, sort of. It could be something else, obviously, but
Yeah, Field of Ruin does notably put the land into play untapped as well, so we could just see this, Field of Ruin kind of untap the layer of the Hydra in a roundabout way, and that leaves Abandoned Mire open to be able to discard to pick something back up.
yep.
Yep, unsurprisingly here, looks like we're going to go to blocks first maybe, trade the 3-2 for the 3-3, and then field the 4-4.
Not a terrible exchange for our control player. Getting the Trespasser off the board is nice. Getting rid of one of his layer of a Hydra, just kind of like chipping away here.
Interesting. We've elected to let
Wow.
the layer just happen here, huh? Going to 3. Yeah, I think we see a good game there. I think I don't know that Purple Polar Pants necessarily wins that game if they field the layer that turn. But I think they're in a little bit better spot to potentially have a chance if they do.
Yeah, they were chipping away. There was a whole host of a laundry list of things that need to be dealt with that game, right? You got to deal with the Trespasser, the creature lands, but they were starting to be checked off, and maybe a really good fortunate draw or two there could have maybe swung things a little bit, but Golgari takes it down.
Okay, let's go ahead and just dive right on into our next match of the day. We're gonna go ahead and see some blue-white control versus some green-white aggro here. So let's just head right back on into our feature match area. Looks like we've got some Righteous Valkyrie Angel Cleric action going on here for a green-white player.
Ooh, and then our quote unquote control deck here is looking pretty spicy. I'm seeing a lot of vehicles and a lot of artifacts.
Yeah, we've got some cars here from Sailor Dark.
Patchwork Automaton as well, a artifact creature that grows when you play an artifact. We've got the prototype, which is a Springleaf Drum adjacent card.
Got one of my particular favorites. There's a copy of what is the what's it called one there? The Mobilizer mech? Yeah, that's it. This is kind of
The one that crews other things.
yeah. When you crew it crews something else. So especially good with like these Surge Hacker mechs that have higher crew costs, because you can put a turn 1/3 attack creature into a Mobilizer mech plus get another one.
Yeah, kind of a cool way to play around the downsides of vehicles, which is I have 3 cars in play and I have no drivers, which is kind of a problem at times. You'll see that on the land, the mech hanger able to crew things as well. So trying to build around the downsides of a vehicle deck and kind of popping off here.
Yeah, Patchwork Automaton in play has Ward 2, so that means whenever it gets targeted by something, they got to pay 2 extra, and gets bigger every time an artifact spell gets cast here. So that Skyclave Apparition not able to clean out the Automaton on this board because of the word mechanic.
Yeah, and Surge Hacker mech is also probably one of the best vehicles. Sort of like the vehicle tribal payoff, being a Ravenous Chupacabra effect for vehicles. It comes into play. It deals double the damage of the vehicles you control, so able to come in and kill multiple things.
Excuse me, Jim. This is Flame Tongue Carvu is what we're gonna call the Surge Hacker mech.
All right, that's a really good one. I like that one a lot.
So someone in chat had that on release day, and I was like, that is just wonderful. So yep,
Gotta steal that one for sure.
Gets to come into here and clean something up like Jim was talking about. Get to get in for 4. Really impressive show for our vehicles deck here so far. Skyclave Apparition gonna get to go ahead and clean that one out, but there's a real liability with putting a 4/4, a 4-mana thing underneath the Skyclave. When that Skyclave gets cleared out, a 4/4 is gonna come into play off of it.
Yeah, we see a second Flame Car Kavu ready to rock and roll. And that's going to be a huge board swing because the 4/4 token can also crew the vehicles as well. So
Yep.
huge board state for our vehicle player coming up.
Yeah, big tempo swings to every turn. Anytime you can add something to the board while also impacting their board, the way both Skyclave and Surge Hacker Mech are, you just get really ahead in a really big way. Especially while this Patchwork Automaton just keeps ticking up and up and up.
Yeah, this is a nice curve. This is definitely a very nice curve.
Things aren't just over for our green white player though. We're gonna have Righteous Valkyrie into Voice of the Blessed next turn. We're gonna get to gain a little bit of life and start building that board up. The amount of life gain that TC Arsenic is able to generate here perhaps can allow them to tread water to maybe stabilize. We'll see.
Yeah, and that Valkyrie is pretty big. It's been gaining an effect from the Angel of Unity every turn, especially getting larger. It's a 4/6 now, which is pretty monstrous.
You see, notably, there is a portable hole on top for Sailor Dark, which will be able to clean out that Voice of the Blessed nicely.
Yeah, I mean, the big question is going to be, I guess the automaton growing will eventually be able to outsize the Valkyrie. So while these vehicles aren't really sized up against the 4/6, the Patchwork automaton is cards look pretty good.
Yep. This portable hole coming in here. You assume the voice is going away since it's a 5/5. And yeah, the Mindlink mech could crew with the Surge Hacker as well. Maybe debating if they want to deploy this other Patchwork Automaton. Maybe missequencing in the ordering here if they wanted to. Yeah. So did miss a counter on this Patchwork. Think we're still okay as the blue-white player.
Yeah, still a 7/7 rumbling in.
I like this. We're firing up the Surge Hacker mech, even though there's a free block here, because, hey, if you're going to take your free block here, then you're going to get chunked for 7 by the other one. Oh, perhaps worried about some kind of combat trick there.
Yeah, no blocks at all. Now, of course, 2 life is rather precarious against this board, so a couple lives going to be gained off of the Veteran and off of the Cleric, but not building a big enough board state to take down the 7/7 and all these vehicles.
And remember that Valkyrie needs to get to 27 life here in Alchemy in order to really start popping off.
Yeah, I believe a Star Tracker mech actually has Menace, so we both
Oh, it does. It is a very scary car.
Yeah, that is an even better spot for our vehicles player to be in. Very in hand as well. Can draw some cards, untap some things, gain some life. Looking real good for our vehicles player. There isn't really a card in Alchemy like an historic, like Collected Company, some sort of like big effect that's going to really get our Angels player back in the game here.
And that Teferi, who slows the sunset, notably could come down and tap one of the blockers here for our green-white player. I'm just gonna go ahead and get in there too. That's fine. I think our vehicles player is far enough ahead here that they can play as they choose.
Yeah, either way, pre or post. I mean, even post, you could just draw a card or untap some stuff too. So right now, it is Righteous Valkyrie modified to a 4/6 versus the world.
Yeah, we're really going to need, and like you said, one of the things these Angel decks used to have was the Inquisitor Captain into Glass Pull Mimic was something they used to be able to pull out, but the power level changed to Inquisitor Captain, making it so you can no longer create those big chains. Captain could still be an okay pickup here, but it's not going to be the blowout that it once was.
Absolutely, yeah. The explosive potential isn't really there. Patchwork Automaton looking really good here.
Yeah. Also, Portable Hole looking good with the Artifact Springleaf Drum there in the back as well.
Yeah, that's really cool. Really cool little side synergy. Portable Hole, a card that was already quite good, but now there's a number of new cards that play with it. Artifact Synergy is also a new Artifact Counterspell, which can tap it for mana basically, which is cool.
Teferi, who slows the sunset, just being a double impulse here. Picking up a copy of that. What is that card called again, Jim?
A Moon Snare prototype, I believe. So it takes a Springleaf Drum roll when in play, but could also be channeled
Yep, the channel
for
effect
5
was
mana.
the one I wanted to highlight here. Just actual factual removal. Obviously, they can redraw the card next turn if they want, but it still takes up their draw step, so it allows you to 1-for-1 here.
Yep. Yeah, not the most efficient effect, but a very nice effect to have access to in a spot like this.
Okay, I mean that's the Righteous Valkyrie. If you're on the green-white side of the table, like this is one of the better draws that you can hope for.
Yeah, I think a bit of a missed sequence there as well as the graveyard cast first would have grown the Valkyrie in hand,
Yeah, I
but
guess
life would gain
you
here.
technically miss 1 life on the Phantom, but you would have gained the extra life by having the Valkyrie be
Correct.
larger. So it's a wash, and your board is larger.
But the Moonstare prototype getting a channel tier again, not an effect you would not play this effect for just the card itself, but being a secondary effect of your 1 mana artifact that makes some mana is a pretty cool thing to have, just the flexibility.
Yeah. The channel can clear the 4/6 Valkyrie, which means your 3/4 crew cards can get in there and feel pretty good about not having to trade off or trading off profitably because you're pushing a lot of damage if they do. So I assume we're going to see this 3/3 crew both of the mobilizer mechs here, and then a pretty big attack going to come across for a vehicles player.
Yeah. Chumps will be, I guess chumps aren't required. Tasty's gained a lot of life. At one point, Tasty was as low as 2 or 3 life, and now they're back at 23. But can't gain that much life every turn, and not really getting ahead anywhere. Mostly just treading water. It's funny to say treading water when you're getting 20 life a turn, but that's kind of what's happening here.
Yeah, I mean, well, when there's a 9/9 on the other side of the board and you don't have the ability to block it every turn, it is just treading regardless of how much you're gaining.
Yep.
We got one free block and then 2 speed bumps here as Luminous Phantom. Notable here, we are at 22, so this 4/6 is going to trigger these into getting larger here. So we have a 6/8 and an 8/10, but we're still not the biggest thing on the board with this 9/9 hanging out.
We're seeing more channel stuff too. We're seeing now the blue legendary land, which is the ability to channel and bounce things. Going to break this up pretty well and probably make it so Tasty will never be at the 27 life threshold again. Bouncing the larger creature could actually wonder if there's a way that a chump block could be forced by by bouncing a smaller creature, but probably not. 20, it's a little high.
So here we're going to crew some of these mechs and give one of them up so we can push a bunch of damage here. I think I'm a fan of that. I'd probably crew the 3/4s and then, yeah, attack with absolutely everything here.
Yeah, for sure. It's against the Valkyrie. There's this weird tension of just like wanting to deal them damage, keep them under that threshold of 27 life.
Yep, and they could block. Yeah, and I like this block here. They're choosing to block. Oh, this means the Valkyrie's going to get sent to the graveyard here because it's going to go down to a 2/4 once damage gets dealt and that bonus falls off.
Right. So the printed text is going to change, and once it does, yeah, it's going to be it here. So very impressive game from our vehicles player. That was just an old fashioned shellacking.
Green white player boarding relatively quickly here.
See some copies of Broken Wings. It's a pretty interesting one.
Yeah, that is one that can clear out artifacts or flying creatures, if I recall, right? Or enchantment. So a lot of good hits in the in this blue white deck for Broken Wings.
Yeah, interesting. Not much else though, as far as artifact removal goes. This is a pretty artifact heavy new set, and as we saw in that game, just artifacts flying left and right. Almost every card played was an artifact by our blue white player.
Yeah, notably though, a lot of the artifacts did double as creatures, so things like Fateful Absence are pretty reasonable. And we do have Skyclave Apparitions in the main deck for our Angels player.
Yes, for sure. Skyclave definitely very, very good still, as always.
All right, pretty good sevens on both sides. I feel like having Patchwork Automaton on 2 is the key to having your deck be kind of cracked on this Bant side.
Yeah, it's also cool on the green white side how these spell lands affect this deck. Green white's a very creature heavy deck. It's usually a little lighter on interaction, but seeing both the Seat of the Empire and Beseju giving ways to kill creatures, kill artifacts, enchantments is really, really cool. And again, it's in the mana base, just kind of just hanging out. They can be lands or they can be spells later on too.
Okay, so I assume we're going to see the Patchwork Automaton come down here. Really powerful start for our Bant player, honestly, because their turn 3's going to be second Automaton into Portable Hole, clear out the Moon Dancer, I assume. And that is
Yeah,
going
which is
to
very
add.
important.
Yep.
Which is very important against these life gain decks. Their engine is extremely powerful if it gets rolling, but if you're able to pick apart the pieces of it and they only have a Moon Dancer in play or only have an Innkeeper in play, then at that point, their cards aren't doing that much. So being able to have that cheap removal spell and then also progress their board, and then we see Surge Hacker lined up for turn 4 as well, looking real good. Despite the
Moon,
really good draw from Tasty here.
Moon Dancer, an especially powerful effect in these Life Gain decks because not only does it get large, but also gives you that scry. So the odds that you're going to brick off when you have Moon Dancer active are exceedingly low.
Interesting there too is we saw the Innkeeper not attack into the Automaton. So Tasty's saying, I value my Innkeeper more than I think you value your Automaton.
Yeah, I don't know that I agree with that. I know we've got a little bit of caster vision here, but Automaton seems like such an important aspect of this artifact deck, while Tasty has 3 ways to gain life here.
Yeah, I don't think that Sailor was blocking there.
Yep.
All right, so there's Boseiju, of course, which can kill artifacts and enchantments. So pretty cool to have as far as your deck. It's also going to double as a disenchanted effect at a cost, of course, giving a land to your opponent, but the flexibility is there.
Yeah, it's basically Assassin's Trophy Forest, right? In a lot of
Yep.
ways. Obviously, more limited in what it can take out, but the effect when you do it is basically Assassin's Trophy. Missing a little bit of the value from these scries since we found the perfect card on top. So unlucky, perfect card on top, can't scry.
Terrible. Just put it on the bottom. It could be anything. It could even be Boseiju, you know?
Now, it is noteworthy that the Surge Hacker mech does only count vehicles in play for the extra damage that it's dealing, so it is unable to take down the 6/6 here. Gonna be interesting to see. We really kind of need another portable hole or something along those lines in order to get going here with Sailor Dark against the 6/6.
Yeah, the good news is, though, that the vehicle they just played does draw cards. So got a little bit of an engine going on here. And however, our life player also has their engine rolling as well. Moon Dancer is going to get pretty big, pretty fast. And like you were saying, these scries are big.
Yep. So yeah, Skyclave Apparition going right to the top there. Dude, who needs to scry really, Jim? Just put the counters on them.
Yeah, more wasted value, just bottom the card, try and find another one, More clicks, more fun.
Bankbuster here, getting ready to draw a card at end of turn for our vehicles player. I assume this 9/9 is coming across. Yeah, let's get this game over with.
Definitely a bit of eggs in all one basket from Tasty here. If this Moon Dancer is dealt with, it's a lot of 1/1s in play. So
Yeah, on the band side, we are looking for that'll do pig. Okay, so that's a prototype, which it's not a permanent answer to the Moon Dancer, but it is a hey, let's reset this answer to the Moon Dancer.
yeah, I mean, not the most mana efficient, but sometimes you just got to deal with stuff, and it does do that. Now, but
Debating if they want to do this now. I think you want to let them draw first, so that way they can't redeploy the Moon Dancer next turn.
I agree here, and the attacks are fine. So you can just send in the attacks here, and then wait till the draw step. Make it so the Moon Dancer is not redrawn this turn, but next turn, and then have more time to set up and find more answers.
Yep, I've got that Bankbuster there, ready to draw some cards. So give them more chances to draw something like another portable hole to more permanently answer the Moon Dancer. And I assume we're going to see the Moon Snare prototype happen in response to these life gain triggers here, so that way scries aren't allowed.
And there we go. Does stink to lose the Bankbuster, of course, but a backup copy in hand. Too much to think about here. Of course, it is going to the library, not to hand. So,
I think
that's
we're
going for a bit.
debating using the Boseiju in response here because the Boseiju is cheaper when you have a legendary creature out, right?
Oh, that is legendary. You are correct.
Oh, and now we can't anymore. Yeah, because you can see it was lit up there for a while because the Moon Dancer was in play.
Yes,
So
that's pretty interesting.
Bit of a small mistake here, perhaps. Should have used the Boseiju in response if we had planned to Boseiju this turn.
Yeah, so could have freed the portable hole for the other Moon Dancer and kind of just kept the ball rolling again.
Yep.
And looks like they chose to bottom the Moon
Yeah,
Dancer.
yeah. I think they had intended to do the portable hole and didn't realize that this was only cheaper because of the legendary creature that was currently in play.
Got it. Yes. All right.
Okay.
So we see the Skyclave's going down, and now the board is once again growing for Sailor Dark.
Thinking about the top right here. These patchworks are rather large.
Ouch. All right, so had the ability to free the Moon Dancer, but pretty far behind on board there, and would have needed to have get the ball rolling on that again. Would have gained some life immediately, but that's enough. Vehicles takes it down.
Well, and I think the what's it called? The way that game would have worked out is, remember, it was being removed while the life gain triggers from the Skyclave were on the stack, right? So had Tasty caught their cost reduction, they would have actually had an 8/8 Moon Dancer right away.
Yeah, that's actually really cool. That's actually really cool. So tricky play there, just missed it.
Yep, it's one of those things. Like I'm gonna be honest. It actually took me a second. I was like, "Why is the Beseiju lighting up? They only have a treasure." And I was like, parsing the board. Then I pulled it up. I was like, "Oh, it's cheaper because there's a legendary thing." I mean, these cards just have so much text on them. This is a land. Look at all the words on this land.
Yeah, this set's really, really cool. I'm really enjoying all the different themes, everything like that. But it is a rather dense set. I've been just started my my Bronze Mythic run drafting, and I've probably about a dozen times already been like, "Oh wait, that does what?" Because there's just so many words, and your brain tries to shortcut some things here and there, and that's just not a thing you can do in this set.
It was Frank Kirsten, I believe, the kind of math man of Magic the Gathering, had a post that objectively the average card length text in the text box in Kamigawa is the longest of any Magic set that's ever released.
Yep, yep, which is crazy. Not unexpected, I suppose, but still kind of crazy.
All right, chat. It looks like our round 2 feature matches are filing on in here. So rather than diving on into our third feature from round 1 and then kind of delaying things a little bit, we're going to go ahead and just cut to a few minutes of a break here while our players get into the feature match areas and get started with their matches. We'll be back in just a few minutes with round 2 here of our Alchemy Hooglandia Open today. Don't go anywhere, folks. Thanks for hanging out. we doing, folks? Welcome back to round 2 of our Alchemy Hooglandia Open here. We try and keep our breaks to a minimum. We're going to go ahead and just dive right on back into the action. And Alchemy's delivered so far today, Jim. We covered 4 different decks in the first round, and we're popping on into another couple of sweet ones here. We've got some black-white Planeswalker control versus some red-black with Oni Cult Anvil here, it looks like.
Yeah, not only Alchemy delivering, but Kamigawa delivering too. We're seeing a lot of new cards, a lot of new set mechanics, and that's really awesome. It's great to see.
Oni Cult Anvil, a card that I've seen a little bit of in both Alchemy and Historic, even a kind of interesting, what's it called? Interesting sacrifice payoff here, allowing you to sacrifice artifacts to then generate more artifacts to sacrifice online. It's kind of a self-enabling card in a way.
Yeah, it's cool. It's self-enabling, but not limitless like Cat Oven is. Where you can only do it on your turn. There's a bit of safety valves in, but still a really cool, powerful card. Giving you value for sacrificing things, both to it and in general. Just a sweet builder on card, super cool, and then plays really well as we're seeing in the Vampire deck with these blood tokens. So turning these, blood tokens are, a very thin material. They're kind of easy to make, and you can kind of just if you can do stuff with them that's not just the purpose of blood, you can get ahead a lot. So really cool to see the Anvil and the Bloods working together like that.
Our black-white player on the play. Remember, this is an open deck list tournament, so players know what is going on both sides. And notably, a card that's really relevant when players know what's going on. We see that copy of Divine Purge in hand there. Speaking of Alchemy cards, really, really powerful interactive effect here. Not only clears out creatures, but also clears out artifacts, which is relevant against these anvils.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. One of the big benefits of a deck like this is being able to build this board, again, like we were saying, of varied permanence, where they wrath you, but you got this anvil in play, there's other artifacts in play, but being able to kill everything is huge. And of course, the tokens just go away forever. They can't be recast again. So eliminating some of the downsides. So Purge is going to be absolutely huge here. It's going to be very, 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 very important for Blues to find a way to navigate around it. Again, open deck list, 3 copies there. So they know it's there. They got to find the right path around it.
Shadow Lord here, debating on if they want to spend their mana for the turn. And I like this, I think. Choosing to use the inscription here, a moto spell that could be a removal spell later, but notably can just 2 for 1 here with the you discard effect.
Yeah, and this is going to put a bit of a squeeze on Blues as well, making it harder to play around this Divine Purge.
See, Dominating Vampire in hand for Blues Brews can gain control of an opposing creature until end of turn. Kind of an interesting effect in the creature matchups.
Yeah, and of course, this is like the classic steal and sack, effect. We see this in limited formats, well constructed. Claim the Firstborn. I steal your creature. I sack it to Deadly Dispute. Profit. So we'll see how much that's going to come up here. Of course, not a ton of creatures for Shadow Lord, but there are tokens and things. So
you see, double removal spell. No land for Shadow Lord, but plenty of ways to continue interacting with the board. However, they might want to wait a turn here. Maybe debating, do they want to clean this out on their turn so that way the Anvil can't generate a token?
Yes, correct. So the wording on Anvil is a little weird.
Oh, wait, so generate a token, it would gain life, right? Anvil. We just looked at it and I've already forgotten. It's sacrifice. Oh, this one doesn't sacrifice creatures. It's only artifacts. Right. Sorry. Right. So, and then when an artifact dies, you get the token. Got it.
Did gain value from the village rights, however. So able to draw some cards there. Kind of undo that Mind Rot effect and get back into this game a little bit here because Shadow Lord, despite not having lands, is pretty well set up.
Yeah, and this Bloodcaster here really kind of powerful effect with the Oni Cult Anvil, kind of in a roundabout way lets you turn your blood tokens into 1/1s.
Yeah, and it's whenever it is non-token creature, unfortunately, so you can't, it doesn't count the 1/1 dying. But yeah, a lot of cool synergy here. It's cool seeing the cross synergy between blocks. Seeing this sort of a lot of the vampire core being melded with this sort of sacrificey core from Kamigawa.
Let's see, Vanishing Verse here coming up. There's also a Meat Hook Massacre, kind of dealer's choice. How do you want to screw with the red-black player's board? Seems like a creature deck's going to have a pretty bad time into what Shadow Lord is bringing to the board here.
Yeah, we've seen Blues kind of have it twice now, where having the Dispute and the Village Rights in response to their removal spell. But still, this Divine Purge is just looking so nasty.
Yep, and remember, while Purge technically isn't a permanent answer, the amount of tempo that it's going to generate is really large here. Making all of your opponent's things cost 2 more when they want to replay them means that by the time those things get redeployed, you're going to advance your board in other ways that are good.
Yes, and then the tokens are going to be gone forever regardless. So we see the 1/1, the blood, and the treasure gone forever. And then a 3 mana Epicure and a 4 mana Anvil is not super exciting. Now, there is some game going on here for blues. We have a vampire in hand, a creature land in hand, but a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do.
I don't mind this Meathook Massacre coming down. Getting this into play sooner rather than later has a lot of value because it means your future Doom Scars and other sweepers are even more valuable in terms of keeping you alive.
Yeah, it also makes the Lawless look a lot better too. The land off the top. So now these tokens are blocking, gaining life. Lawless is a super sweet card. I know we were discussing Planeswalkers earlier. Super fun Planeswalker. Really cool design. Able to create threats, blockers, draw cards, just do a lot of variable things, but also makes your deck care about certain things as well.
Yeah, War of the Spark is a set that was a little bit ago at this point. Gosh, it's crazy to think it's been a few years. That got a lot of flack initially for adding these static type effects to Planeswalkers, but the direction that they've pushed in overall with these types of cards has really been quite pleasant from a design perspective, in my opinion. They've done a lot of really neat things that we wouldn't have seen otherwise, like Lulth here with that static text.
Yeah, it turns out that can is a little more fun than can't.
Yep.
The War Smart Planeswalkers were like, no, 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 you can't do this one. Nope, can't draw any cards. Up, no, Rod, your artifacts don't work. And that's not very fun. That's not very fun, especially because the Planeswalkers were playable by themselves, and they would occasionally just hose your entire deck. You're playing instants or artifacts or whatever it is. So
Yep.
definitely going the opposite direction of making a more positive effect. That's a thing to work towards. Is a much more fun thing for gameplay.
Our red-black player here trying to decide what is the most efficient way for them to take this Lulth off the table. They have a few different options available to them here. We see the Shadow Skulls matching getting picked up and not. We could use this to kill a spider plus the Lulth directly. We could also fire up the Den of the Bugbear and attack the Lulth with everything, because remember, those counters don't get added to the Lulth until after she would survive combat. So if she would perish in combat, she would not get powered up.
And we see Malal go down here, but value still gained. Life here and there, still requiring resources, mana, a card, and now we see this somewhat embarrassing board of a single 1/1 token. Now we see an Epicure as well, but 18 life still hasn't even used the Divine Purge yet, and Shadow Lord's looking pretty good.
Inscription of Rune rolling off the top here. Not quite enough mana to do multiple things with that, but plenty of mana to clean out this board and lots of options here. I have to imagine we're going to see a sweeper of some sort happen here.
Yeah, there comes a point when every spell in your hand's a sweeper. You got to cast something, but nope, we're going to see more Mind Rots. So
Okay.
just going to discard the one card in hand and trying to make it to the sweeper's final. The problem is that this is going to cost some life, of course, and then the Den of the Bugbear is hanging out too. And now a Predator's been drawn, which is going to look very, very good here with creatures already in play.
Yeah, we saw our black-white player choose to prioritize playing out Meathook first, which does look pretty appealing in the grand scheme of things because it means your other sweepers kind of get that drain and gain off of themselves as well. But Meathook is the best answer in their deck to this this Imistrum Predator.
Yeah, and definitely, the Purge or Doomscar can wipe the other things away, and then you can try and have the next one get the Predator. But then the Den of the Bugbear throws a huge wrench in that plan. Able to be a creature that can't be killed by a Wrath, and then produce tokens as well. It's going to be hard to find this Predator all alone and able to be taken out. But we'll start on the Meathook Massacre. I guess that works too.
Well, we are a little bit shy of this fully working, right? Remember that
Yeah, I
Predator
guess
gets that
short.
counter. Yep.
And in perpetuity or whatever for the next few turns, where the Predator is going to grow by 1 every turn. So even if Shadow Lord draws a land every turn, we'll always be 1 behind.
Yeah, this seems like probably one of the best cards you could be playing in this format into these sweeper decks. If you could get it in a spot like this where it's going to consistently outpace the Meathook Massacre, it's one of your better threats that threatens to close the game quickly and also is resistant to all the various sweepers that are happening.
Yeah, good news for Shadow Lord, though, is that there are plenty of answers to this Predator in their deck. They have 4 copies of the Wandering Emperor and Akaya, the Inexorable, all able to exile it. So the answers are there. And, if the Purges and Doomscars can buy time, I'm surprised to see nothing cast here at all, honestly.
Yeah, and
Gonna pass.
if you're on the Blues Brews side of the board, you got to be thinking like, okay, what is going on over here? There's two cards that are foretelled, so they've got some Doom Scars. I guess maybe Blues Brew or Shadow Lord wants to chump block with the Spider token before they eventually try and sweep the board, but Sanguine Brushstroke generating a Blood Artist here is gonna kind of make this plan look real awkward.
Yeah, definitely some drains to be happening here.
And something that's
The
notable from the digital perspective here is that Blood Artist is what we call conjured on Magic Arena, which means it is treated like a magic card in all instances. So, in paper Magic, we've seen tokens get created that copy cards. This is a real card in every sense of the word once it's on the field, which means something like Divine Purge can exile it and it's still going to be recastable.
which is super cool. And it's funny because that's a good example of being able to use the digital space where tokens are kind of meant to be like that. They're meant to be these cards you can create, but logistically, you just can't
Yep.
create a magic card like that. Have it have all the properties of magic card, have it work functionally in a paper game. Digitally, you can. That's super super cool. So
See, the Oni
you see
Cult Anvil here, gonna go ahead and sack one of these tokens. I like doing this really proactively. Gets to drain them out a good bit here.
yeah, kind of pulling the old cat oven, just a little bit of drain, sack and drain, get your 1/1 back.
They did at least learn, like you said, from the cat oven design. This only happens on your turn, so a little bit interactable, less oppressive overall. Here's the purge.
So the problem is, here's the purge, but
We're
I think
almost
they're just dead.
yeah. Are they dead on board? Well, they can't. They won't have an artifact to sacrifice, right? So the artifacts and the blood artist are going away, and the predator is 6, and
Well, you sack all
we
tokens and
get
they
to
have
sack
bugbear.
them to the
Yeah.
predator.
So 3 pings for predator, and
Oh
then
wait, the
bugbear
meat
itself
hook,
is
the meat hook's
4.
gaining back though, right?
Nah,
So
I guess right. Yeah, you're right.
yeah,
He's
we're
for
just
for
we're
each
just
side.
getting. I missed that, but you missed the meat hook, so it's just a wash here. Both the red black players just gaining a little bit of life.
So yeah. So all in all, but however, the issue is that the predator is still there, and now the
Yep.
bugbear can make another token for it, so it'll still always have a friend.
Yep.
Or you could recast the blood artist or the anvil as well. So
Yeah, I have to imagine that putting their opponent to 1 here is pretty appealing with the Den of the Bugbear.
yeah, absolutely.
And you know that
The
there's not a
fear would
removal
be
spell for your predator because it would have happened already.
Yeah, the fear would be that there would be like a vanishing verse for the Den of the Bugbear. Um, but so looks like Blues is going to play around that because that would be pretty devastating. Uh, just going to play the Harvester, get a Blood in play, get the Anvil in play, and just going to keep on trucking with the Immersion Predator.
Yep, down to 5 here, and have that Blood Tithe Harvester in play to protect from a piece of interaction.
Ooh,
Whew!
huge draw. Sometimes you're wandering, and sometimes you get found. And Shadow Lord just found the perfect answer in the Wandering Emperor to take down this Predator.
Is it good enough though? So the Emperor gets rid of that, and then you go to 7, and then we're still just dead to the Harvester and then of the Bugbear, right?
I think that it's going to come down to what does Blues want to do. You
Yeah, because
know,
that's true. They did elect not to attack with the Den last turn when they could have.
correct. So if they're willing to fire up the Den here into the Wandering Emperor, and they can sniff it out and kind of understand that like that's the card that they can still beat. And there aren't really many other cards that punish an all-out attack here. Of course, most of the Wrath effects are sorcery speed. So we'll see if Blues is going to fire it up here and go for it.
The story of the tournament for me so far with these kind of mid-range decks, these more controlling decks, is really how awkward these sweepers are into the creature lands.
Yeah, creature lands, and then also just the various other effects like the anvil, indestructible creatures, planeswalkers. It's honestly been a pretty rough multiple years now for sweepers in general because they're just such a varied amount of threats. You know, Seeker's Chariot, creatures lands, planeswalkers. It's just hard to do it. They're gonna fire it up. They're gonna go for it. And Blues is gonna take this first game through the Wandering Emperor.
Emperor comes down. We go to 7, but there's still exactly 7 coming across here. Our players head to sideboarding. And again, I think similar to the matchup that we watched earlier, I think the post board slants more in favor of the mid-range deck, get to cut some of these kind of more awkward cards and bring in effects like Duress and maybe other Planeswalker effects. We got a Zerial Archduke in the sideboard for a red-black player and a Tybalt perhaps.
Yeah, kind of say it there in game one. Honestly, you would think that the black white creature control deck with 3 Meat Massacres, 3 Divine Purges, Doom Scars, all of these ridiculous effects, as well as ways to exile Immersion Predator, would take game one pretty easily. But a very impressive, resilient showing there, finding all the right spots of village rights and Deadly Dispute, getting down the proper threat at the right time, leveraging around the sweepers. Very well played by Blues.
See Blues kind of waiting, trying to think through what they want to do. Remember, this is an open deckless tournament. I would wager at a minimum we're going to see the dominating vampires come out for our Rakdos sack player. Not particularly good into the very low creature count our black white players bringing to the board.
Yeah, the best they can really do is to give them self haste if there are multiple vampires in play. Just give target the threatened effect on itself, have be a 3/3 haster for 3, which is not particularly exciting. Interesting to see those Duress is still hanging out on the board. Duress feels pretty good here. Sweepers, planeswalkers. We see the surges still in play, still in the deck as well.
I think maybe we had a real life AFK there for a second from our Blues player. They were sitting there doing a whole lot of nothing, not even mousing around, or maybe they were looking at the deck list, coming up with a plan before they started clicking.
Coming up with a plan, jeez. Magic players these days. Who has plans?
That's
I'd be surprised
people
to not see this planeswalker come in.
people often ask me, sideboarding is one of the more challenging things to do in Magic. And the thing I always tell people is if you want to get better at sideboarding, making that plan in advance has so much value. Like, just sit down and think about what your matchups are and how you want to sideboard before you're actually sitting there at the table having to do it.
Yeah, you want to have a good scope of what your deck wants to look like post board. Not just cards coming in, but cards coming out as well. So you're absolutely correct. I was joking around a little bit, but you're absolutely correct. Having a good idea of what this game 2 and 3 is going to look like, and then building your deck for that game 2 and 3 is huge.
All right, we still see a glut of sweepers for our black white control player here. It was a little bit awkward in the first game. Interested to see if they can make a better showing with them here in the post board games.
Yeah, not a super great hand on 6 for our vampire players, but
I don't hate this hand. You like bottom the shambling gas, and then you have a pretty reasonable 2, 3, 4.
it's one of those 7 card hands. We really want all 7 cards. We got the 1, the 2, 3, and the 4. But I think I agree here. Shambling Gas the lowest value card. So
yeah, gas one of those cards like has value when you have things to sacrifice it to really cleanly, but this hand just does not have that, so it's mostly nailed it, Jim. Perfect. Never didn't have it.
easy game.
That ooh, I got rewarded for choosing well moment there for Blues Brews. We mouse over that shambling gas a couple of times.
Yep, and this is a pretty good curve. Bloodtithe Harvester is also a pretty sweet card. A card that's shown up everywhere from Innistrad Draft to Vintage Cube. It's actually in the most recent iteration of the Vintage Cube. It's just a good card. It's just a 3/2. Doesn't have a Vanishing Verse. Makes a resource that's a blood, either for just looting or just an artifact. Just a good card.
Yeah, it could be. It's a piece of spot removal in a pinch too.
Yep.
Against the right thing.
Yep. So I guess your creature decks that can kill things, against control decks, just a 3-power beater. Solid card.
We're gonna see that here. We have the option to Doomscar starting this turn. Do we want to right away, or are we gonna get a little bit greedy? Choosing to greed a little bit here. The restoration coming down. What do you have any opinions on this card, Jim? Restoration of the Aganjo?
It's very interesting. Obviously, it feels worse on the front side than a card like what's it called? The 2-mana Saga did the same thing. What was it?
Birth of Metellus?
Yeah, Birth of, yeah. So it feels a little worse than that on the front cast, but the ability to recur things is pretty cool. It can be pseudo ramp. That if you discard the plans, you can get it back immediately. And the most important though is that when evaluating these sagas, they turn into a creature, so the creature body here is pretty good, kind of Brimaz adjacent, 3/4 vigilance, makes tokens. So the front side effects don't need to be as good because the creature is very good. So all in all, it's a solid card. I like it.
One kind of really cute interaction with this card in Alchemy specifically is there's the Forsaken Crossroads is a very common land, and that thing untaps itself with its trigger if you were on the draw, so you can actually use it to ramp to 5 on 5 when you put that one into play.
That is really cool. That is really cool.
You see the brushstroke coming down here, and this is kind of a little bit of the danger of waiting on your Doomscar. So now your Doomscar is going to drain you for 3 if you choose to sweep the board. And honestly, I think if you're a black-white player, you need to sweep here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it does drain for some life, but it also kills the Blood Artist too. So this is now a 3-for-1 for the most part. The brushstroke's still in play. And now we have this Naked Predator. We have another Harvester, a couple
Yes.
Bloods, but like the Bloods aren't doing much right now because there's no real synergy for them except for the brushstroke, no anvils, things like that. So gonna be an interesting turn now. Oh, never mind. So there you go. So yeah, now the turn's pretty easy, I think. Now it's just a pretty easy Harvester plus anvil.
Yep. Yeah.
Whereas the question is going to be,
Did you want to play the Naked Predator out? But yeah, I agree with the double 2-mana spell coming down now. Anvil, make a 1/1, Blood Tithe Harvester, make another friend. And this really, in a roundabout way, you turn these bloods into creatures, which deal more damage. Just so much flexibility here. Turns the treasures into creature tokens as well.
yeah, being able to turn, again, you see, it's not too hard to make a blood because the bloods, they have, decent value, but they're definitely worth, far less than a card. And being able to turn them into a 1/1 that drains is super awesome.
Yeah, and not even just drains for 1, but drains for 2, because the Sanguine Brushstroke notably does not care how
Yep.
that blood token is sacrificed, just that it was sacrificed to something.
Yeah, so we have a nice little burn angle from this deck as well. Where they can just drain you out from the brushstroke and the anvil.
Ooh, little bit of a misclick there. We see those channel lands are legendary with an oops from our top player, putting the second one into play, sacrificing the first.
I've done that too.
Yeah, it's they're not completely free, right? And that's we were talking earlier about all the different choices that go into building mana bases in this format, and that's one of them. You can't just replace 4 basic planes with 4 of these castles because of that interaction.
Yeah, it was the first deck I played that was actually playing more than one, and I immediately got punished in the first game because I hadn't considered it in all the prior games because I was only playing one. So
Yep. Yeah,
and now you
the
can see
first one is
here,
very free. The second and
first
third.
first one's free, first one's great, but so now you can see the value of Blood Tithe Harvester. So it's this beater, but it's also an insurance policy where if your controlled deck happens to have a creature in play, there you go. Now you can just kill it.
Yep. Love this. Go ahead and clear this out here. This counts double the number of blood tokens that you have. So 2 blood tokens means we're going to give -4 to this 3/4.
And now you see Immersion Predator having friends as well, so can get it for 1 here. I guess it's a Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play. I just don't want to get it for 1, but I get to play the Predator, have things to save it with. I'm gonna go for it.
I actually kind of like this attack because if they fire up the hive and block with it, you could just Shatter Skull and kill their hive.
That's true. It goes to sacrifice to the anvil too, I suppose. Worst case scenario, just do the whole cat oven thing. But either way, we're gonna see tokens in play for Predator and a real good looking spot once again for Blues, getting Predator in play with some friends and some other stuff going on too.
Yep. And the Predator just lines up so well into the answers Black White Tech has. We see these Destroy Sweepers. We see Exile on the Vanishing Verse. Just not a good scene for the interaction in Shadow Lord's hand here.
Yep, absolutely. So they got to go ahead and verse the Brushstroke, which does not feel super good. Obviously the Blood Artist is already gone, but probably necessary. At 7 life here, those bloods are double draining, and yeah, I don't think there's really a path here.
Yeah, we see the misclick really coming back to bite Shadow Lord. Had we played the Amaria's Call tapped on the previous turn, we could have floated mana, played the legendary land, and then made 2 4/4s this turn. Probably still behind at that point, but would be slightly less behind than we currently are. We see the Predator survive this Doomscar, effectively just trading a sweeper for 2 1/1 tokens. Not a particularly exciting spot to be in.
Yeah, this might just be lethal.
It's just lethal, right? We sacrifice the blood token for 2 and the Predator does 5.
Yep. Or I guess there's no Brushstroke in play anymore. So but now.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, so we're not dead yet, Jim.
Predator.
We're only mostly
not gonna
dead.
eat a creature. I'm sorry, wrong one. This one eats a creature. There we go.
Okay,
So creature
got
on
it.
the
Okay, so we found it.
Yeah, 5 here, 1 there, 1 from the anvil, and that all adds up to I believe 0 and a GG. And Blues with a really, really impressive match here. On paper, this looks like it would be a disaster.
Atrocious. Yeah, I was like, oh, the creature deck's about to get stuffed in that first game.
Yeah.
But the mix of threats, Image from Predator, really the tail of that match looking at it.
For sure. And a little unfortunate for our Planeswalker player. 4 Wandering Emperors and a Kaya. There are answers for sure to the Image from Predator. But Definitely very well played by our vampire player, finding all the right spots and taking it down.
Yeah, but that's that's kind of the risk of playing an interactive deck in Magic, right? Like you're hoping, like you said, they have the answers theoretically in their deck, but you have to hope that your answers line up into their threats, the right mix, and the right pace. And when they don't, it just looks like it's what we saw there.
Yep, and also a bit on the player too. If your creature player is able to kind of find the right spots and kind of duck and weave around all the different sweepers or whatever, it can become hard to play them at the right times because you just can't. You can't line them up right, and then there you go. So awesome match, very very well played.
All right, so for our next match we're going to cover for round 2 here, we had a small technical glitch, and by that I mean my spotter was in the bathroom for a second too long, so we missed the first couple of turns here, but the matchup looks really sweet. So we're going to go ahead and dive in here in round 3. It doesn't really look like we've missed anything that meaningful. We've got Naya enchantments versus red-white dragons, 2 more decks that we have not yet seen today. Let's take a look at how this one plays out here in round 2.
Naturalist, awesome card.
Yeah.
Just an absolutely awesome card. Even by itself as a cost reducer, it's great. But being an enchantment itself is huge for being self-perpetuating, and then the lifelink is huge. You want to stuff on it anyway. Just one of the coolest cards in the set, in my opinion.
Yeah, we see Dragon, Fearsome Whelp getting to go ahead and tick down on all those dragons. I bet we see Dragonfire happen here. Really? We passed. Okay.
All right, so
Okay, we're knocking it out inside of combat. That's a little bit risky, but everything works out for you there.
yeah, so if that haunting had been cast pre-combat, would have looked bad, but
I think that's one of those, I don't know, and maybe you just assume your opponent doesn't have the removal spell since they let you untap with it, but I think if I was DWB, I would have just windmilled the Hallowed Haunting there, just let's just make sure this gets into play before we attack.
yeah, there is some cast division here because we see Rune of Might there. There are auras in this deck, so the upside would have been maybe our Dragons player feels like they're behind and they need to spike a 2-for-1 on an aura. So maybe they fire up an aura, thinking they don't have their removal spell because they would have cast it on their turn, and then bada bing, bada boom, there's a 2-for-1 devastating turn and can buy the time for Dragons turning around.
Speaking of a potentially devastating turn here, we have this cost reduction. Our top player is running back the same line. They drew another Dragonfire here. This Hallowed Haunting into Runemite here threatens to generate a lot of tempo this turn.
All right, here it comes. So we could have seen Naturalist plus Haunting this turn, which would have been a little more on the board. But we're going to see a Runemite here. We're going to see the blowout with Dragon's Fire.
Okay, I like this pause from DWB. DWB knows that they waited till combat last turn, and I love this heads up play. We are putting the Runemite on our land, even though it doesn't do anything there, because this way it gets to come into play and draw a card. Although perhaps a missed opportunity from DWB could have put it on the creature land.
Yeah, little right idea for sure. Kind of like a came to the right conclusion, but then didn't execute it perfectly. Of course, it has actual value on the creature land, no real value on the other land, but still, I agree. Very heads up play. Deciding they didn't want to get blown out there.
When you have your 2-mana Goldspan Dragon, but don't have double red, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, Adult Gold Dragon is not the worst constellation prize, but Goldspan here would be so good. Just flush of spells. That's also part of last turn too, is that DWB's got to be like, all right, my opponent has missed 2 land drops. They have 6 cards in their hand. How reasonable is it?
They have 6 spells in their hand.
Correct.
More specifically, yep.
Right, then, even though, is it super likely? Maybe yes, maybe no, but how am I going to fall behind here? What can give them time to catch up? So super heads up play by DWB.
Yeah, Showdown of the Scalds, one of the red cards that's being splashed in this enchantments deck otherwise. And really impressive turn here for the Naya deck. Going to get to go ahead and do this. And then Showdown for 2 mana. These Hallowed Haunting tokens get bigger every time more things come into play.
Yeah, Showdown's still one of the best cards in the format. It's kind of card that will get forgotten about at times because there isn't really a deck that can play it. Unbelievable card. Unbelievable card.
Catilda Dawnheart Monitor here, a card that I've been really impressed with in the decks that I've played, and I've played this in both Spirit Aggro and Enchantment decks similar to what DWB is playing here, and it's felt really strong every time, just being able to be this large thing that disturbs back, it is lifelink to help you stabilize the board, just does a lot of what you're looking to do.
Yeah, strong agree. I played this card in my enchantment deck as well, my 10 New Brews, and I was very, very impressed. Just a great card. I played it limited a lot too. Just like a really, really powerful card. And the disturb is very expensive, but the threat of it is just so powerful.
See, a lot of choices here for our dragons player. They do have that extra orb of dragonkind in hand, and they have these 2-mana dragons. So we could see a orb of dragonkind into a dragon here, which I think is what I like. It's the most resource efficient, but either way, our dragon player here is kind of rock and hard place.
Yeah, I mean, once the gold spans start coming, that's great and all, but this board for DWB is going to be pretty big next turn. A little light on spells, actually, but up, that's a what is that one? Van Helsing's Holy Ward.
Oh gosh. I don't. What is?
I'm gonna guess
We
it's
don't.
the
We
ogre.
don't even have to deal with secret layer things here. Casting arena tournaments. I can't imagine what paper commentators are going
Oh
through in
god, yeah.
a post secret layer world.
I'm gonna assume that's Touch the Spirit Realm. I don't know though. I don't know. We can pull that one up maybe.
I think you're right because it says 1 white and it's being reduced because the cost is different too, right? It's like what 3-mana enchantment is it?
Right. Either way, in great shape for DWB here. I mean, every enchantment cast will grow the Army of Spirits. We've got counters coming off the Showdown of the Scalds. Um,
Just
a little surprised
casual
they're
nine,
not going to copy first.
casual 9/9.
Yeah, but the 9-line lifelinker is also probably going to be enough to take things down as well.
Yeah, assuming that is the touch of the spirit realm, he'll have lethal, right? A circle of confinement? I think it's circle of confinement. Is it? I think it might be this.
Oh, because it's a vampire card.
It's the
Right,
vampire. Okay, so this
I just like missed
cannot
that.
exile adult gold dragon, but it can, however, be a thing that gets cast here.
And funny enough, they're just going to just being cast for nothing. It's just going to be an enchantment. 2-mana enchantment.
1-mana
That's
enchantment, sir. Was
sorry,
reduced.
sorry. 1-mana enchantment. That's it. And what does that do? It makes a 5/5 spirit, pumps everything else. And now we see it act for a bajillion. Lifelink coming through, counters on the lifelink naturalists, and firing off all cylinders here.
Yep, the adult gold dragon going to lifelink on this block, so at a virtual 20 for our dragons players. So we are taking 18, so going to drop down to 2 here, and notably going to gain 6 on the enchantment side here. So even if that 11/11 flying lifelinker wasn't in play, still a pretty insurmountable difference here.
Yeah, a little miss lethal here. Could have cast the Kami. It's also a spirit. So I would have added a counter from Showdown and pumped all the spirits as well,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
whatever. Scoreboard,
Details.
scoreboard.
Impressive showing for the enchantments deck. This is one that during spoiler season I did not think was going to have the power that it has, and I've been really impressed both playing with and against this archetype so far since the set is released.
It's also cool seeing the variations. We've seen there's versions like I played a green-white version with the 1-drop because a counter for spirits, more focused on just enchantments themselves. This version more focused on auras. You know, it has the Runeforge champion, the various runes. Also very cool as far as kind of drawing cards. A little more like high octane, higher risk strategy. But of course, Showdown of the Scalds just kind of like solves everything. You know, if your initial rush doesn't work out or you get 2 for 1 once or twice, Showdown's there to save the day.
Yeah, a lot of really fantastic 4-mana enchantments in this enchantments deck, both Showdown and the Haunting there. A card that really gets out of control very quickly if your deck has any velocity behind it with the enchantments. You know, we saw it put what 20 power worth of spirits into play there over the course of just playing the game.
Yeah, it was a lot. And then again, the cost reduction on the naturalist is just so good for a number of reasons. One, of course, casting a card like the 4-mana hollowed enchantment on turn 3 is very, very good. All the runes costing 1 is very, very good. And then you can double up even more because the Runeforge champion reduces the cost of all the runes to 1 colorless. The naturalist can reduce that cost from 1 colorless down by 1 to 0. So you can actually just keep chaining runes for free over and over and over again, which is a super cool thing to have.
Now, in the post board here, we see our red-white player kind of pulling up with what they are doing. We see 4 copies of Divine Purge coming in as a sweeper effect for all the little creatures that the green-white-red deck was battling with, and also some other pieces of spot removal here, trying to go long and then eventually win the game with these powerful flying threats.
Yeah, Purge are pretty good too, honestly. You know, it doesn't actually hit enchantments, but hitting the creatures that are wearing the runes, pretty cool. Can mop up a board of spirit tokens as well. So as always, Purge being a very powerful card.
And we see our Naya player kind of reacting with how their deck is sculpted in these post-board games for this more controlling plan, with copies of Snakeskin Veil being here to provide a little bit of protection.
Yeah, not a very reactive hand here. Portable Hole can answer the 2-mana dragon. We see the Reign of Truth, a little more of a card for aggressive stuff later in the game. Showdown of Scalds, keeping the Touch of the Spirit Realm on top. So kind of take it easier. Interesting to see. So we're going to see the Reign of Truth here played naked. So this is a effect that pumps creatures you have in play. Eventually flips into a creature of its size for your artifacts and enchantments. Not really doing much here, but being a suspend 2 creature. But wanting to get a threat and play level with all the various reactive cards in hand.
Yeah, and I like this play too. We know there's a lot of, even game one, there was a lot of interaction from the red-white deck. So being able to have this threat that doesn't get tagged by a removal spell right away has a lot of value when you have protection like Snakeskin Veil lurking for later.
For sure. And casting kill spells is always better when you have something actually in play. And being able to kind of like kill things, attack, rather than just sitting back, letting your opponent draw out of it.
We
So we
see
see
showdowns in hand for both players here. Definitely gives a little bit of edge to the person that has more mana to deploy theirs.
Yeah, we saw the lack of Dragon's Fire on the end step playing around the Snakeskin Veil on the Kami, it looked like. I'm not going to go for the Spirit Realm, though. Kind of interesting, could have Dragon's Fired, drawn out the Snakeskin Veil, and then played Spirit Realm. But this has ended up working out really well for DWB.
Just a little baby 1/1 for the portrait so far. Be interested to see if we elect to showdown this turn, or if we'd rather hold up protection spells. If we're showdowning, we're doing a pre-combat here, yep, to get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, so the land turn 4 showdown, not always the best as we can see here, because you don't get to play with second land off of it, kill some of the value. But I like this here. Just get some stuff in play. Pump up the spirit, pump up the portrait. Next turn make sure you have things to do. All the cards in DWB's hand are very reactive. So just even 1 or 2 proactive things hit would be pretty good.
Yeah, and even, this is kind of a funny way to look at it and just really speaks to the power of Showdown of the Skulls. Like, my showdown wasn't very good here means that it was only a draw 2 that's also going to put, 3 or 4 1/1 counters onto things over its lifespan?
Right, for sure. Yeah, just phenomenal card.
Some spirits here. Might just take another showdown. I like it.
Yeah, chaining showdowns, super awesome. You just never run out of gas.
Yeah, we're even at the point if the naturalist gets to live here, we could see like Reign of Truth into showdown or showdown into Reign of Truth next turn. Got a few options here, although I would be surprised if we untap with the naturalist. Yeah, I like the Dragonfire here.
You could see a flicker. Touch Spirit Realm doesn't have the ability to channel and flicker, but going to decline on that one. And
See,
now we sort of see this effect of the Divine Purge where it's not permanent. We still have the Kami hanging out, the Reign of Truth's hanging out, and the cost reduction, pretty cool. Can shrink those as well, but definitely interesting spot here. A lot of resources for our Jammit player.
Yeah, I'm interested to see as this game plays out more is the assessment of our Dragons player that they want to be the control deck and make the game go long a realistic one, right? Because we saw the way our Dragons player boarded, they pulled up in a way that makes them heavily interactive, which is usually signaling, okay, I'm the go bigger deck here. If the game goes long, it favors me. But watching how this enchantment deck is playing out, I'm not sure that I agree with that conclusion.
Yeah, for trying to outgrind 4 Showdown of Skulls is pretty tough.
I mean, yeah, not only just 4 showdowns, but like we saw there, the commune finding the additional showdown, you have lots of ways to get them, right? It's almost like you have virtual 5 or 6 copies of this powerful draw spell.
Yeah, there's no doubt here that DWB is the better Showdown of Skulls deck.
Got a land to put into play here. Yep.
Yeah, not the best showdown for our Dragons player. 2 more lands and a Town Razor Tyrant. Town Razor is great, obviously, but
Rats only going to be a draw 3.
yeah.
So manually tapping here, keep the auto tapper in line. Showdown's going to pump up the Kami here, maybe find us some additional toys to play with. Okay, there's a Catilda. It's going to go ahead and be a 2/2 to start, so a little bit small to begin with. But remember, even if Catilda Dawnheart is removed from the battlefield, as long as it's not exiled, it will get to disturb back. Yeah, I like playing
There
this
she
out.
is.
We do see March of the Otherworldly here, which is an expensive way to get rid of both halves of Catilda.
Yeah, the thing is that now this turn's kind of on a crunch for our Dragons player, where they have to cast this Town Razor or it goes away. But they kind of also need to deal with the Catilda
Yep.
and the Kami, and DWB has so many cards in hand as well that I just don't see a way out here.
Yeah, okay. Now they're looking at Goldspan Dragon, but Goldspan only gives them two additional mana, right? Okay, yeah, so if we do this, we don't get to cast either of the other cards in exile from the showdown?
Yeah, and we're seeing this, this sort of showdown imbalance, where the showdown for our Dragons player has not been very good, and each showdown for our Enchantment player has been phenomenal.
Yeah, Showdown's the type of card that it's much better in decks with lower converted mana costs, right? Because the odds that you're able to play 3 or 4 cards off of it is much higher if your cards are cheaper.
Yep, and it also favors proactive cards as well too, so you can kind of just play the cards you cast regardless of if they're good in this current game state. And our Enchantment deck is doing everything we just said, so looking real good here.
Right, there's a borrowed time coming off the top for a little bit of interaction if we want it. We have 7 lands available total here, so we could even see borrowed time into Reign of Truth pump something.
Yeah, a lot of ways to go here. Double touch Spirit Realm as well.
Now, noteworthy here that the Otherworldly March does have that clause where you can pitch white cards to increase its X. So we could see an Otherworldly Gaze pitch Adult Gold Dragon to pump or to get rid of the Dawnheart, but that still leaves the Kami in play that's threatening a really big swing with the Reign of Truth.
Yeah, and then the Rune of Sustenance on the Kami as well just replaces the lifelink, and once that thing is really big, it's gonna be hard to deal with. We're gonna see actually a target on the Kami, not the Catilda.
I guess the removal on the Kami means that you don't have to pitch your Adult Gold Dragon, which I think I agree with. You don't really want to lose that last resource in your hand, so to speak, although it's just impossible to race this massive lifelinker.
Yeah, Catilda's only getting bigger. More enchantments to cast, sizing up. I mean, just an absolute monster.
Even the Reign of Truth is face up, right? So the Reign of Truth will make Catilda 2 bigger plus 3 bigger, so it's going to be crack for 9 this turn.
Yeah, that's a lot. And the counter as well. Yeah, this is woo.
I think we saw a pause there, wondering if we should just portable hole for the counter. I like being patient. I like the thought behind it, but yeah, 9's enough.
Yeah, I'm curious if there was a treasure in play, if it would have been hit with the portable hole.
Yeah, I think it probably would have been like, okay, I won't take no value.
Yeah. All right, and yeah, this is a very impressive board, and we see this is kind of the issue with the Dragons decks, where they are playing a lot of really powerful on-rate cards, but overall, the strategy is not insanely powerful. It's just like kill your thing, play this big thing. Hopefully, I get you. As far as like comeback potential, Gold Dragon is great and all, but it's nothing compared to Catilda plus Showdown plus all these other cards.
Yep, here's the Touch of the Sky Realm here. Gonna go ahead and come down and touch the Goldspan Dragon, and that's all we got.
I'm gonna touch the sky. Yeah, that was awesome. That's really cool.
Fantastic indeed. All right, and I think we have. It looks like our players are still. Oh, did we just finish up again? Yeah, it looks like round 2 has just finished up with our last pairing here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just let us take a quick break. It looks like our third match in the round was a 27-minute match. So rather than having to watch just half of that and then cut back in or skip through it really quick, we're gonna take about a 5-minute break, folks. Thanks everybody for hanging out. We'll be back real soon with more Alchemy action in round 3. Don't go anywhere. How are you doing, folks? Welcome back to round three coverage of our Alchemy Hooglandia Open. And Alchemy and Kamigawa have been quite fantastic for us so far to date, Jim. Our feature match pickers and our tournament players have showed up with an incredible variety of stuff. I don't think we've watched the same deck twice yet.
Yeah, it's been like peanut butter and jelly, honestly. Just like two great tastes going great together. Seeing a bunch of new cards, a bunch of like a mixture of new cards, but also kind of like classic strategies too. We had our green black rock deck versus our blue white control deck, which could be a matchup from 10, 15 years ago. And then also new stuff. We've seen vehicles and vampire blood tokens. It's been really, really cool.
Our players are getting set up in our feature match area for round three in the digital space. But let's go ahead. For those of you just joining us, welcome. My name's Jeff Hoagland. I'm joined here by Jim Davis today. We're both full-time content producers here in the Magic and other spaces on Twitch. We do a ton of constructed. Jim does a ton of limited. Our sponsor, CoolStuffInc.com, is a place where you can find a bunch of Jim's written and video stuff weekly, right?
Yep, Monday and Friday. Video Monday, article Friday.
Sweet. For those of you that aren't familiar, our competitors here today are playing in a double elimination tournament. There's no fancy top cuts or confusing tiebreakers in this tournament. You are being tested just by your ability to play Magic. We had 93 competitors, and they are all just going to keep playing Magic until one of them has not lost twice. The winner of this tournament will be getting an invitation to the Streets of New Capenna Set Championship, in addition to walking away with a bunch of Cool Stuff Inc. store credit. Everybody that gets at least 4 match wins will be walking away with some of that.
Sweet. Yeah, the qualifier is the big one there. As we were saying earlier, just that, the old PTQ feeling. You walk in the door, someone's going to the Pro Tour. They're called set championships now. Same idea, though. The pinnacle of Magic competitive play. Tons of prizes, fame, fortune. They will know your name, or whatever the current tagline is.
I know a lot of you here at home, the thing that you want to most see from Magic tournaments, though, is deck lists. So if you pull up the MTG Melee page for this tournament, you can see all of the deck lists with all of the records here. You can click in here for easy importing. There are also my favorite part of looking at tournaments, tasty metagame information here. So for our first Alchemy tournament, after this set has released, I'm not really surprised by this metagame breakdown. So pretty big representation of Gruul werewolves in the field at almost 25% of the decks registered. But that being said, after the first 2 rounds, it really hasn't put up that dominating of a performance. While it's still a smallish sample size under 50 matches, 22 and 22 is just a straight 50% here.
Yeah, I'm sure you're happy about the next one too there. The Azorius control decks not really having the best day out there. Again, small sample size, but 3 and 14 is pretty much jumps off the page at you.
Jim knows I'm incredibly biased. I am much happier playing Magic the Gathering when control decks are not dominating the field. And even though blue-white control showed up here as the second most played thing, it's not having the best of days. And there's a bunch of different things here. Past these first 2 at 25 and 10% of the field, there's a ton of 4s, 5s, 3s, 2s, and then a bunch of smatterings of other sweet things here. And remember, if you want to check out any of these deck lists, you can just pull up that MTG Melee page and get access to absolutely all of this data and information yourself.
Which is awesome, which is just great. It's great seeing the outliers, seeing the, we were discussing in the break, actually, the difference between your gut feeling on statistics and then the actual numbers and statistics, and being able to look at the numbers and say, oh, actually, Werewolves was a 500 deck in this tournament, or, whatever, this deck that did have a bad tournament is really, really cool.
Yeah, and when it talks to, Alchemy is a format that they are going to power level balance things. When you're looking at, are you going to balance something, you don't just look at the metagame percentage, you'd also look at that win rate. And, even if Werewolves is the most played deck in a tournament like this, if when push comes to shove at the end of the day, it only had, that 48, 49, 50, 51% win rate, it's probably fine, even though it had a large representation, because that really shows that you're able to attack it in this format appropriately.
Absolutely. It's all about, and the opposite will happen. I think that Werewolves is a pretty reasonable deck and a pretty logical deck for being, 500, but very well played. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward, a lot of raw power in a deck, but not overtly, We'll see the opposite sometimes, where we'll see a deck that's insanely hard to play and doesn't have a great win rate, but in the hands of really, really skilled players has an astronomical win rate, being only held back by the play skill. So again, having those numbers is super, super cool to have access to.
All right, let's go ahead and dive on into our first round 3 feature match area. Jim had been talking about a kind of classic match that we saw a little bit of. We're going to see a little bit more of that type of thing here. We've got blue-white control versus a red-black mid-range deck for our first feature here in round 3.
Yeah, and this Rakdos mid-range deck is a deck that I played a lot. I played it in the qualifier a few weeks ago. Really, really cool deck. Feels very, Jundy. We feel like talking about, Jund or Rock decks. A lot of 2-for-1s, a lot of good grind, a slightly aggressive slant, but the ability to go long, kill creatures. We can see 2 creature lands in play already here. A lot of good value.
Speaking of aggressive slants and alchemy specifically, this is a direct-to-digital card here in Rahilda, which has very big robber of the rich vibes, but it also punishes your opponent for their sequencing here. We see flipping to knight and getting that feral outlaw side, which I assume we're going to see fate flaps. Otherwise, this Rahilda is about to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, you can't let this wolf hit you.
Yep, and there's a clue. So buying some time here, our blue-white player, but notably not a very efficient exchange. They've now spent a card to kind of downgrade their opponent's play.
Yeah, unfortunately for our Rakdos player, we're seeing a little bit of flood here. We see a lot of really cool lands. It's a 5-land hand, with 2 smashings, a hazard, and an abandoned mire. The problem is that in a matchup like this, the smashings and hazards are basically just lands. So a little bit of the wrong half of the deck problem happening here.
Yep. We, question we ask ourselves a lot when we're looking at matches or playing matches, who's the beatdown? Who in the matchup needs to be applying pressure because they're less favored as the game goes along? And I think in a spot like this, our red-black player is definitely that person that the pressure is on them to end the game before this blue-white deck can go much bigger than they can account for.
Absolutely. So these reactive cards in our Rakdos hand are not looking too good here. Even though Soul Shatter can kill a Planeswalker, but needs to get things going here. See Field of Ruin, going to mop some creature lands up, and there's not a lot going on.
Yeah, I assume we're going to intend to see an Abandoned Mire cycle here for our red-black player and pick the Rahilda back up at end of turn. I would imagine that's why we're passing. Going to still get to use our mana this turn, even if we're not adding pressure to the board.
Yeah, and again, seeing the value gain of lands is cool here. A turn 5 2/2 not nearly as good, but better than what's going on at present.
So you pause here from our white-blue player kind of deciding, hey, do we want to play Geist Chandler? Would we rather hold up interaction? If we're holding up interaction, do we want to foretell the Behold the Multiverse?
Yeah, I think recognize them at just casting Multiverse is totally fine for 4 mana too. So you can leave up the cast on Multiverse or the cast on Divide by Zero or the cast on Syncopate.
I assume we're going to see Rahilda come down here again. Really excellent card to be able to play into Divide by Zero. We could see a Syncopate for 3 here, though.
Yeah, and could have played Smashing Untap as a land to play around the Syncopate for 3. Syncopate's kind of a weird soft counter spell, able to play around it at times.
It could also be an instance where, okay, the Syncopates are in the deck list, so you're, kind of fine with Syncopate happening. We're going to Divide by Zero at end of turn for the tempo. Okay. And remember, this is basically the unnerfed Divide by Zero. If you're bouncing something that costs 4 or less, you do still get to learn. Oh,
yeah.
Really?
So I like this as far as sequencing goes. As a control player, I would like to just draw cards and deal with it on my next turn. But this sets up a really nice. We're gonna see a loot actually. Wow.
I don't know if you saw the text there for a bottom player. It said there are no lessons in your sideboard. Does Drew Black are they just playing the card here as a rummage, a loot?
So I was gonna say getting sciences this turn and then casting sciences for a land, leaving up divide again is a pretty good sequence, but that's unexpected. An unexpected twist.
Yeah, looking at Drew's deck list, we have 0 lessons in the sideboard with a full 4 Divide by Zeros in the main deck. So Drew's just saying, okay, I'm happy with this card just looting for me when I'm getting the full text box on it.
There's a full 15 card sideboard too.
Yeah.
That's a bold strategy.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before.
Yep, that's very interesting. Even the value of just playing like a single lesson or a second lesson is probably pretty high. So, all right, let's see how it pays off.
Yeah, it's one of those things, especially in a matchup like this that's about attrition. The fact that the divides can literally never generate 1-for-1s seems like a big deal.
Right, and that's kind of the thing is that the rummage is okay, but it's mostly just a safeguard against adolescents on my card to actually do something. Rummaging is not card advantage. So you're just losing a card and getting a card back. So even though the card you get off Divide by Zero is not necessarily always the best, well costed card, it's still material, it's still value, and not having the option to do that is very, very interesting.
We see our blue-white player here in the tank about what exactly they want to be doing here. They could Divide by Zero the Rahilda again, but again, we know that you're not going to get to pick anything up off of that, or we could just see a Behold the Multiverse pop off. Okay. I like hitting our raindrops here.
Again, it's in theory a pretty good spot for Drew. It's now turn 7, still at 20 life. Hasn't really had to deal with much yet. It being night with the Rahilda play is definitely a mild concern, but has answers for it. But if not able to actually accrue cards and kind of fulfill the control deck's goals, it's gonna be interesting. Probably still in pretty good shape here though.
We see Mordecai in hand for our control player. Not really able to deploy any planeswalkers or anything reasonably here, because you can probably assume on the blue-white side that our red-black player is holding a bunch of removal spells. They haven't really been deploying anything to the board particularly aggressively.
Right, it's hard to know what else they could be, honestly.
They haven't missed a land drop, so I suppose you could assume some of them are blanks in terms of being lands, but like this Geist Chandler, I assume, is not long for this world.
Yeah.
1 mana Divide by Zero seems kind of rude, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, that's it's still the no lesson thing is still getting me. I don't know.
Like, Jim is just completely off his rocker here a little bit.
Graham's calling to ask,
why are there no lessons?
Why we got no lessons on this board? I mean, Drew, what's going on?
Oh, we talked about this.
And Drew says, "Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing." Block ya. Love it. Love it. I do want spectator mode at some point, but every once in a while you get some gems thanks to it not being spectator mode.
So far, we've been fortunate. There have been no sexy singles to be found in Hooglandia. So,
fortunate or unfortunate,
That's true. We gotta think about what perspective we're coming at this from. So, ingenious inspiration here, threatening to take down the Geist Chandler. We have a Divide by Zero here. I assume the Divide by Zero is going to bounce the Rahilda before it can connect again. You just really want to stop the Rahilda from connecting, so that way they can't generate that card advantage.
All right, so Samson is going to get a lesson. How quaint, I guess, but Mascot Exhibition is pretty good.
Divide by Zero here. And I wonder if we're going to see the loot. Like, the Syncopate's not really doing anything at this point, right? Okay. I guess you want the Syncopate to clear the Mascot Exhibition?
Yeah, and just it still has value. You still have an instant speed card, draw spell, Memory Deluge, So there's still value there. And again, looting is so... maybe just draw a land off of it and just all right, great. So,
okay, now the Town Razor Tyrant here in my lookup, I would like to apologize, is the old text box. So this card was errated in the last balance patch, so it can only target non-basic lands. Now that being said, basically a wash here because our blue-white player does have a lot of non-basics in play.
Yeah, I've played a lot of Alchemy post the nerfs. I've seen it come up exactly once where Town Razor couldn't target.
Yeah, I actually think I would like to prefix my following criticism with, I like a lot of what they've done with this format, and I think a lot of the changes they've made have been really incredibly on point. I really was confused and disliked this Town Razor Tyrant change. It basically didn't make the card less powerful so much as it kind of made it high variance, right? Because even the monocolored decks in this format have a lot of non-basics built into them. So it's just okay, sometimes my card just doesn't work due to variance is what it feels like.
Yeah, and the opportunity cost, I love the idea of adding opportunity costs to cards, but not playing any non-basics in your deck, in your monocolored deck, just to potentially get around Town Razor is just
correct.
You're just giving up so much in other spots. It's not really worth it.
Yep. I love this here, kind of sniffing out that our blue-white player has a bunch of counter spells that can't really impact the board. This also gets to exile this Memory Deluge, so it does not get to flash back. Really like how Samasoni has played this game overall.
Yeah, totally agree. And this is part of the fun of playing against control decks. Like you were saying, like playing against control decks, and the average player tends to really, oh, they counter my spell again, they counter, they wrath me again. But when you play against a control deck, you have a lot of control yourself, because you get to kind of pick your spots. And just like this, so we see if Samsoni was just like, all right, play my spell, got countered, that stinks. That would be not too good here. But kind of finding the right spots, activating lands at the right time, kind of, forcing Drew to play the game that Samsoni wants to play and making it really awkward, making it so they can't really play the cards when they want to. Just great play. It's fun
Yeah,
too.
I
I love
was,
playing.
and honestly, the way we're seeing this game kind of play out is why I was kind of surprised when we divided by zero earlier on the blue white side. We didn't loot through the syncopate, right? It felt like the game had gotten to a point where we needed to be playing to the board, and we held these cards. Now we see just like more cards that don't play to the board, putting Drew in an awkward spot.
For sure. For sure. All right. Well, finds the answer to a creature here with the Faithful Absence, but has to answer multiple things. Of course, we have the creature land and the Tyrant. Divine Purge not looking so good right now.
Yeah, and more importantly, once this Fateful Absence gets the trigger pulled on it, we're going to be tapped out on Drew's side, which means that the window is now there for Samsoni to deploy yet another threat.
Yep.
And we have two threats in play, and Divine Purge doesn't cover either of them. So I'm curious to see which one Faithful Absence is going to target here.
And not only that even if Divine Purge does hit, say, the Rahilda, we just cast the 4-mana Rahilda, whatever. There's plenty of mana floating around. There's plenty of things to do. And that's Divine Purge is very, very good against the more all-in kind of linear decks that are really just going to dump their hand. But in these more grindy matchups, just being able to recast the card, it looks more like Unsummoned than Sword Splashers.
Now, one thing that is adorable to note about Divine Purge is that because it clears artifacts, if we see the Rahilda come down here, the clue will get got by the Purge. So we might not see Rahilda happen just so we can get value with the clue.
Yeah, it is a pretty fun little side interaction.
Okay, yeah, I like it. Really, really well played for our red-black players so far this game. I think they've picked a lot of their spots very appropriately in terms of playing around the things they can play around.
And that's despite at one point having a hand of 5 lands and having a hand right now that's Infernal Grasp, Abrade, cards that are almost dead in the matchup.
Yep, we talk about virtual card advantage is what we refer to that as, where you're not technically down a card, but you might as well be the way things have lined up. And our red-black player is slogging through it quite nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny because we're talking about virtual card advantage. We're looking at our blue-white player's hand. There's 6 cards there, but a lot of them don't do anything. The Purge isn't doing much. Syncopate's not doing much. Divide by Zero can bounce Town Racer Tyrant, but that's almost a painful thing to do anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna spend 2 cards, right? You're gonna divide by 0 to bounce it, and then Disdainful Stroke it on the way back down, and just like hope this is good enough. The Town Racer Tyrant's activated ability, or the triggered ability when it came into play, took that 7th land out of play, so the Amarios Call wasn't able to make 4/4s here.
Yep. And
another ingenious inspiration here. That's a bit more reach. We're gonna see a 3-ball plus a learn off of that.
Yeah, and that's great. This is what I like a lot about this Rakdos deck is that a lot of the kill spells are burn spells also, and it has the ability to sort of like, well, I can just get you. I can just fire off an inspiration, fire off a Spike Field Hazard, whatever it needs to be, play Trespasser, drain for 2, and that's it.
See the pause here, trying to decide, do we want to turn one of these cards into something else? And the Divine Purge is really not appealing, right? I guess you need the Purge to answer the exhibition.
That's true. Yeah, it is a good answer to the exhibition. That's totally correct.
But I guess if you have Purge to answer the exhibition, can you ditch the Syncopate looking for more stuff that plays to the board then?
Yeah, I would say Syncopate is the weakest card in hand here. Every other card has a purpose at least, But again, though, this is like just looting with a Divide by Zero is not a very appealing thing to be doing.
Yep. Agree. And here comes the Stroke, I imagine.
It would be hard not to cast Stroke here.
Yep. Because you need another land, right? Like this coming down and putting its text on your beach means you get got. Okay, and then this leaves the window for Graveyard Trespasser to come into play and start draining because there are plenty of creatures in Samsoni's graveyard.
Yep, and it's also nighttime. So this is a matchup where the day-night cycle is very, very important. The nighttime Rahilda is extremely threatening, as is the Graveyard Glutton. So
We are going to go ahead and flip back here right away, but we need to get to exile 2 cards at least once. Who went first, Jim?
Uh,
This is why Forsaken
Sam
Crossroads
Sani.
is a digital-only card, chat. Because
Sam Sani, because the Crossroads is blue. It doesn't have the outline on it.
Ooh, look at that. Okay, so digital has the reminder. So Jim cheated. He didn't actually remember. He used the digital to help him. But that's
Hey, you're not trying, right?
To be fair, in paper, I would religiously write P or D at the start of every game to know if I was on the play or the draw for reference later. But still, I think I was probably the exception as opposed to the rule with that. When
Yeah,
it
I
came
think
to
that it could exist in paper. I think if players were just aware of it, um, it could be done. But it is the kind of thing where absolutely it's sort of like, uh, it's turn 10. I don't know what happened in this game. Like
Yep. All right, and there's that Divine Purge for some amount of tempo here. And at this point, are we putting this into play untapped so we can syncopate for 3? It almost feels like we have to, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, the problem is that if the trespasser comes back and there's a land, also just can't
yeah.
even counter it. So the
Okay, we're
problem here is
scrying.
that
Okay.
the problem is that if you're going to keep the syncopate, but you're not going to play the land on tap, then why did you keep syncopate kind of thing? Like a syncopate has now survived 2 loots somehow and has not looked too good.
All right, here's the Trespasser. Looking at that syncopate, wondering what we're doing with our lives.
Yeah, it's tough.
And I wonder
that's
if we're
a
going
lot
to
of
see
damage
Rahilda
counter,
play
too.
into this or not. I feel like I'd be surprised if it did.
Yeah, playing into both the counter here and then the wrath, seems a little sketch. So
I'm actually kind of surprised to see Spikefield Hazard play as a land there when our blue-white player is at 4 and we also have Inspiration in hand.
I agree. We're again not really in a huge rush. And that's part of the thing is that having these burn spells gives you this reach where if you lose the board to Hullbreaker Hard or Leer or whatever, like you can still just kill them. Like it's all right,
Yep.
I'll just bolt you, I guess. And then you're gonna have time to do it. So, ooh, you know what time it is, Jeff?
It's time for
It's
the
a
removal spells to be turned on, Jim.
Yep. Time for some grasping.
Yep. I've been holding these for a while for a special occasion, and that break out the Chardonnay. We have found that.
That's always the crux a little bit of control decks too, is that your win condition and control deck will often be a creature of some kind, but it needs to have a plan for the multiple kill spells that have been rotting your opponent's hand for multiple turns. So
It's like the creature finally comes out and its mid-range is just like, yes, my hand has text.
yeah, you don't want your opponent to pump their fist when you play your creature in your control deck.
Yep. And in the post-board games now, that type of effect will be more awkward because as we can see here from the red-black side, I have to imagine things like Infernal Grasp and stuff are going to come out a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, I mean maybe you leave in a few copies of like Soul Shatter or something like that, just have an all-purpose out to Hullbreaker Horror or the creature land and stuff like that. But for sure, there'll be many less kill spells, no Thundering Rebukes, probably no grasps. However, we see Duresses come in, and then again we see that sort of like package for the mid-range deck coming against the control deck, and usually the mid-range deck is favored a little bit post-board because of those Duresses and everything else.
And now we see a board plan here from our blue-white player that I actually really like, given how their sideboard is constructed. All the divide by zeros have come out in this attrition matchup. And I think that's probably something that just always has to happen for Drew. They're fine when the matchup is about tempo into your sweeper, but the sweepers just weren't a big enough impact here, which meant that the divide by zeros were just card disadvantage in every situation.
Yep, and same for Divine Purge. Same exact thing. You can't afford to Divine Purge or Rotilda and have them just recast it on turn 6 and just keep playing. So unsummon, not very good in a grindy matchup. So bringing in the more grindy cards, and we're going to see if our blue-eye control player can get down a Mordenkainen or a Teferi or get some deluges going. I should draw some cards.
I mean, we saw it wasn't for a lack of card advantage in that first game. We saw 2 deluges and a behold get cast, right? It's just the cards that they were drawing into didn't end up being particularly impactful enough to swing the game.
Strange omission here from his blue-eye control deck. No copies of Discover the Formula. Usually a card that goes hand in hand with Geist Channeler. The reason to play Geist Channeler is to have a format Discover the Formula and really
You're
chain
right.
up the curve. Interesting, leaning more on Mordenkainen and Key to the Archive and stuff. So
Yeah,
Definitely interesting.
I agree with you. I don't think specifically not having Discover the Formula is bad, but its omission alongside playing 4 copies of Geist Chandler is one that stands out to me a little bit.
Yeah, so those cards seem to be made for each other. So giving the control deck kind of a good nut draw, which is not a thing control decks usually have. Usually control decks are just
Yep.
playing very, very fair. Don't get to have that sort of like insane draw to a free win, but turn 2 Channeler, turn 4 Discover, untap with all your cheap spells is a pretty good place to be.
Love this hand for our red-black player here. I would wager we're going to see this Bloodthirsty Adversary as a 2/2 with haste on turn 2. We've got Graveyard Trespasser into Sorin if they find that untapped black source. Just really good proactive curve that's also going to generate a bit of card advantage with Sorin at the end of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Also got Bugbear as well, so if you see a sweeper, Bugbear can fire right in. And that is the
Speaking
one blind spot on Farewell is Planeswalkers. It can hit everything but Planeswalkers. So Sorin looking pretty good.
Speaking of sweepers, Doomscar going to go ahead and head on into exile here with the Foretell. Picked up a 4th land for a red-black player, but not quite that untapped black they're looking for. Still, they'll have a couple more turns to find their way to it. Now,
Pretty good pickup for a control player here in the disruption.
for our blue-white player, it is worth noting that Behold the Multiverse. Oh, this is cute. They have 1 Behold and 1 Doomscar in their deck as far as Foretell cards go. I was wondering what's the certainty on this Foretell. So nice even split. Wonder if we'll see Trespasser play out here or not with that potential.
It's funny, however, because Drew kind of wants, doesn't want. It's so if Samson plays the Trespasser, does Drew even bother to disrupt it when they have Doomscar available? Also, it's an interesting little conundrum.
Yeah, this is okay. Just gonna go ahead and choose to spend their mana here. Can use the Doomscar as a bit of a reset button in the future. This is much worse into a Planeswalker, but perhaps also Drew knows they're just like tapping out for Key to the Archive this turn.
Yeah, and Smite's an excellent pickup too, because Smite can answer the Planeswalker. So Smite kills Planeswalker, Doomscar kills Token plus Adversary. So a pretty good path here for Drew.
Yeah, really pretty powerful card against these black decks. Being able to exile something specifically goes along with a lot of the death triggers, and 2 mana at instant speed is nothing to scoff at.
Yep, super efficient.
See a bit of a tank here. I guess we're debating on if we want to key versus Doomscar this turn. Perhaps thinking through which card we want to discard with the Key to the Archives. Remember, while this does draft a card, you have to discard a card afterwards.
So hits the approach, one of the bigger hits on Key.
Yeah, because remember that key notably accelerates you 2 mana. So if you take the approach the second sun here, you can approach on turn 5, giving you a little bit of life, and then you just gotta stall the game until you get back down to that card in your deck.
Yeah, an approach is a kind of pseudo combo card in that it is really, really good in a matchup like this where your opponent can grind you out. You can just say, forget that part of the game. I'm just gonna cast this card, kill me in 3 turns, you're dead. Kind of thing. So a little surprised to see the approach not taken here.
Perhaps valuing the Electrolyze as the ability to grind. I think acknowledging that they believe as the game goes longer, they're going to be more favored, which I think is probably an accurate assessment.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love Electrolyze for sure. Killing the adversary, drawing a card feels great. But approach just feels like the real card if you're understanding how the matchup's going to play out. The way to just circumvent everything. Once you cast it, that's it. There's no way for the red black player to stop at any point. Can't duress it. Can't exile it. It's just going to be there. It's ticking time bomb, and that's the game if it's cast again.
Kind of a neat card here. We've got Kumano, Faces of the Kazan. Does a damage. The turn comes into play, gives you an extra 1/1 counter on a creature the following turn, and then this flips over. It notably turns into a 2/2 with haste, so it's going to get to attack right away when it transforms.
Kind of an interesting card. Is this card in the sideboard for them? I don't have a list up right now. Because it's a card that doesn't really make a lot of sense with the main strategy of a deck being more of like a grindy 2-for-1 deck, being more of like an aggro card. However, it would be a pretty cool card to bring against a control deck to allow you to get that pressure going early.
Looks like there are 2 copies of this in the main deck for Samsoni.
Okay. Cool. Definitely a cool card.
It does curve really nicely for aggressive starts with Bloodthirsty Adversary. You play this on 1, and then you get your adversary as a 3/3 with haste on turn 2.
For sure. Important to note, however, that the chapter 2 on this is not a digital only mechanic. It will not track it for you. So it is only on that second turn.
Yep.
So if you don't cast the creature on the second turn, you lose the effect of it.
And this is a tough squeeze now, right? You're like, well, do I get my value off my 1/1 counter and play into a potential Doomscar, or would I rather like go blank and get the guaranteed 2 for 1 before they get their hand empty?
Yeah, and it's interesting is that with the Bugbear available, there is no fifth land right now, but a Doomscar here would see the Saga flip next turn as a 2/2 haster and the Bugbear available also.
We see our bottom player here choosing to try and play Magic Arena like it's Magic Online, holding full control mode constantly here as their timer pops up with them getting under the 12-minute mark.
Yeah, and this is only game 2. So
and they're down a game. So this the bluffing value you get from executing in this way is so super minimal to the amount of time that you're wasting. And the clock is a real resource, and you only have so much of it when you're trying to play a deck like Drew's playing that wins particularly slowly.
Yep, yeah. If you're playing a control player, you're playing against your opponent and the clock basically all the time. So pretty good play. Obviously, Farewell there, exiling the entire board. But there's still a lot left over for our Rakdos player. This is a devastating go blank.
Yep. And with the one resource Drew has left is this Hall of the Storm Giants, and Town Razor Tyrant is lurking in the wings, ready to just like disable that.
Well, pretty good draw. The Soul Shatters here can mop these up a little bit, and Town Razor Tyrant's still also quite good. So
I think I'd still rather be on the red black side of the board in this game currently.
Yeah, I agree. With the Hall going away, Shatters mopping up, and Sorin there as well. Sorin and Den of the Bugbear too.
Yep.
And again, this is what I was saying about that approach. If the approach had just been cast the turn after there was gotten,
yep.
Now
cast it on turn 5, and there'd be a ticking time bomb waiting to come off the top. And instead, we're just kind of moping around now.
Yep. And now Drew's been kind of slogged into this 2-for-1 back and forth kind of game, and has to really, really grind it out.
We see the Sorin go up here, which I really like. Not only does it generate card advantage for us, but it means if Drew wants to attack in, they can trade the Town Razor Tyrant on Samsoni's side, and the Planeswalker still gets to survive.
Yeah, but then once we see the untap, the Soul Shatters are live as well, and Sorin's probably going to start going to town.
Yeah, getting to, personal Howling Mine effect with a Planeswalker like this. Your life total isn't really under any duress in this matchup, so the downside of it taking your life points away as it draws you cards is really pretty minimal.
Yeah, and with Drew so low on resources, it's going to be hard. You're really going to require Drew to draw, a Memory Deluge, some sort of like big card draw spell to kind of get things back going here.
And even that, there's not going to be that much time on the blue-white player side of the board because we have a lot of pressure here. Town Razor, yes, please.
Townie.
Ooh, we're actually going to get into a little bit of trouble jamming this here into the Syncopate, huh? Because it means that we're not going to be able to kill the Angel, and the Angel kills the Sorin, and suddenly this game is very close. I like that we're even taking the time to manually tap, even though we're spending all of our mana for things. And by I mean I hate it, Jim. Please make it stop.
9 minutes and 35 seconds left. It'll stop at that point. When that time expires, it'll all be over.
Please stop.
It's an interesting choice here to fire up the adversary as a 2/2 haste. Could obviously gotten value off of it with the later on the inspiration, cast inspiration, deal 3, get a spell, cast it, get inspiration back, deal 3, get another spell. Just go over the damage here though.
I like it. We're just racing this Angel nice and clean. The Sorin's gonna go down this turn, but then next turn we get to go ahead and Soul Shatter and clean it out. The inspiration gets to pop off like you said and fetch up what I imagine is a mascot exhibition. Although I guess we might just see the Den of the Bugbear fire up this turn, huh? If you Den, you crack in for 6.
Den's looking pretty good. The card drawn for Drew is fresh from this turn. So it's looking like the closest clear just to get in for 6. And now that it's foretold, I think it's just a snap, easy choice here. Sure, might as well play this card too. Yeah, this is looking pretty good for our Rakdos player. Don't think we're gonna need that 8 minutes and 40 seconds, Jeff.
I don't think we are, thankfully.
Yeah. Syncopate, not exactly the best draw here. And this should basically do it. It's pretty hard to cast a Doomscar when you have a 4/4 in play and nothing else, and then the Soul Shatter will end the game.
We just saw emotes get toggled on. Maybe we're gonna say good game. Well, I thought we were going to the top right to concede, but it looks like we just turned on emotes. You know what we're not doing though, Jim? We're not turning off full control.
Listen, control player, full control. It all makes sense. It all makes sense.
We even get to duress to let really know that you're dead.
Got to counter it. Can't let it resolve. Like,
oh, don't even give him the option to pay. Yeah. All right. Good stuff.
All right. Impressive match for our Rakdos player. I do love that deck.
Listen, Jim, I enjoy watching blue-white get stuffed in a box. Not gonna lie.
I've been very happy with this tournament. It's been happening quite often.
It has been quite frequent. All right, we are gonna dive right on in to our second feature for round 3 here. My show notes here say we've got Clerics versus Enchantment. So we've seen a little bit of both of those decks already. Let's see how they play out here. Got some Naya enchantments again. The Showdown of the Scald Splash seemed very powerful in this archetype.
Yeah, I'm excited to see more of his Naya deck, honestly. This deck seems super cool.
We've got Esper Clerics here for our MW player, perhaps still playing some Glasspool Mimic, even though you can't fully chain them. It's still good for copying things like Righteous Valkyries for sure.
This is going to be interesting. Both decks kind of just doing their linear thing. You know, both decks want to just get your engines going, and both have pretty powerful engines. Not a ton of interaction between them.
Now, who do you think this favors in a pure engine off type situation? Do you think Clerics runs away with it, or is the Enchantments deck a little bit on the front foot?
I think probably the Clerics player. I mean, I'm sure they have some amount of Skyclad apparitions for a little bit of interaction, and if they're able to gain a lot of life and go really big. The problem with the runes are that there isn't really any big all that glitters ethereal armor, like real big card to push the auras over the top. The effects on each are all rather small. You know, Kami can grow, of course, but it's not always easy to size up super high. You know, we see a good draw from our Clerics player here. This Voice of the Blessed can get rigged really fast. I think the Cleric player is favored. Also being on the play is a huge one as well.
Yeah, that's true. Die roll often comes down to who decides in these creature matches. Scry, Pyre of Heroes on top for our Clerics player, which, yeah, honestly, I think you're probably pretty happy to leave there. See, Angel of Unity coming down, going to make this voice even larger, going to attack in for 4 here. Also make, I guess I could see either of these getting pumped up here. Yep.
Yeah, the Pyre also is a big one, too, because there's not a lot of interaction in the Cleric deck, but there's definitely some. And the Pyre can help make sure that it's found at the right times.
Yeah, and the Runeforge Champion can come down here, which is, you know, you're kind of doing what your deck wants to do, which is grab some cards that draw some more cards and get that kind of wheel churning, but gonna be probably a little bit too little too late. This Voice of the Blessed, if we see the Inquisitor Captain come down this turn, is gonna be as big as a 6/6 here, and should you know something like a Righteous Valkyrie pop up, is gonna threaten to be even larger than that pretty soon.
Yeah, and the issue here is, like I was saying with the runes, you know, the runes are fine, but if his Kami's dealt with, you know, you put the runes on the Runeforge Champion, you're gonna have what? If all the runes are in play, it's gonna be what, a 5/5? You know, that just isn't really that big, you know, and as far as sizing up goes, this deck sizes up, the Cleric deck sizes up really, really well. We see a Valkyrie, and we're kind of off of the races.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a small debate here for our Clerics player, whether or not they think they can get to that 27 life stably. Because remember, the Valkyrie payoff only happens if you can get to that 27, concluding they'd rather have a second voice, which is probably fine. I think either of these are going to go over the top nicely here.
surprised. The Valkyrie, I mean, is quite powerful, but second voice is obviously great. This is a kind of pretty nasty next turn.
Yep. Now, we can play all 4 of these runes out here. Runeforge Champion does say your runes can just pay a generic to cast them. But there's only going to be one large thing on the side of our enchantments player, the Runeforge Champion, not able to get particularly large, while there are 2 big scaries for the clerics player.
Yeah, best draw here would be a naturalist to make them all cost 0. Oh.
Okay.
I am clairvoyant.
Okay,
And
so
now we
say...
could see a pop off here because now all the runes are free.
Okay.
So the issue is that if our clerics player can dig up an answer next turn with the pyre, but this is going to be a pretty cool turn. A little lucky there on the find of a naturalist, but
Notably a 12-11, which means if they wanted to double block, this will get to trade with both of their things. You can see the 7-7 and the 4-4 perhaps trade with the Kami here.
yeah, and the Kami does have the ability to come back, but just kind of like taking down all of his work to put into it
Yes.
is a pretty good way to put place to be.
Yeah, it
So
comes
Kami has the
back
ability
very
where,
much reset.
yeah, if it's in the graveyard and an enchantment dies, it will come back to your hand. But
Can we get to 20? Okay, so this is a fun interaction. So they changed Inquisitor Captain so it only triggers if it was cast from your hand. So you can't chain Glass Pull Mimic out of the deck. But if they cast this Glass Pull Mimic from hand, it copies and triggers Inquisitor Captain because it was cast from hand when it's cloning.
interesting to see the attack here before any casting of spells.
Yeah, very surprised to not see the other voice lift off because like the Glass Pull Mimic would have gained a minimum of 2, which would have given us a 9-9 and a 7-7.
Yeah, it's a lot of potential power left on the table. So I can't imagine that a cleric is not entering the battlefield this turn. So you see a pyre, but the pyre will also make things come into play. So also planning on sacrificing the Luminarch veteran, and they're not. And the 2-drop voice is a core, so it can get a
Yep.
Skyclave apparition.
So Pyre of Heroes, kind of a birthing pod-esque card, but notably you have to get another creature that shares a creature type with the thing that you sacrifice. So has to sacrifice the voice, cannot sacrifice Angel of Unity there. And that explains the attack that we saw, right? Like they maximized their damage by getting in with that before they played the other thing out.
All right, so a lot of weight on Showdown of Skulls here, and you're just gonna see a brick. There's just too many lands in hand, not enough going on. That's kind of what I was saying. The cleric does a really good job of doing its own thing, and then has just the right amount of interaction to break up what the enchantment deck is doing.
Yeah, and it wasn't like the enchantments deck had a bad draw there, right? Like both decks got to have a chance to execute their game plan. And honestly, I think the other thing you pointed out too, the fact that our clerics player got to be on the play definitely gave them a leg up there. I think, had the 12-11 been happening a turn sooner or attacking a turn sooner, maybe we have a chance there. I guess at the same time though, the naturalist kind of came off the top in an ideal spot, and if you're on the play, you're down a card, right?
Yep, that would have been one turn too late. So it was drawn on the exact turn where there was 2 mana left over,
Yep.
and then all the runes could be free.
Yeah, if you have to dig one more card down there, the naturalist has to wait a turn to come into play, and then you don't have the big attack. We see all 4 Skyclave apparitions coming in for our clerics player here, as well as 4 copies of Vanishing Verse. I really like this. This is something that you see happen quite frequently in these kind of more aggressive mirror matches, where in the post-board games, both decks will become a little bit more interactive, trying to lean less on their linear plan and more on, okay, we're going to play to the board and kind of trade back and forth a little bit.
Yeah, and we're not seeing nearly as much from our runes player here. There just isn't really a level of interaction at the quality of Skyclave Apparition. As such, I think we're still pretty favored. I think we're seeing a creature count here. I was thinking this. We have seen on coverage actually an Inquisitor Captain come into play and then just not get anything because their higher creature count was not high enough.
Something to note for the Magic Arena players at home, you do not need to manually count this during sideboarding. If you click on the picture of your deck there in the interface, it will pull up a stat screen that will show you the counts of all of your cards there, and then you can just subtract 4 from that to get your creature count for ones that cost 3 or less.
Fun interaction too is with Captain. If the cards are exiled through various effects, it does not actually count those. So I can get you below the count of 20. I've had that happen once, twice, where I was like, "Wait, what?" And
Yep.
that was the reason why.
It also doesn't count the battlefield, right? So if your board has gone particularly wide, you can also miss that way too.
Oh boy! So we see a triple Skyclave draw for MW. Not a really good life gain draw. As a Voice of the Blessed, not much else going on, but really good answers. And unfortunately, our Runes player is mulliganing too. Gonna ship a showdown, not enough lands, and this could be a quick one.
Captain Ebenhart is a really interesting payoff for this runes deck. While the kind of prison static text on it isn't particularly relevant, the double strike is exceedingly relevant in a deck that wants to make things larger.
What is the cost reduction text on it? It's the card you've drawn this turn, right?
Yeah, your card is cheaper if you drew it for the turn, and your opponent's card is more expensive. Let's pull that one up here. Yeah, so if your card that you drew it's irrelevant, is what it is, Jim. It's gone. Say goodbye.
But yes, it theoretically with the runes, each rune would cost 1, which is pretty sweet. You can kind of keep chaining them as well.
Yep. This is another way similar to the Naturalist, which with the what's it called? The Rune Forge Champion, that you can play a bunch of runes for free in a single turn.
And it's also ways to go big too. Like we were saying earlier, the issues that kind of has sometimes is that it doesn't really go big enough. But double strike, of course, doubling all of your runes is pretty good.
Yeah, our
But
our enchantments player is going to have every one of their proactive plays just kind of shoved in a trash can for the next couple of turns here by these Skyclave apparitions, I would wager.
yeah, even with a full 7 card hand, this would be a really tough game. This is a game where Showdown of Skull is going to need to show up and be really, really big because Skyclave is not the main plan of this cleric deck, but it is part of the plan, and it's very, very good here.
Yep, could not agree more.
Gotta keep a naturalist. Now, I think if Ginkgo could see their opponent's hand here and knew there's more Skyclaves waiting, that would be a bottom because the only card that actually matters is Showdown. But obviously still reasonable with the runes in hand. So gonna hold on to it.
Yep, yeah, and like you said, we have caster vision. You can't know that that's your opponent's only card. Gonna prioritize keeping the visitor in play here because the threatens to grow larger if it were to survive. Unfortunately, it will not.
Yeah, long, long way to go for our worst player. It's hard to imagine a way that Aura's come back here without drawing at least 1, if not 2 Showdown of Skulls and really, really like pumping it up. I think our Cleric's player also has to miss a little bit too. Important to note though, but like these players don't know that. We can see both hands right now. These players can't. So, Giga doesn't know how bad it is for them with these Skyclaves waiting. And then MW doesn't know that the hand isn't just 2 showdowns. So both players need to play a little bit carefully. It looks pretty over to us from the caster vision, but from each player's point of view, there's still a lot going on here.
Okay, a little bit short on green mana here. That leftmost Forsaken, I believe, is on white. So we get to go ahead and do this and pump up some friends here. But then the Runamite is not going to be castable this turn, even though we have 1 mana available because we don't have a green mana available.
That is one thing I would really, really like if they put a border around any card that you select the color.
Yep.
Just a little like on the Magic on they do that. It's like a little, red border on the
Oh,
heart.
yeah, inside of the picture box, right? Or the
Yeah.
yeah.
Definitely, it's at a glance, Crossroads in particular is one of the big ones, but there are other ones as well. Being able to see what color it is at a glance is very, very important.
Offering the trade of this generous visitor for the 3/3 or not. Trying to decide if that's something we're interested in doing. I think I like offering this trade overall, but given the texture of our Cleric's player hand, I assume we're just taking 5 here. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine a block there ever. The thing is that Ginkgo needs time, to draw Showdown of Skull to get things going here. So trading up a redundant visitor for a Voice of the Blessed is pretty big. Choices here. I mean, the Skyclaves are great. Captain's also obviously a great card to try and put the rest of the engine together. There are no life gain effects currently available. She's gonna see an attack though. Love it. When in doubt, just attack.
Okay, I think I like Sky Cleaving the 5/4 here. Debating on captaining? No, we're gonna go do that. Tapping manually to represent a exile target thing. Circle Confinement's not a terrible pickup. It exiles the Skyclave that has the Kami underneath it, so you get a 2/2 back.
Yeah,
Okay.
terrible sequence.
Yeah.
And again, the naturalist naturally having lifelink is awesome. Just a huge thing here because there's so many ways in these decks to just pump it up anyway. So now we see a 6/6 lifelink, which is a reasonable threat. Of course, we know that Skyclave's gonna come down and ruin that, but it's still a pretty big swing.
Yeah, when your opponent has the fourth of their 8 pieces of removal that are in their deck post board, it's a little rough in the top 15. On the enchantment player side, you're like, okay, one of my big things is eventually going to stick around, and that is very much not the case the way MW's draw is lined up here.
Right, yeah. Without a Skyclave here, and a good enchantment draw next turn, the naturalist could just go all the way here, but third Skyclave gonna be pretty good here, and then probably wrap things up for the most part. Again, Show of Scalds perhaps could be a way to grind back in, but now there's just
how about Branch Loft Passway, Jim? Could that grind us back in?
How about I don't know what the backside's called. I killed my joke.
We have options, Jim.
Yes.
Oh, the insult to injury on the yet another Skyclave apparition.
Go play some poker. 4 of a kind. Let's go. Oh yeah, all right. That's pretty good.
4 Skyclaves vanishing versus kicker.
Any wraths in this aura sideboard or?
I do not believe so, Jim.
Yeah.
There's a Crag Crown pathway though.
Or a whatever it's called. I don't know what the backside's called.
All right. We are going to go ahead and queue up a third feature for this round. Looks like I'm missing the notes on my showrunner for this one. Be surprised as all of you at home. Let's see what we've got for our third time shift.
It's exciting. It could be anything.
Could be anything. Oh, Jim. There's a Dawn Crown tier. I'm glad we decided to queue up this one. So Hinata Dawn Crown, really fantastic enabler combo enabler from the latest expansion, Neo Kamigawa. Your spells cost 1 less to cast for every target they have, which when you pair this with a card like Magma Opus, you have lots of cost reduction.
Yeah, the first time this happened to me, I was like, oh, okay, I see how it is. Magma Opus has a lot of targets. It's very easy to make it so it only costs a blue and a red. So that can lead to a turn 4 Magma Opus, or you can even just turn 6, play the Dawn Crown, and immediately cast Magma Opus as well. On their turn, tapping lands, pretty wild.
All right, it looks like we're going to get to see the Naya Enchantments deck in action here today. It's definitely been, along with Werewolves, one of the more popular choices that we've seen in the tournament.
We see the fixed Alrund's Epiphany here. Kind of interesting, it doesn't really have any favorable interaction with the Dawn Crown, but and it's also been nerfed, but still good enough. Still good enough to see play.
The Kami here. Ooh. I assume we have plenty of lands that want to just disruption this. Yeah, I like the tempo generated here. It's also notably the only threat in hand for Peanut Brittle, so pretty devastating. And then Expressive Iteration is such a great rip here.
Yeah, just the Fading Hopes in general are going to be great regardless. And then Showdown of Skulls is great and all, but the Buttons' end game is going to be enough to go way over the top of it with Epiphanies and Dawn Crown, stuff like that. So great draw on Champion, but still a long way to go.
Yep. Who's the beatdown here is definitely the Naya deck. The Hinata deck with the Aldurin's Epiphany is really looking to just go as long as possible here. Not really ways to interact with this card, so you can be confident that you're going to get to untap with it on the Just Guy player side.
Yeah, and honestly, not as scary as it looks. From our Ruins player side, they got to be like, oh crap, But No card in Buttons' hand currently. Oh, never mind. Just kidding. I'm the Harbinger of Doom today,
Don't you
aren't I?
hate when they top deck the Splinter Twin after the Deceiver arc comes down, Jim?
Man, yeah, okay. Forget everything I just said. It's totally pointless. Now their hand's insane and everything's going great for them. So we get to
Cracked
see
in half.
an upkeep Magma Opus. We can even see a windfall into Opus if they want to do that as well. But so Opus, of course, can deal 4 damage as you want. Taps 2 permanents, makes a 4/4, draws 2 cards, and on using your opponent's upkeep, you can just tap their lands, so they can't even play any spells.
What? No upkeep. Okay. Little bit of a misstep here.
Yeah, might have just missed the stop, I guess, because now in the main phase, the lands can be tapped from out of float. So this is significantly worse, but still very good.
Yes. Well, we will persevere on the Jeskai side, I think, here. Now,
Yeah.
notable, our Jeskai player chose not to do anything else with their mana for the turn because they do want to deal 3 damage to the Runeforge champion, which means this Magma Opus has to cost an incredible amount of mana at 4.
This is so expensive.
It's basically unplayable, Jim.
All right, so the mana gets to float here. So our Runes player does get to have a turn here. Without the mana being floated, this would have been an absolutely devastating occurrence, especially with the Showdown going off because the Showdown cards would get wasted. But
yeah, the Naturalist is going to get to come into play here before we cast these spells too, so the Showdown is going to get counters utilized as well off of it. So this is a pretty big slip up from our Jeskai player. I think they're going to be in a dominating enough position that they're going to be able to recover from it, but they've definitely given their opponent a lot of additional resources here.
Yeah, for sure. We do see an Epiphany available as well also, though. So a couple Windfalls, Epiphany. Not quite rolled up for the next turn, but still looking pretty good. Oof, a little short.
Definitely like leading on Windfall here. Gives you a little bit more information. Maybe you find a Magma Opus off the top and have the ability to cast that next turn. Galvanic Iteration. Okay, so that means we could see Foretell, Epiphany, Galvanic Iteration, Double Epiphany next turn.
Yeah, this is just gonna be like all right, you got 1 turn to kill me kind of thing. Here's my Foretell card. You have a great time over there. I suppose it's possible. If a Runeforge champion were to show up.
Oh, okay, we're leaving the ability up on this side to Iteration, Abrade, kill the Naturalist? I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, I guess. Saying that like, okay, I'm not gonna let you kill me from 20 here. I'm just gonna like kill your thing, and obviously there's a bunch of power in play anyway. So
yeah, I like this sequence from our Jeskai player a lot, actually, because if you stop them from gaining life with the Naturalist, they'll be able to, what's the word I'm searching for? They'll be able to die into the Dawn Crown in the air with the Epiphany, just giving you an extra turn with no birds.
yeah, I mean, this is a lot of stuff too, honestly. With the rune giving haste also and the Kami as well.
Oh gosh, yeah, and this gives lifelink now too.
Yeah. Can I actually just kill the Kami and leave the iteration?
Interesting. Okay.
So now we can just see iteration copying Epiphany next turn.
Oh yeah, well, I guess we still have that available, right? We have 3 turns, and we actually don't even need 3 turns. It's like have 16 attack in 2 turns.
Yep. So just copy Time Walk's good enough. No birds, but still good enough.
There's no reason not to, right? Like if this was an open decklist tournament, maybe you can steal information by not showing your opponent that you have Galvanic Iteration, but they know.
Yeah. So a shred of hope there for a second, but Magma Opus, pretty hard to beat. Again, tapping those 2 lands is just so insane. The ability that not only do I have this 4/4 in play, not only does it gain a huge point advantage, but I almost just time walked you as well.
Yeah, and this Jeskai deck seems like it's pretty difficult to sideboard against, right? Because your normal plan of, okay, I kind of want to attrition against the control decks really comes up a bit short here when your opponent has this pseudo combo finish with Magma Opus.
Absolutely. And this is, kind of what I was saying earlier about the whole approach second sun thing. If you're able to kind of have this thing in your deck that says, you know what, this doesn't matter. Cards don't matter. All that matters is I'm able to do this thing and win the game. And that's just huge. That's a huge effect to be able to have access to. So and there aren't really a ton of ways for this runes deck to really be able to deal with the 4/4 in general. We see, one touch of a spirit realm. Uh, Maybe that was also a banishing light, but for the most part, not too many. It's tapping out for the 4/4 is pretty safe. Fading Hope's huge here also. Fading Hope and Valor Stance be the ways to kill the thing you went all in on is huge.
Yeah, the tempo you can generate too, because this control deck is a combo control deck at its core. So normally a control deck, isn't really interested in generating tempo, but when you have that kind of big finish, the tempo is a lot more valuable.
Yep.
Our players mulligan here for the second game. Our Jeskai player being up.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if our runes deck can get off the ground enough. It just does seem like a pretty uphill battle. There's a lot of good interaction in this Jeskai deck, as well as a very, very powerful finish.
See those critical pieces of early interaction here. Going to get to abrade a visitor early, and then as soon as something else grows out of range of the red removal spells, Valorous Stance really complements the red removal nicely, right? Because like when something's too large for abrades to clean out, Stance is like, that's fine, I've got this.
Yep, absolutely.
Windfall, really nice inclusion in this deck because while it's not obviously as powerful as Hinata is alongside Magma Opus, it's another way for you to accelerate into your powerful effect. It kind of gives you 8 enablers for your big flourish as opposed to just 4.
Yeah, that's one of the most important things when you're playing a deck like this, where your floor needs to be good as well. The ceiling of I play this 4/4 on turn 4, on turn 5 I tap 2 of your lands and draw a bunch of cards and make it 4/4 is great. But what happens when I only draw Magma Opus? What's going to happen there? And the fact that Magma Opus, like you're saying, is castable through Windfall, it's not necessarily a bad card by itself, which is a little clunky. And there's also the reverse synergy of you can just Opus for a treasure on turn 2 and cast the 4/4 on turn 3. Kind of go that way as well, which is super cool too. And then having the 4/4 in play isn't just good Magma Opus. We have a 1 mana Abrade or a 1 mana Valor Stance. Those are also very valid things too. Stance can protect the 4/4, cheap removal spells. So a lot of good cross synergy here as well, beyond just the main, I have this 4/4 that makes my Magma Opus cost 2.
Card here in hand for our Naya player that actually got me when I was playing on the ladder the other day. Tamio's Safekeeping, another kind of Ranger's Guile-esque effect, but instead of giving a 1/1 counter, it allows you to gain a little bit of life, and it makes the thing you target indestructible.
I love the boomer cards. There's been like Blossoming Defense, Snakeskin Veil since then, but you said Ranger's Guile, and I'm like, oh yeah, Ranger's Guile, I know it's up.
You're on. Okay, I'm honest. I just assume Snakeskin Veil is Ranger's Guile. You're right. It's technically a little better, right? It gives a 1/1 counter instead.
Yep. But I was there, Gandalf. I was there 3,000 years ago, casting Ranger's Guile right with you.
Maybe a small mistake from our Jeskai player here. Perhaps should have abraded the Runeforge champion in response to this trigger, because once this trigger resolves, they're going to get to cast one of these runes for 1 mana. Perhaps looking for the bait here. You're going to give them the 1/1 counters, but you're also going to kill the thing they're going to target with it. And I love this heads up play from Peanut Brittle. Like, you obviously have a removal spell. I'm just going to put this rune on my land so you can't kill the target and deny me the card draw.
Yep, and you can spread the counters out too, which is awesome.
Yeah, I think the Jeskai player kind of got caught with their hand in the cookie jar here, hoping to kind of get them and deny their card draw, and ultimately just ends up giving them extra 1/1 counters and tempo they didn't have to give.
And we're going to see the Abrade hit the Visitor, not the Runeforge champion. And there isn't really any more, I think, anything else going on removal-wise here, so
Yeah, and
interesting spot.
We're at least 2 turns off from the Magma Opus, right? Because you need 6 lands plus the treasures from the Windfall, so...
Yep.
And I assume we're windfalling this turn, which means we're just going to take whatever the hit is to the dome. Maybe it's just Showdown this turn?
I mean,
we drew a Naturalist.
So now it's Naturalist, every rune is free, and the Safekeeping's up for protection as well. So this is a pretty scary turn. There could be a lot of things happening this turn, depending on how good the draw is off Rune of Speed. I think that playing Showdown's also a little... I think it's going to go for it. Showdown's a little awkward against a counterspell or something like that, divide by 0, and then has to play a land first. It's kind of awkward.
Okay. Gonna get pretty punished for this Valor stance supposed unexpected windfall here. Get to save the threat. Use the resources. Commune with the spirits is really, really gross. Cantrips are really good with Showdown of the Skulls, chapters 2 and 3.
Yeah, super awesome being able to cash in your counters and then cash the cards in as well.
So according to my
All right.
card look up here, in Magic we can now commune with spirits, dinosaurs, lava, nature, and the gods.
It's important to have a connection with everything around you,
The types of things you
Really?
can talk to in Magic the Gathering.
Yeah. Hopefully we can commune more things as well. I
So
want to commune with goblins, all right? One red, commune with goblins. I'm not sure what it's going to do, but I just want it. I love seeing these cantrip effects in non-blue. I really do.
Yes. Yep. The commune with lava is notably a red card, Jim. So communing is not outside of the red color wheel. So your commune with goblins is potentially on the table.
I ain't no cantrip. That's like a super expensive, the worst lineup stage of all time, right? It's like red X or something. I want a cantrip. All mana spells.
All right.
I guess the new red artifact is like kind of cantrip-y from a new set, the synthesizer.
Yes. Yeah, that one I've been playing that one a little bit in historic, and it's been interesting.
Yeah, that card's cool.
All right, Rune of Speed. Gonna go ahead and try and pop the Naturalist off here. Our enchantments player here seems like they smell weakness and are going in for the big punch. Is this lethal?
Yeah, this is a pretty big swing. We're gonna see the counters from Showdown, Visitor.
If they draw another enchantment, I think this is lethal.
All right, they found the Abrade. The problem is the Abrade costs them the treasures.
Well, they drew the Hinata too.
Right, they also drew a Dawn Crown. So if we see a land draw here, now we can see Dawn Crown, land, go, Magma Opus. So pretty insane pickup from this windfall. No land though.
Okay, but we get a redraw here basically, right? So we have to chump block the Visitor obviously this turn, but with the other Hinata drawn as the brick, we get to Hinata into another land potentially next turn.
Yes. Trample.
Oh, wait,
however.
is that lethal? That is exactly lethal.
Exactly lethal. Wow. So yeah, definitely good navigation from our runes player there. Maybe a slight misstep or two from our Jeskai player, and got caught with their pants down once or twice, and that'll do it. The runes engine is very powerful. If things get going, they go pretty quick.
Yeah, the sizing of those creatures just grew out of control. Really a showcase of why there is a red splash in this archetype. Showdown of the Skulls just punching the clock and going to work, not only generating a lot of card advantage, but also just putting a ton of power into play with these 1/1 counters.
Yeah, it's also cool because Showdown's usually just played as like this really good card, but it also being an enchantment means it synergizes with everything else in the deck as well. It's cheaper with the Naturalist, it triggers the other thing. You can find it with the Commune, so it's even better than it usually is.
Right, pretty decent draws for both of our players here. We've got the combo in hand for the Jeskai player, along with a piece of interaction, and they've got it guaranteed for the Hinata on 3 with the Celiotus.
Yeah, I feel like if both players' hands are good here, it heavily favors our Jeskai player. If the answers are going to line up as well as the pseudo combo, this is going to be might be a short game here.
There is a borrowed time in hand for our Green player, which is one of their few ways to deal with Hinata, and we're going for an especially aggressive line here.
Yeah, this is ambitious. I don't know if I like this. We had the Abrade already available to kill the Kami. Keeping the Aura's player off the board is huge because it's hard for them to kind of get their whole engine going. But now Buttons has given our Aura's player the opportunity to not only get on the board but also answer the 4/4, and now we're sort of like, all right, missed fourth land drop. Now no more 4/4 available, and kind of in trouble.
Yep. I wonder if we're gonna see. Yep, love this. Hallowed Haunting, really powerful engine card in this enchantments deck. Kind of similar to Showdown chapters 2 and 3 in the way it lets you snowball as you play more things out.
Yeah, and absolutely brutal here for Buttons. Bricking on the iteration for land. Still stuck on 3 lands, and again, like you're saying, this Hallowed Haunting is really, really good here against the removal spells and spot removal spells. This is quickly falling apart for Buttons.
Right, there's the fourth land. Could be too little too late with the Valorous Stance in hand for our Enchantments player already rolled up to answer the Hinata.
Yep. Take that out. We see a rune here. We see a lot more bodies in play, and yeah. Attack for 8.
Not quite lethal, but gonna be lethal soon enough. And there aren't. I guess there could be Divine Purges in our Jeskai player's deck that could get some back up from here. But outside of that, I think we're mostly in garbage time here, Jim.
Yeah, and then even then, the purge, like, visitor costs 3 and naturals cost 4. It's not that bad, you know. Like,
Yep.
and with the Jeskai stumbling so much on lands and things like that, there'd be plenty of time to cast the cards. Yeah.
Okay, there we have the concession. All right, chat. It looks like our players are actually already into round 4 with our feature matches going. So we're just gonna go ahead and run the no breaks roll right on in. Let me take a look at my show notes here really quick and see what matches we have to poke at. All right. So we haven't shown it yet this tournament. But we've got some red-green aggro here as 25% of the field. And we've got Sandy Dog MTG playing red-green aggro. For those not familiar with them, they're a player that has had a lot of tournament success both in Magic, Arena, and Paper. And they're very known for playing powerful, aggressive decks when they're having success a lot of the time.
Red decks and Sandy Dog, just like this. I'm always surprised to see green in Sandy Dog's deck, because Sandy Dog is so well known for playing mono red. But with Boros being the de facto best aggressive archetype, not super surprised.
All right, so almost in poetic, fitting fashion, Jim, Sandy Dog, with their red-green aggro deck, is actually going to be playing against mono red aggro here this round.
That is pretty funny.
Betray. Oh, wait. No, I've been misinformed. I've been misinformed.
It's close to mono red aggro. It's just, there's a red card or two in there.
Oh, wait. Oh, you know why I've been misinformed? It's not on me. I actually wasn't lied to. I apologize to my showrunner, who I just said I was misinformed by. I have clicked into the wrong one. We might get to another Hinata match here. I want to watch Sandy Dog play first.
There we go.
There we go. There's like, wait, these usernames don't match up. Shout outs to my showrunners for keeping me informed. We have a real production staff, chat. We're almost like a real studio. There we go. Mono red versus red green here, as promised, for our round 4 feature match. For those of you just tuning in, this tournament is double elimination, which means when players take their second loss, they're removed from the event. So all of the players you'll be watching on coverage all day today are still live to win the entire tournament.
Which is awesome.
Yep. It's really great from a picking feature match perspective. You're just like, all right, who do we need to go? It's like, just whichever one you like, because they're all live. Just find the sweetest decks you want to watch.
There were feature matches back in the day. We're in round 16 of an open. The player is playing for probably 9th. Yep. Like, the winner might make it, maybe.
For Tenacious Pup here, a digital design that could technically be feasible in paper, but is one of those things where it's like just annoying enough to track that I don't think we would ever see this as a paper Magic card.
Yeah, for sure. This is the kind of effect you'll see in paper for like the next turn or this turn. But, if you're in a game where both players are flooding and you forget about it 4 turns later, it could be an issue.
Yep. And this effect really very powerful with Rahilda here, because notably this gives the creature you're putting it on a trample counter, which means Rahilda is basically guaranteed to get to connect here.
Yeah, this is very ideal, and also sized up around against this play with fire too. So Rahilda is off to the races here.
Yep. I would not be surprised.
Is
we have a choice here.
Is that, sorry, he can't attack the Planeswalker and draw cards too.
That's true. You do have to pick between those two things. Now, Sandy's got a bit of a choice here. Do they want to deploy this Townraiser Tyrant, or do they want to start growing the Rahilda larger by leveling the Ranger's class? While the Townraiser Tyrant's a little bit more resource efficient, there's also some appeal on Sandy's side to get the Rahilda out of range of this red removal so it can just completely take over the game.
But wait, Jeff. I thought they nerfed Townraiser Tyrant against monocolored decks, right?
Jim says as we see the Den of the Bugbear in play.
Yep.
They nerfed it the same way Blood Moon's not good against two color decks in Modern. A lot of the time it isn't, but some of the time it's still really good.
Yeah, yeah. So also part of the value here is that seeing the cards where Hilda hits gives you a little
Yes.
bit of extra wiggle
Yep.
room too.
And something to note on Rahilda's templating is once Rahilda has drawn a card, and this is part of why she's so powerful, is that it doesn't matter if she's removed from the battlefield because she just cares if you attacked with a wolf or a werewolf to cast them on later turns. So because we have things like the pup in this red-green deck, even if Rahilda is taken off the battlefield this turn, she's still going to have generated card advantage.
Yeah, and this game is looking pretty heavily in Sandy Dog's favor now with the Tyrant lined up, the Rahilda lined up, still got Ranger class hanging out, and the red deck doesn't play particularly well from behind. And honestly, this is just kind of like a classic matchup here, where the big red green deck tends to beat up on the slightly smaller mono red deck.
Yeah, from a typical game theory perspective, you want to be the slightly bigger deck in the aggressive mirror. Would you like to discard your hand to draw 3 cards? They would not.
So not a very tempo forward play there from our mono red player. Able to get in with the helm, but the Ronin, of course, bounces back to hand. And now a bunch of the cards for our red player here are in the wrong spot. They're in hand, not in the battlefield, and Sandy Dog's board is getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, we have a few choices here again. If we level the Rangers class, we could just build up the Rahilda. We could also just put a counter on the Town Razor and take the Planeswalker out. Of course, the mono red player is only at 13, so it might just be right to just ignore the Planeswalker in this spot.
We could also see the Besager just take out this 2/2 here, which would give them an extra mana, but kind of keep the board clear.
Oh,
Can
it
hold
is
on
an
to it though.
artifact, isn't it? That's gross.
Correct, yes. Besager being an actual Doomblade sometimes is pretty cool. Obviously, they will get the land, and this is a spot where they have a lot of cards in hand, so giving them a land is not necessarily the greatest thing in the world. So just gonna wait on that.
Yeah, this also lets them see what they're drawing with the Rahilda before they make
Yep.
a decision. And I assume we're going to see at least faces. Oh, we're leaving the Besager up. Sure.
Now,
That
that's
makes sense.
surprising because I think Sandy Dog might have missed the Besager only costs 1 because Rahilda's a legend. Otherwise, I don't see any reason to not
Oh,
play
it totally does.
the Kamano there because the
I miss.
Kamano it doesn't matter too much, but it would have been a free extra thing to play there for a fierce points of damage.
Yep.
Kind of a weird rider text, it's just like you don't often have that many legends in play, and the cards are already good enough by themselves, all with channel lands, but even better with legends available.
Well, Kamigawa has like that legend sub theme, Jim. So you need your best cards to be on theme.
It's got every sub theme, so many sub themes.
Plus, Jim, I want you to consider if this didn't make itself cheaper when you had legends in play, we would lose what? Almost 10 words off of this card? And if we take 10 words off of all of these cards, how would we be the wordiest set of all time?
It is true. There are many, many words on this card. Imagine if it still had the add, 1 green mana to your mana pool full line, and not just the add green.
Yep. All right, our mono red player, very quick to sideboard here. Doesn't surprise me that Sandy's taking a little bit more time here. I think the green red deck is a lot more common in this format than mono red, so I would expect the mono red player to be prepared for the green red matchup more so than the green red player to have a forward game plan for the mono red matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting too to see where our mono red player wants to go, because their main strategy of just kind of like get you fast doesn't really work super well here because they're constantly running into larger blockers, and their creatures are going to be constantly outsized. Do they want to try and go a little bigger? Do they want to try and just stay fast on the play? There's a lot of different ways a mono red deck can approach a matchup like this. So pretty good hands here. Mono red players got Chandra, a couple removal spells. Burning Hand's going to be a big one here as a way to take down those larger creatures. Uh, Sandy Dog's hand's a little iffy, a little land light, but has a lot of great cheap creatures. Pack Leader being a huge one, of course.
We have the pretty good aggressive curve for a red player, though. Although I guess that's not actually true. They really need a 2-drop on 2 to work with this faces, huh?
Yeah, I mean, End Step Burning Hands on a 2-drop is pretty powerful. And then if Chandra can turn up, even the Chandra plus Play with Fire sequence is pretty good too. So But I agree, filling the curve here would be pretty nice.
And again, this saga here is a paper card, so it is only until end of turn. So when our mono red player does not have a creature, they've just missed the second chapter on this card effectively.
Yes, but certainly is a nice part of the card as well. As a delayed 2/2 haster with 1 point of damage, it's fine, but you really want to get all the pieces of his card if possible.
Right, here's the pack leader coming down. I have to imagine we're going to see Burning Hands just take this out. Not only you want to clean board when your Planeswalker comes down, and you also want to use your resources efficiently for the turn on the red side.
Yeah, and Chandra is a big part of this red deck trying to be able to play this longer game with the green deck. If they can't necessarily get through super fast with all the big creatures, they can draw some cards, kind of roll along here, draw some kill spells, and try and go that route.
So here's a creature, and then the hand is not particularly strong for our red player, but Chandra here is a card that can fix that over a couple of turns, right? She can
Yeah, and
threaten to
second Burning
generate.
Hands is a great draw.
Yep. Able to generate a little bit of card advantage here. A lot of 1 and 2 mana spells in this red deck that could pair with Burning Hands next turn to generate a double spell turn. We could see, debating on whether or not we want to untap this here, and I think I like this. Yeah, the Storm Seeker to start pressuring the Planeswalker is good. And the third point of toughness on this red creature, a big deal into the hand that's basically double shock.
Yeah, can't Burning Hands this one. So, and there aren't a ton of good 3 damage effects in this format.
We draw a card and get a free 2/2. Unfortunately, not quite able to kick that up yet. Need 3 extra mana to do that. Now, yep, the Aperture plus the Play with Fire will trade with the Stormseeker down the line, but the Stormseeker does threaten to give everything else that our red-green player has haste, which is very scary.
Yeah, a little riskier to go down off of the Burning Hands. Now hasty things come off the top. If they're not too toughness, they can kill Chandra. A pack leader here would be pretty devastating, honestly. It draws a card, kills Chandra, gets on the board pretty well. Now, Sandy Dog is at 11. So it's funny. I'm almost like we're flipping like, oh, Sandy Dog is at 11. Oh, yeah, right. Not the mono red player. But, so 11 is, partly in range of what our red deck is trying to do, but still reasonably safe.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how we sequence here. I like what you said about the Werewolf pack leader. You're kind of hoping that if you do that you spike the 4th land. So that way you can play another creature out afterwards. If you play this and you miss on the land, your opponent has a land, the Den of the Bugbear plus the other 2 fire up for 8, which puts you rather low.
Yeah, that is a lot. That's a lot. Probably the highest upside play for sure. Without any actual kill spells on Sandy Dog's side, kind of just has to battle with creatures here. All right, so there they go. Chandra's dead either way, and the draw is not a land. And that probably spells doom for Sandy Dog, and probably it'll lead us into a game 3.
Honestly, a little surprised to see this trade happen since the Chandra is going down anyways. I think if you play with Fire the Dome, the land would have been lethal, right? You're probably still okay here.
Yeah, I agree. We're at the point now where creatures don't matter that much. Yeah, we're
Yep.
1 short, but
No, because we would have had the 1/1 if we didn't block. We could have
right.
had
You're
1 plus
totally
the
right.
2.
Correct.
And I
Yeah, so
think
that was lethal.
it looks like Sandy's probably still going down to the creature land firing up again next turn, but things to count.
Yeah, just wide enough. Yeah, that's part of the deciding how you want to play. Do you want to be drawing to kill them, drawing a land to kill them, or do you want to just kill for stuff and trade and play a longer game? And this red deck I think has to get under. It's gonna be very hard in game 3 on the draw.
So that is a bolt land that was drawn for Sandy Dogs. They do only have access to 3 mana here. They can block 2 things here, which means an attack with all is leaving them taking 4. So this game is over if the creature land fires up again next turn for Gideon. The haste here from Storm Shard Slasher, not going to be relevant. Nice, healthy 20 for a red player.
And to play with fire too, yeah. So got things covered multiple ways. aren't many 1-mana green cards here. I suppose the new protection spell does gain 2 life, right? I think.
Oh,
Was
it
it
does. You're
10?
right. Tameos, whatnot.
Yeah, but we are open deckless, and I guess there is one Tameo safekeeping in this cruel sideboard, but gonna fire it up at 21 life. You're firing it up there,
Yeah,
you know.
I like getting in there for sure. Now, our red player was on the play that game, and that is a big delta in these aggro mirror matches. While the green red player is a little bit bigger, they're definitely much happier getting to be on the play than the draw in basically any matchup.
Yeah, and this is gonna be tough because it's gonna be harder to get that kind of blitz, like we saw in that game. Even though the hand wasn't even that good, it was more, the Gruul deck stumbled a little bit, but just gonna be hard to get out ahead of the large creatures in Gruul and kind of be able in that spot where you have 6 cards in your hand. I'm attacking you for lethal; those cards don't matter. Much harder to do on the draw. So, does our red player want to go a little bigger here? Kind of eyeing this Thundering Raiju. We have a Valakut expiration on the board. Want to try and be a little more of a board control deck or stay aggressive. It's going to be a tough decision to make.
I think it looks like they're trying to stay lower to the ground, which I think is correct. You want to try and gain tempo with things like Burning Hands, even if it's a little bit harder to do that on the draw.
Yeah, definitely an uphill battle for a mono red player here in game 3. And also that game, Sandy Dog drew 0 removal spells. It was all creatures. Even one kill spell there to break things up a little bit might have bought enough time to deploy everything.
Speaking of excellent hands, this Tenacious Pup gains you a life on its trigger, which is not irrelevant. The 1/2 body looks fine into the Rabbit Battery here.
Yep.
Although I
Yeah,
assume
no,
we're
for
going
sure.
to see a mulligan. Yeah.
Excellent hand for Sandy Dog.
Okay. Pretty decent hand for a red player here as well. Let's see how these decks do when they both get to play a reasonable game of Magic.
Yeah, and again, this is a spot where I think that being on play draw is just going to be huge. The small ball kind of cards in our red player's hand, the Rabbit Battery, the Saga, they're just not going to play as well in the draw.
That is
Perfect draw
such
there too.
a good pickup. If you could stack your deck on the red green side, I think you put a Werewolf Pack Leader on top there for every time.
Yep, yeah, the 4/4 pack leader on the play is just so huge. There just aren't that many ways to kill it.
Yep,
It's
there
Thundering
is
Rebuke or bust.
no Burning Hands here could pick it up as well.
Yep.
Getting the second chapter on our saga for the first time this match for the red player, but not really going to get to accomplish much. And again, kind of awkward sequencing, right? Like forced to use the rabbit that turn instead of using the 2 removal spells to take the werewolf out because you only get the chapter from the saga that turn.
Yep, and then that's the problem. So, on the play here, that rabbit gets in for 2, but on the draw, there's a huge monster in the way, and that's kind of the issue. And then the green deck's going to play huge monsters for basically the rest of the game and still at 20 life. Now, it is important to note, Town Razor Tyrant nerf possibly coming into play. It might only be a 4/4 dragon.
Only a 4/4, Jim. Throw it away. I don't want it anymore.
I know. Just total garbage.
And this is like I guess we attack with our 2/2s into the 4/4, and then we play with fire the 4/4. We don't feel good about it, but it's the hand we've been dealt on the red side.
Yeah, interesting spot here because I think that not blocking is like pretty reasonable at 20 life. You can just keep your 4/4 in play, but taking a 2-for-1 is also quite good as well as removing the battery. So no more haste. And now you just have a board of dragon, ranger class, blocker, removal spell, 18 life versus almost nothing.
Yep. Okay. The Epiture is not particularly good on its own, but it does get to turn one of these lands into a potential real resource. Okay.
Right.
So you're saying there's a chance, Jim.
Yeah, that if there's a path, it starts there for sure. Still, 15 is a lot.
It is. It is a lot of hit points. Werewolf Pack Leader coming down is another good one. We have to level up the Ranger class, being super resource efficient this turn. The red player bricks again next turn. The Werewolf Pack Leader can activate its static text to be able to start generating more card advantage, and things are going to snowball pretty heavily from there.
Yep, and we see there, the calmness from Sandy Dog. Doesn't even need to rebuke anything here. Happy to just pump the Ranger class up. Take a point of damage or 2. 15 life is plenty to have a little bit of a buffer.
There's an untapped land. So untapped land means we could see rebuke plus activate the pack leader this turn.
Yep, and again, 12 is still pretty comfortable, and then this attack is pretty big. We have 12 on both sides. activate pack leader attack is what, 8 points of damage, and then a trampler threatening next turn. So
Yep.
pretty huge.
Now, it is worth noting the rabbit battery there is a piece of equipment at the moment, so when it gets knocked out, ooh, okay, I like this. This is spreads it out a little bit more and still lets you draw a card with the pack leader. Wait, is this lethal?
This is the same amount of damage, right?
Okay. Yeah, I like we're just clearing the blocker out. Sure. Run him down. Knows that at 12 with only 3 power in play, they're sitting comfortably, not in danger of losing the game to anything next turn. And then this sets them up, making the werewolf pack leader bigger to give it trample and close things out.
Yeah, that felt actually incredibly similar to just activating the pack leader either way. It was just +2 damage. But either way, still looks pretty good. Voldair and Epicure. The card quality here of the red deck versus the Gruul cards, a little lower because they're more scrappy, smaller, cheaper cards. And
Yep.
that's just how these games usually play out.
So the pack leader gets 1 attack from the Rangers class. It can give itself +2 attacks. That would make it a 7. You add in the Tenacious Pump is 2 more. So I believe we have lethal with an activation here.
Yeah, we're gonna see the layer of a Hydra again. I don't really understand why, honestly. I think we just
Yeah,
have lethal.
the layer's not guaranteed lethal, right? Because you can block. I mean, it probably doesn't matter. I think Sandy's got this luck, but I believe we were deterministic lethal with the werewolf pack leader pump.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
So
now you
against
see 2
trample.
blocks. And our red player goes to 1, and they have a red batter in play, and you need to pull 11 damage out of the hat. And that's not gonna do it. So there you go. Classic matchup. Big red green deck takes down small mono red deck.
All right, I do want to watch more of the Jeskai deck. I have teased at the start of the round before we started talking about getting to see Sandy Dog. So we're gonna get to see the red green deck in action again here. This time playing against Jeskai Control.
This is a pure control deck or a
This is another one of the Hinata decks with the Magma Opus combo.
All right, there you
Notably,
go.
our red-green player is on the play here, which is a pretty big leg up. And there's no red mana in hand for our Jeskai player here. So play in, catch and release.
Some awkward hands here.
Okay, no, I believe we're gonna find a second white source. The Magma Opus could be a second white source.
That is true. That is true at a pinch. Pretty good draw. I mean, that works.
Something that lines up really eloquently here is Divine Purge notably only gets rid of creature artifacts that cost 3 or less, so it does not clear your combo creature.
Yeah, it's your deafening clarion sort of very targeted master removal spell. We're gonna see the coast and not the disruption come down.
That feels bold.
Yes, I mean it gets paid off. So
It's true.
gets paid off. Does go to knight. That's a big aspect of these wolf decks versus control decks is that it's very easy for them to go to knight, and which obviously increases the power level of their creatures by a lot. So maybe we're just like seeing Galaxy Brain here, prepping for the haste creature to come down and counter it with the disruption, or I guess Overlord either way. So not denying either a card draw or a bunch of damage, and can just figure out the Divine Purge later. Okay.
Yeah, choice to make now.
Yeah, so I mean, casting disruption there, costing a land is very real. There's no 4th land yet. There was a 4th land. Now there's no 4th land. So, and the purge could have taken care of the wolves, even if they had drawn a card or dealt more damage.
We just gotta bottom this, right? We're just digging for the land to play our Hinata. Okay.
Gonna top it. I kind of agree. I think that the card draw spell could help find lands, obviously. But
yeah, then you're a turn behind on your card coming down, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So find the land, but now we have a nighttime turn tapped out. against many of the. So we have a huge attack here, 2 cards drawn, 9 damage done. That's a lot.
Yeah. And you can see another land here for the green red player. Yep, that's a big, big, big pickup. And you're kind of hoping to draw running lands here on this side. So now we can Divine Purge and then still hold up Faithful Absence. And then if there's a 6th land that rolls off the top for our Jeskai player, they can Hinata into Opus the following turn.
Yeah, I mean, definitely pretty good path here for sure. A lot of cards in hand for our Gruul player, but does not find land number 5.
And this is kind of the power of the Divine Purge in a deck that has the ability to close, like this Jeskai deck does with its combo. The tempo that Divine Purge provides is really powerful when you have something to follow it up with.
Do you believe we started this game with 2 tap lands?
We did, yeah.
Would you believe it? Ooh, don't tap like that. Make sure the auto tapper taps the white lands here. Well, I guess actually,
yeah, you just need to make sure you don't leave the plains up, right?
Yeah, I guess there aren't actually adequate targets for Magma Opus to cost.
Yes,
2, correct?
You can't upkeep get them, but you can Magma Opus as soon as they put something into play.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no! What a disaster, Jim.
All right, so at first I thought that land was not a blue land. It is, but yeah, Rebuke there is an insane draw.
Oh, gosh. Brutal.
Now, the silver lining here is that now that's the 7th land. Opus can be hard cast if we make it that far.
Now, something noteworthy too here, we've got the Rocket Wolf in exile there. I love the bolt myself to play around the Jawari disruption here. Hats off for that one.
I mean, untapped land here is still really good.
Yeah, but you got to take 2 for the chance of drawing an untapped land, Jim.
Yeah, but he gets to tap 2 sources, kill the 4/4, make a 4/4, draw cards. I think untapped land here wins the game.
How about a negate?
Right. That's not. I can't tell what it is exactly, but it's not an untapped land. So
I think it's a negate.
Yeah, I think it's probably right. But yeah, that's not gonna do it. That's game. It needed to be exactly untapped land this turn, or I guess the 4/4 would have also worked. But now it's just that's just it. So
Like on the green red side, taking a second here to try and figure out like what combination of things you're able to play around here is definitely worth the moment to do.
No, I can't negate that one. Unless that's like a essence scatter, and I just don't know my my Japanese too well. But yeah, so honestly, that game was close. I think an untapped land there might have done it.
Yeah, I agree. At the very least, we continue to play a very real game of Magic with an untapped land.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Jeskai deck, despite having a really awkward hand, has some real staying power. So again, a benefit here for our Gruul deck. I think it's cut some of the bad kill spells that can't kill a 4/4, bring in ones that can kill a 4/4, as well as diversify their threats a little bit.
Yeah, Thundering Rebuke is just so powerful in this matchup.
Yep.
Just like remove your powerful enabler. Is everything you want to be doing.
Yeah, the thing is that if you can remove the Jeskai deck's ability to just like say, all right, turn 4, here's a 4/4, kill it or kill me, and then untap. If you have that answer there, it's just a huge backbreaking swing.
Yeah, something that's very different in this Jeskai deck that we're looking at here that was what was present in the deck list we looked at earlier is there's none of those windfalls that we saw the previous Jeskai deck playing. So if you don't have Hinata in play for this Jeskai deck, your Magma Opuses do cost 8, which is a lot of mana like we saw last game.
For sure. So because of that, much more reliant on a Dawn Crowned. Hence why the 4 copies of Thundering Rebuke that our Gruul player has are going to be clutch. Another 2-land Taplander hand from our Jeskai player. Can they do it again?
They're on the play this time.
Yeah, it's
Makes
much more iffy.
and notably too, like if the second land was just untapped, you could at least behold on 3 before you missed your land drop. But because they're both tapped, that will not be an option.
Yeah, the big thing here is the Fading Hope. So we can just see a Fading Hope. Play land taps, they go Fading Hope, your 2-drop end step, and find land number 3. That certainly works out reasonably well.
Yeah, especially if the 2-drop ends up being that Rangers class here, you're effectively like getting actual value out of the Fading Hope and get that scry in as well.
Exactly. Yeah. So the 1-drop here is huge for our Gruul player because otherwise there wouldn't be a board. So in for 2 here, and we're not gonna see the Fading Hope. So we're gonna see a pack leader. So bouncing pack leader is fine, but as we were saying, not as good as bouncing an actual token and kind of just killing it. So there's your scry, there's your land.
Okay, there's a white source 2 for the Divine Purge, and the scry means that's going to make it more likely that we hit the 4th land the following turn for the Jeskai player, which is a big deal.
Yep. Now the question is going to be: do you want to leave Stroke up or foretell the multiverse? I guess it's only 2 lands to play. Never mind. Leaving up Strokes doesn't make too much sense. So I get the foretell here.
Yeah, we could try and cycle the Magma Opus, but I think this Opus is probably looking like a spell so far this game.
Oof.
Ooh, we see a Crushing Canopy or whatever that spell is called for 3 mana there as well. Yet another way to dispatch Hinata.
That's a lot. That's a
Yep.
lot. So we can see this this version of a deck that's much more reliant on the Dawn Crown is going to be much more vulnerable to all these removal spells. So
Hold
heads up
going
main phase
digging.
on the multiverse, keep it to keep it day, and we see land number 5 and Divide by Zero is pretty good.
I think we definitely want the land. The Divide by Zero I could kind of go either way on. It's a little awkward that we can't hold up Divide alongside the Divine Purge next turn, and we probably are Divine Purging next turn once they add more to the board.
All right, gonna bottom it. They agree with you. You're gonna keep land. Not gonna keep the land. Okay, that's greedy. Ooh.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, that's risky. Not keeping the land there is pretty tough when you don't really have a reliable way to cast Magma Opus yet.
Yeah.
And you also might want to be in a spot where you want to purge and stroke. So a little greedy, not get paid off.
And on the teamer players, or the green red players side, I feel like I would want to jam the Planeswalker here because these disdainful strokes are face up, right? And this is really heads up play from Sandy Oak. Getting
Yeah.
punished on the Jeskai side for the proactive Faithful Absence. Now there's literally 2 disdainful strokes that are just dead draws in hand at this point for our Jeskai player.
Yep. And purge is pretty good here. Getting the tokens and the clue as well. But there's a Planeswalker in play. There's a Stormseeker in hand. A lot going on.
And, Arlen Pax Hope here makes things even more awkward for the control player. Not only does she make these tokens that can get cleared out, but she lets the rest of the creature spells suddenly have flash for the rest of the game if she wants to, essentially, which makes sequencing very tricky when you're on the control side of the board.
It's funny if we had seen a white source there, we could have actually seen Faithful Absence of the Planeswalker and then have the purge swipe all the clues and everything else, but could not find the right white land. If only they had access to a white land at some point during this game, but there's just no way to get one.
Yeah, it's a hard knock life, Jim.
It's a card game. You're shuffling cards. Just don't get what you want. Sometimes it happens. All right, so rebuild.
And now they got to decide: do they want to Faithful Absence now to keep it from going to night, which is probably accurate.
Yeah, but now the floodgates can unleash here. There are plenty of good cards in hand for our Gruul player.
Yeah, pack leader is coming down, and it is ready to find some members of its pack and load cards up into our red-green player's hand.
Yeah. Sample stroke, not looking too hot. Not looking too hot here. Question, of course, is that our Gruul player doesn't necessarily know, what David's hand is. We can see the 2 strokes and we're like, oh man, but needs to play it a little safe here because we're gonna rock the Overlord. Now we are off to the races.
This is what three draws plus a deal 7. So just
Yeah,
in case you happen to find an answer to the board I already have, we're going to put a bunch of gas in the tank for later.
Yep. And I think no land drops have been made yet. So if a land is drawn, the kill spell will be up also. No land drop, but clue there. So the class is there. 6 is not a lot, you know. You're just gonna
Playing
jam.
another-
So kind of like this because you can jam into a Wrath here because you just have a Stormseeker in your hand anyway. So yeah, I'll do it.
Red green
Cool.
looking pretty good, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the big differences that match between that Jeskai deck and the one we saw earlier. The one we saw earlier was much more set up to not rely on the Dawn Crown. Magma Opuses are more castable, kind of treasures flying everywhere, other things going on, whereas this version was more locked in on it and kind of got punished for it. That game, just 2 Opus in hand, totally uncastable, and it's rough.
All right, well, this tournament's been clipping right along, Jim. Our players are already headed into the round 5 feature match area, so we're going to go ahead and throw to a short break because we are not only going to wait for our players to get started, but also Jim is going to be tagging out for a round, and we're going to bring in our special guest commentator, so I'll be back in just a couple of minutes, joined by Raphael Levy for the first time here on the Open Series. So BRB for just a couple of minutes, chat. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Alchemy action real soon. Oh, how are we doing, folks? I promise you that is not Jim Davis. I've done production before. We're doing a bunch of things all at once. I'm joined by Raphael Levy here for the first time today. Excited
Hello.
to have you.
I'm excited too. How are
For
you?
those,
How's it been
I
going?
I'm
How's the
fantastic.
tournament? How's been this tournament?
Alchemy's been a ton of fun. We've had a ton of different decks. In fact, we're going to be watching another deck this round that we've not yet seen today. We got some mono black control to showcase for all of the people at home. For those of you that aren't familiar, Raphael Levy, you are a member of the Magic Hall of Fame, right?
I am. I was inducted in 2006, November 2006. So quite a long time ago. Been playing Magic for about almost 30 years now.
That's
So it's been a while.
awesome. So, Raphael, for those of you that aren't familiar with him, in addition to being part of the Hall of Fame, he is also one of the many Magic the Gathering tutors or coaches that you can find on Metafy, who is one of the sponsors for this tournament. One of the best ways to up your game is to work with some of the best people in the game, and Raphael and others there would be a great way to do that if you're looking to kind of, whether your goal is to do well in a tournament like this or kind of up your game on the arena ladder, they're a great place to check out.
Yeah, if you at any point after a game, after a match, you feel like you could have won a game, that probably means that you could have won that game, and someone to point out what you did wrong is actually the best way to improve and make sure you don't make these mistakes again, the mistakes you don't know about, because that's the problem and that's how you improve.
Yeah, and that's the biggest first hurdle to get over when you're getting into competitive Magic, right? Because in order to improve, you got to understand what you're doing wrong, and finding out those little details can be really tough. And having someone that's really experienced, like Raphael here, give you that leg up could be the difference between winning and losing in your matches. Speaking of winning and losing, let's go ahead and pop on in to our feature match here. So we've got mono black control on the left here, and we've got some red black mid range, a deck we've seen a couple of times already today. Interested to see how it plays out in this grindy matchup.
Yeah, this hand is not very good on the left. No land, and this is a Night Twitch version with lots of lessons. So a sideboard, probably an 8-card sideboard with 7 lessons, something like that.
They've got a key to the archive here, one of those direct to digital cards for Alchemy. Gives a little
Yeah,
bit
it
of
powers
neat
up.
utility.
Yeah, it powers up a turn 5 Blood in the Snow. Blood in the Snow comes sometimes a little late for mono black when you overrun with creatures, and you just need that extra leg to rest the board and maybe bring Lotus back if you discarded it thanks to a learn mechanics. Sometimes
Oh yeah,
happens.
that's really clean synergy. You can discard it and then reanimate it right away. And notably, while the key doesn't make snow mana, you only need 4 or 5 snow with Blood on the Snow to bring back Lolth or the Sorin, like we see here in hand for a mono black player.
Yeah, that's the hidden text on learn. You can discard and draw. You don't always have to look at the sideboard.
See, our red black player kind of in the tank over what they want to do here for the turn have two very different choices they could be making. They could either start applying pressure with something like Graveyard Trespasser, or Go Blank could start pressuring the hand.
Hmm. Kind of like Trespasser here. Who's
Or Spotter might have. There we go. Flip something around. So, yep, the Trespasser comes
yeah.
down. We have Infernal Grasp going ahead and removing that, discarding a card here.
Yeah.
Really
The
clean
Go Blank
curve into the Sorin on an empty board.
and the Go Blank's gonna get rid of the rest of the hand, but you know what? Sorin is often played like this. Like you play Sorin, you make a 2/3. I kinda like drawing right away. Like the Vampire has many times doesn't have that much impact on the board, and a Sorin on the board drawing cards, especially against a grindy deck like Black Red, can have a huge impact. Like here you just offer your Sorin for removal. You do have a 2/3 flying, but that can be taken care of pretty quickly. Whereas, if you keep your Sorin play a couple turns, you can just snowball into a lot of card advantage. So this is I'm not saying it's a bad play, I'm saying it's another way to actually play Sorin.
Yeah, and another part of it too is, Soren's uptick does require you to sacrifice some of your life. So perhaps our mono black player was concerned at going a little bit too low, depending on how aggressive their deck could be. Got some choices here again. Only one 3-mana spell available for our red-black player. Gonna go ahead and fire this off and learn a little bit. Kind of awkward hits on the electrostatic blast here. Doesn't look like... well, I guess the Bloodthirsty Adversary is playable off of the land.
Yeah, 2/2 haste is still right. Free 2/2 haste.
Electrostatic Blast, one of those direct-to-digital cards in Alchemy that kind of feasible in paper from a mechanics perspective, but in terms of tracking across turns, it would be a mechanic that's very easy to lose track of when you played this or not and when it's triggered.
Have you played that card a lot?
I've played it a little bit. Yeah, it's a really neat... It's not quite a cantrip shock, but it's real close in a lot of situations.
I played it a lot, and I can tell you, you often lose track of it.
Yeah,
Sometimes like surprised, like, oh sweet, oh I got another card. Wow, that's nice. That's a good surprise.
The one that gets me when I play with it a lot is my brain is used to like light up the stage where I look at the cards and get all of them, and I'll like play a land off of it, and the other two spells will appear. Like, oh wait, I only got one of those.
When you play both, it's very confusing because you have all of them at the same place,
Yeah,
and you have to look at them and say, what has it been exiled with? All right, let him say this one I can play. This one, no. And if you just shuffle them around, you have like this gets really confusing.
Yep, there's a lot to keep track of. I apologize for the technical issue. I think our red-black player might be having an issue with the screen share here. Unfortunately, we do not have a spectator. Uh-oh.
Spectator mode? What is this?
We do not have a spectator mode. I can go ahead and speed this up a little bit. My show notes here say we're down for about a minute. Hopefully they flip back over here in a second. For those of you watching at home, these are live in the sense that our players are playing right now, but we're actually about 4 or 5 minutes behind the players for the sake of maintaining the competitive integrity of the tournament. We don't want anybody gaining an unfair advantage from watching the stream. So unfortunately, we had a technical issue like this. It technically happened in the past, so we can't address it immediately in real time. For those of you wondering why we don't just switch it right away here. I've given the note to my showrunner to move more quickly in the future, and there we go. They're trying to balance showing us English cards with stream quality because our bottom screen is in non-English, but we'd rather see movement and language most of us can't read than not. So it looks like we had a Town Razor Tyrant and some other things happen here too. The Lulth got pushed off of the board. Town Razor Tyrant's nerf coming into effect here, just being a 4/4 with flying. No non-basics for it to target.
Yeah, is Orihika playing non-basics? Does he have eyes? What's it called? Hive.
Hive of the Eye Tyrant. I would assume that there are some number of Hive of the Eye Tyrant in there.
These are not snow lands, are they? Well, I can't.
I think these are
yeah,
snow lands.
They have to be snow. They have to be snow because of Blood of the Snow.
Yep. Yeah, it's hard to tell. There's so many different cosmetics through it, but these are the special ones. Okay. And just like that, we're actually kind of in an okay-ish spot on the mono black side. So the Brittle Blast is going to clear the 1/1, but then we just have to answer a Den of the Bugbear. So behind, but not out.
Yeah, probably kill the ghoul here, so you have the path open for the haven for the den.
Right, Infernal Grasp not going to be a particularly great card here, but still fantastically ahead with the threat in play. Meathook Massacre could buy a little bit of time down the line, but not going to be an answer to this creature land. Small debate here if they want to let the tokens build up a little bit before they clean them out. Looks like they're deciding that they do.
Okay, here there's a play that the red-black player probably missed. They could have played Mountain and activate Den twice. Oh no, that's a blood, that's not treasure, never mind. They could have played a land before, but should have definitely played a Mountain, so next turn they could activate the Den twice and make 2 tokens when they attack, when the Den attacks.
I think we
That's a little
might see the blood turn the mountain into another card, perhaps prioritizing the Infernal
That's
Grasp
true.
higher. It's close though, because like Infernal Grasp isn't
Yeah.
particularly exciting in this matchup. Although I guess it will
Yeah.
get to clear out the Hive when it attempts to block.
Like I think the land was quite valuable here. So just keeping the blood for later didn't really, like, that also made sense. I mean, I see the line. I mean, that line was not bad. But just to throw another trick with the Den, just in case you don't know how it works. If you activate the Den twice, you get to make another token, like 2 tokens when you attack with the Den. It just the activation stacks up, just like Raging Ravine.
Yes, again, kind of when you activate this, it adds this line of text to the creature. So when you put into the activation twice, it puts that line of text on the card twice. Infernal Grasp going to get to have text box here. Speaking of, going to let this Den of the Bugbear continue to push in. And I imagine this is probably the game. We're going to get the Electrostatic Blast trigger here as well. I don't believe a land's been played for our red-black player just yet, so Hive of the Eye Tyrant's going to come down over here as well. We've got 2 creature lands. Yep, I'm going to be heading to a game 2 with the red-black decks look really impressive every time we've had it on stream today. Good mix of interaction and pressure.
It's also that it's so resilient. It has access to so much card advantage, like the Blast, the Lessons, and the Planeswalkers. Also the Connoisseur. I don't know how to pronounce that properly in English, because that's a French word. That's kind of a French word.
Yeah, the blood tokens allowing you to kind of have this solve your wrong half problem that these mid-range decks usually have. So if your interaction isn't ideal, or if you're flooding a little bit, or if you need another land, kind of smooth out your draws in a really nice way.
Yeah, because that's usually the problem of red-black. You know, you draw like all the removals against the deck without creatures, and you're kind of stuck behind without pressure, and you have a very good late game as well. The vampire, ah, the 2/2 for 2 that becomes very big when it's on turn 20.
Oh,
Insane.
the one that flashes things back, the bloodthirsty adversary.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the adversary. Yeah, this in the late game is such a house. Like, it's the only thing you want. You have 9 mana, you have 10 mana. You're like, okay, please, one time, up. I have 4/4 or 5/5.
Yeah.
Deals.
And then it also draws a couple of
7.
cards too, right? Like between the Electrostatic
Yep.
Blast and the Ingenious Inspirations, it's not only hitting like a truck with haste, but it's also going to draw you a lesson. It's going to impulse 3 cards off the top of your deck roundabouts. Does a lot. And sometimes you just play this card as a 2/2 for 2 on turn 2 and start pressuring the control deck, and you're perfectly happy with it filling that role as well.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, even with the blast earlier in the first game, they found a 2/2 haste and were like, okay, well, that's fine. I'll take that. Fills every slot of the curve. I don't know if a lot of people saw that in that card when it got released.
Yeah, modal cards like that can be pretty tough to evaluate for a lot of folks, because it's you know, the 2/2 haste for 2 isn't a stat line that you'd ever write home about or play about in Constructed, but when you start to add all of the flexibility to it, it's something that slots into your curve nicely in a lot of spots that you're happy to play.
Mhm.
Pretty good hands here on both sides. Maybe a little bit land light for our black player, but they got plenty of interaction to smooth things out in the meantime. Is the new legendary land from Kamigawa there, can be discarded to channel and pick a creature or planeswalker back up from your bin.
And you mill 3, right?
Yep. We see here kind of how our red-black player prioritizes their threats in this matchup. We talked about that adversary being able to be a 2/2 for 2. Instead, our red-black player is saying, no, this matchup's going to go long. I want to save this card for later, try and generate some value with it.
Yeah, and there's a pretty good answer to that in the mono black's hand. Go blank. Go blank. It's not an answer right away, but being able to exile the graveyard at any point during the game. They don't have to play it right now, but later, when our black-red player has played all their resources and plan to flash them back, you can just exile all the graveyard and make it just a 2 haste. Just a 2 haste.
Yeah, go blank is really a good example of you tack a little bit extra onto an effect that's close like Mind Rot, and it really becomes very playable. There's so many decks in this format that while they're not dedicated graveyard decks, they like incidentally generate a little bit of value out of the graveyard, which just makes go blank's effect really powerful.
Yeah. How about that card? How many people managed to evaluate that card properly when it came out and didn't
Yeah,
just classify it as another mind rot?
yep. There's so many of this style of effect printed over the years, Mind Rot Plus in lots of different ways that a lot of them get written off during spoiler season for sure.
Was there any other that was playable? I think Buck Down was one, but that's it. And in Urza's block, Buck Down was
I was just saying
playable.
that one is not one I'm familiar with.
Oh, Buck Down, you sacrifice 2 lands and you discard 3 cards, I think, something like that.
Bog Down. Yeah, that's a plane shift card there. Discards
Chips,
2
yeah.
if the kicker was paid. They discard 3 instead. That's a hefty kicker.
Ah, well, when you head on the board, it's pretty nice.
So we see Baleful Mastery here. Gonna get kind of paid off on the red-black side for making the token with the Sorin right away here. Had they simply drawn a card, they wouldn't have board presence. They just still lost their threat.
Oh, that would still be an extra card.
That's true.
That would not have been
Still,
too bad.
it'd still be up on cards.
Mhm. I mean,
Like the
that's why I don't mind the extra card in hand over the vampire. Vampire sometimes is just irrelevant. That's why. But that's
So I guess one question for you in this matchup, Ralph, is do you think that the red-black player is the deck that's looking to go long, or do you think the snow control player is on the bottom?
that's. I think it's red black ahead. I think red black might be ahead, just because they have so many threats that are hard to answer, and like the late game of red black is just more powerful. I think like adversary is just so much
Okay.
card advantage, and there are not a lot of good ways for mono black to go up in life, and you can't just be at reach of direct damage. So you
Yeah,
kind of need to put pressure on the red black player, and you don't have that many ways. If your planeswalkers die, then it's kind of tough.
yeah. The red-black deck has like almost a sneaky amount of reach inside of its spell base between the deal 3 learn and the electrostatic blast. It can just randomly chunk people out in longer games from 5, 6, 7 life.
Yeah, and if you're the mono black player and you play Infernal Grasp, that's also 2 damage that you have to make up for somehow.
Yep. See a pause here, perhaps considering if they'd like to meat hook massacre these tokens off the board. Instead, choosing to deploy pests, I assume we're going to see a deadly dispute here, draw a couple of cards.
Oh, but this is Elliot Bousseau, Agera. Yeah, I didn't see the Reds Blacks nickname. Elliot Bousseau is a very good French player. I think he's the one who made that deck popular.
The red
The
black
red
deck?
black. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. I played that at I asked for his deck at the last arena open, and I actually played pretty much that list actually. And
Okay.
it's a good deck. He's a very good deck builder, and he's been playing that deck for a long time already. That's the latest version, I guess.
So we see these pest tokens able to provide a very small amount of life gain for the mono black player. Although, like I said, I would assume rather than trading them both, we're going to Deadly Dispute one of these off here for the turn. Yep. Notable that untapped colorless land that was just used to cast speed, there is a Field of Ruin, which I believe is one of the reasons why we didn't see Den of the Bugbear try and come across this turn. Okay, with Sorin on the mono black side, perhaps we no longer have a need to meet Hook Massacre until more gets added to play. We could see Graveyard Trespasser get added to the battlefield from the red black side.
And that would open up for what? For an attack from the den or a
Yeah, the
3?
meat hook's not even that big of a deal if it happens for the red black side, because then the Field of Ruin is tapped off for the turn, unless it's your creature land get in again. Oh, and it's nighttime, so this drains for 2. That's
Yeah.
so excellent.
Yeah, don't forget about that. The direct damage from the trespasser. That's a new card.
That's a Bank Buster there, getting looted away. This is a card that this was a tough one to evaluate during spoiler season, because it kind of reads like a Heart of Koran or almost Smuggler Copter style card, but the Crew 3 is just such a huge cost compared to the cheaper Crew on something like Copter. Oh, the treasure here, super relevant. Between that and the Cellutus, actually able to activate the Field of Ruin Soul this turn. Okay. We're going to see the adversary come down here. There is an electrostatic blast trigger we see waiting on the left here, which we're going to see get flashed back. So this card's not only going to impulse, but it'll have another impulse coming in the future.
Not much value. Oh.
Really unfortunate to flip over some powerful force there. That being said, still have a pretty decent attack here. I like playing the second one of these out. Just get in there, get him half dead this turn.
Yeah, next turn, Elliot has another adversary for another electrostatic blast.
Yep. Well, the first one got exiled. Unfortunately, I don't have access to the player's graveyards, but I'm not sure if there's another instant or sorcery in there for this adversary to flip back up proactively.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. He played the one from the grave. That's right. Never mind. He doesn't have it.
We're seeing here what Ralph was talking about earlier, where the Infernal Grasp really comes at a cost with that 2 life it loses you. Already at 5 life, so really not free to pay even more life.
I guess you only pay 1 life since you have Massacre in play.
That's true. You get at least a refund there in some way.
The Black Invoke is pretty interesting too. That's a pretty good addition to this deck.
Yeah, we watched a mono or a green black deck playing the that black card earlier. I'm blanking on its name, but it makes them sacrifice a creature, enchantment, and planeswalker, and for each one they can't, they lose 2 life and you draw a card, which is good when you're ahead, but a little bit rougher when they've gone wide here.
Except for den tokens, you're pretty sure to hit a creature. Drawing a card is
Invoke
fine.
Despair. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, and if they play a planeswalker as well, they don't have enchantments. No, they don't. Not sure that's the right. Is it in the sideboard in the main? It's probably not the best matchup you can play then. Oh,
Interesting. Okay, so no third adversary played out here. If we only see an attack with this, it's gonna be pretty good for a mono black player. I assume we're gonna see Grasp just take this 3/3 out at the cost of 1 life, basically, thanks to the Meat Hook Massacre. Sorin gets to live, and then the Vampire token can threaten to start gaining a little bit of life next turn. Ooh, deal 3 on top seems pretty good.
That's deal 6 on top, basically.
Oh, it is. Yeah, with the adversary, kind of like what we talked about at during
Yeah.
sideboarding. This red black deck just kind of jumps up and takes down the last little bits of your life total is kind of a surprise.
And Eliot has 9 mana, so it's exactly lethal.
Yep. And actually only need 8, right? We'll need 3 plus 5 to jump up for 6.
It was 5. Yeah, that's right. So it's a little bit more than lethal then.
Yep.
Lethal plus 1 mana. I mean, exactly lethal in terms of life.
And honestly, even if it wasn't lethal, you'd get to learn twice while doming them for 6 too, which probably means
Yeah.
you clean things up.
Ooh, that's can't play the go blank. No.
Okay, we could technically play around the deal 3 on top now. Our bottom
Wow.
player can throw away a vampire, gaining 2 life by attacking, and then they can chump the dragon and power word kill the 3/3. But I don't think that's a particularly good line. You can't know that
True.
the 3 damage is on
True.
top.
Well,
Oh,
if you
there's the
kill the
electrostatic blast trigger too.
no, because he would have just killed the blocker.
Oh yeah,
Unless he
that's true. And
keeps.
then you get to push in. Yep. Here's the flashback on the adversary here. Gonna go ahead and let them send that direct damage right upstairs there. Red black looked really good every time we've seen it on stream today. Would not be surprised to see a number of those lists doing well.
Yeah, it's just so hard to stabilize for mono black. There's always you you never safe. Like unless you stabilize at like 20 life with Sorin with Loth around, it's just you're just at the mercy of uh an ignition and an adversary. Like anything that brings like 3, 4, 5 cards in just one draw.
We are gonna jump right on in to our next feature match here. Up. We are going to another deck in addition to red black that we've seen a number of times today is the Naya enchantment decks here. So this kind of green white core with the showdown of the Scald splash at the top end. We've actually got 2 of them here facing off in our round 5 feature.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is what the first weekend this deck is kind of shining. I mean,
Yep.
I had not seen this deck last week. I just
Yep.
saw it this week.
Yeah, there weren't. So the Neo released on Magic Arena a week ago Thursday, and there weren't really too many tournaments for people to play in and show things off the first weekend. So this is really kind of the breakout shot for it. And this is a deck that not only seems good in Alchemy, but also translates to Standard as well. Sans the Crossroads there that we see in hand for our players.
Are you able to tell me the text of that enchantment, the white enchantment?
Oh, the Hallowed Haunting. Yes. In fact, let's just pull that one up for the people at home. But that is one that makes spirits that get bigger every time any enchantment is played. Really, really powerful finisher that lets you kind of snowball your top end.
That's the card when you're limited player. You open it, you read it once, and you never read it again. Like, oh, that's mythic. Maybe it's 40 gems, but that's about it. It's just not playable in limited.
Yep. Really tough one to build around in draft for sure. This is one that I'm really glad a card like this gets a chance to shine in Construct. This feels like the format it was designed for, so it's great to see a bunch of support show up for it. A card in hand for
Feels very expensive for something that does not do much when you play it.
it
I'm
is
not an expert on this deck, but it's like format doesn't do anything. It needs to be very good when you're in tap.
correct. Yep. 4 mana, not impact the board is usually a tough sell on Constructed as well. Definitely. See,
There was a time in Magic when you said like, how big is your creature for 4 mana without an enter the battlefield ability? And you would say any number that was not big enough. So yeah, it's a
Yep.
2020. Yep, not good enough. That doesn't do anything. What doesn't kill anything? Kills a creature, bounce something? No, not good enough. So that's pretty much the same thing here, except it's not the same format. So
One of the things to consider too in this enchantments deck is it is playing 4 copies of Naturalist, which can make all of your enchantments cheaper. Something that can come up quite frequently is you'll play the Haunting for just 3 mana and then play a follow-up enchantment right after to trigger it right away.
another thing is the color cost. Like 2 white is rough in a Naya
Yeah, and
in a Naya color base.
yeah, we're seeing that
Mana
cost here,
base.
right? We've got 4 lands in play for our bottom player, and they do not have white mana to cast either of these Hallowed Hauntings. So they kind of got to decide: do they want to play the Rune of Might here and not be particularly resource efficient, or do they want to play the Showdown of the Skalds after they've already played their land for the turn?
How stuck is it? How stuck is the Haunting?
How stock in terms of decks playing
Yeah.
it. So the
Yeah.
Naya decks seem to be a little bit split in terms of whether or not they're playing them in the main deck or the sideboard, but most of the deck lists we've seen today have some number of them in the 75.
Okay.
It's an effect that's really valuable in the like Meat Hook Massacre matchups in specific, so that way you can kind of refold the board quickly after they sweep you out.
Mhm. Yeah, this is a tough deck to build. I would just say it's a tough deck to build because you already have 4 showdowns. I could imagine that showdowns are in 4s. So that's already 4 enchantments that you can't play if you're too much behind. And Haunting is also something you don't want to play when you're behind.
Yep.
Already when you're ahead, it's probably the last thing you want to play. Or maybe the first thing if you plan to have a follow-up, but you already have something. So that would be a lot of 4 mana cards that don't actually do that much when you play them.
Yeah, there's definitely this draw, especially from our player on the bottom, kind of showcases the risk to having too many of these 4 mana cards that don't impact the board like you're talking about. It's gonna be interesting to see, can they pull through this despite needing to basically take turn 4 off to start getting set up. One of these things these decks do have going for them is, addition to the white rune there giving their creature lifelink that's in play, they also have the naturalist, which has lifelink as well, to give them a little bit of sustain to get through these turns that they're basically taking off. It's going to be a
Is
lot
it
of
a de-
there's going to be a lot
Go
of
ahead, sorry.
lifelink in play this turn here, because the saga is going to trigger twice, and each of the visitors are going to trigger twice. They're going to add 6 power to the board here.
Is it the deck that uses the most the new set? Probably, right?
Probably. Yeah, I think out of all the decks we've seen, we haven't really seen any of the other kind of themes from Neo Kamigawa pop up too much. Like we haven't seen anything like ninjas or things of that nature. We see the borrowed time coming down here for mostly minimal value, but also at the same time, this was a card exiled by the Showdown of the Scald, so it's kind of a very specific window on when it needs to be cast. We can kind of see here how the snowball from this enchantments deck happens. We classified the Hallowed Haunting, the Showdown, as cards that don't impact the board, but with these visitors, they do kind of impact the board in a roundabout way, right? If you have these things in play that are getting bigger when you add enchantments, you're at least having a minimal impact the turn you play it, even if it's not as large as you'd like it to be.
You know what these guys are reminding me of? They remind me of innkeepers. Like you have these draws when if you had one innkeeper in your opener,
Yep.
you basically can't lose.
And
Well,
you're referring
that's
to
kind of
the adventure innkeeper, right?
yeah the
Whatever
1/1
is
for 1.
correct. Yep.
Yeah,
I
you
just
have
wanted
it in
to
your
clarify,
opener. You're
'cause-
like, yeah, of course, not the 1/1 the creature treasure,
correct. Yep.
not that one. The no, not Anhava. What's the? It's not Avabrook. I don't know where he's from. That guy, the guy with the beer and the.
The Eldraine Innkeeper, that really messed up Magic set Innkeeper. Edgewall Innkeeper, Twitch chat with the
Edgewall,
shout out.
yeah, Edgewall.
I think we're gonna see kind of on the back of those lifelink creatures that have since been removed, that kind of stabilization that we were talking about to power through letting these 4 mana enchantments take over the game. At this point, the Midnight Haunting is down, or the Hallowed Haunting is down. The next one's going to happen next turn, and the hauntings really snowball with each other when you get them both into play. Oh, there's another borrowed time. Spoke too soon.
I mean, I'm here to be convinced. I don't make any judgment about these cards that I'm not gonna lie, I haven't played them a lot. I haven't played the Haunting a lot. So I'm just, I'm here. Sell me the Haunting. I want to see what it does.
You see the short pause here, our bottom player trying to determine which of their 4 mana cards that don't quite impact the board this turn they want to play. I like this one because it gives them the chance to draw into something like the Naturalist here that we see. Naturalist probably one of the better enablers for this enchantments archetype. Not only is it an enchantment itself, but it kind of lets you snowball through playing a bunch of cards out all at once.
I like the Showdown being able to find the lands too, because there's so much to do this turn.
Yep.
The runes and like you can't draw 3 cards just off.
Yep.
1 mana each, so.
And we see again,
the
lifelink happening. Our bottom player has been attacked a lot, but they've gained, double digits of life, so they're still at 22. See Showdown coming for our top player, but perhaps a little bit too little, too late. Our bottom player is already built quite the amount of velocity up here.
Yeah, I think it must be lethal this turn. All the runes are at least +2/+2 here. +2 power with the Showdown. For 1 mana, 2. Yeah, they don't even have to block. No.
Yeah, they could just take this. I mean, honestly, trading a small spirit for 10 life probably seems reasonable. They don't really have the ability to make the. Well, I guess the Naturalist is actually going to grow from the Showdown of the Skulls next turn. I'd say they can't grow it up, but that's actually not true.
Oh, it's lifelink, so it would be 19. Can it be lethal? Oh, that kind of looks lethal. Let's see. Did you just need Michiko's Portraits enchantment? I'm not yet familiar with the names of the new cards. I know
Yeah.
Michiko's Portrait. That's the other end, but not the first half. All right, let's generate value off the Haunting here. No. Recounting the mana would be wise as well.
There's another Naturalist here. More importantly, there is a Runeforge champion. Oh, we're 1 mana short of that, though. Couple of decisions to make here. I think most of the roads are leading towards Rome here. Perhaps deciding if they want a Rune of Speed up the Spirit. Yep. I like this line.
That. And ruin the Spirit as well.
Yep, you can give it lifelink also. Oh, we're missing the white source though. That's fine though. Still get in a pretty decent sized attack here.
Right, that's right.
Gonna be an attack for 12 or so. Both players' life totals just kind of going in the opposite direction you expect them to go in an aggressive mirror match, thanks to all of the lifelink floating around.
Yeah, maybe the rune on the other guy to gain more life, but is it relevant? Not sure.
Yeah, I think part of it too is here our bottom player probably wants to make their Naturalist less of a threat, so that way they're more likely to get to untap with it here. There's a borrowed time face up for our top player.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, both
like
players are
eight
just churning.
Yeah, the double Showdown Oh, there's only one showdown's gonna be. Oh no, both of them are gonna pump, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Next turn, our bottom player is almost assuredly going to be distributing a lethal amount of 1/1 counters.
Even with the 15/15 wolf, lifelink wolf.
Yeah, I think we're gonna clean through 22 fairly easily.
Yeah, this is what this is. 12. Yeah, it's a lot of damage already.
Yeah, we're like,
Already
wait.
on the board, and we have like at least 7 or 8 draws. Thanks
Yep.
to the other showdown, another rune, maybe the dwarf, the champion.
Yep, the champion draws a rune, and notably the interaction with Naturalist and Runeforge champion is that all of your runes become actually free. Because Runeforge champion makes them cost 1 generic, and then Naturalist makes them cost 0.
Which is pretty sweet.
Yeah, very powerful draw engine. Our bottom player here debating on if they're supposed to block here or not, or if they can push lethal without it. I think they could block and still
Yeah.
push lethal, but they're definitely pushing lethal with no blocks. And there's another rune.
Yeah.
So these
The
showdowns,
rune on the
probably one of the spirits, right? Because the spirits are all going to be pretty large. They get bigger based on the number of enchantments. No, they're just bigger based on the number of spirits in play, right?
oh, you read the card the last, so you should know that.
I think they're just based on number of spirits. This creature's power type is equal to the number of spirits you control. All right.
That rune deck was almost playable 2 sets ago. It was
What?
so close for being playable.
Yep.
It was missing a few things. It was almost playable before the less Innistrad set came out.
Yep. Before
Because
that was
the
before
mana,
rotation, right?
yeah, I think so. Like the lands were just not good enough. The mana base was not good enough. And it was just missing a few things. And now the naturalist and the it's called the visitor, the adventurer,
Yeah.
that gives +1/+1s. That
Really
pushed it
pop it off
to
here. I'm gonna go ahead and crank our speed up here a little bit while we play through the combo turn. That does not look like our top players tapping out here, which I can't blame them. They're playing for a championship invite, so play to your outs. Thanks to the beauty of time shifted magic, though, we can speed things up.
and some would say just skipping the best part. It's the last scoop, you know? The last scoop of dessert, you know, the one you keep for the end. No, I'm just gonna
all the counters going on the tramplers here. Good clean 28 worth plus 3 other attackers. No lifelink on the top player side of the board. We are heading to sideboarding here. This seems like a very silly mirror match. Very heavily dependent on the first person to snowball with showdown, perhaps.
how many hauntings? 2 hauntings, right.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that was
and
yeah, I would say that's the right number. I mean, you don't want 8 of these enchantments.
okay, and we see here exactly like what we were talking about before. One of our players here had 2 hauntings in the main and a third in the sideboard, and our player on the right had 0 in the main and 2 on the sideboard. So it looks like most of these decks are playing some number of them, but whether or not it's supposed to be a main deck or a sideboard card seems to be up for some debate.
I mean, I'm sold. I was doubtful, but that was pretty good.
It looks like our players debating on where exactly they want to be and how big or small and how interactive they want to be, notably. We saw our player on the left bring in some extra copies of Borrowed Time. Notably, a difference between these two players lists our player on the right has access to the full 4 copies of Borrowed Time, which is probably pretty good if you think Hallowed Haunting is an important card for the mirror.
Yeah,
Not quite
sideboarding in these kind of matchup is kind of tricky because you have to evaluate the like what you want to do. As in, do you want to deal with your opponent's threats first? And do you want to sacrifice some amount of tempo doing that. That's why, like, how many borrow time do you want? Rip apart, and rip apart, it's fine to kill one of your opponent's creatures, but you lose your turn. And in your opener, if you're on the play, you have rip apart. That could have been something, an enchantment to actually win the game faster. And that could be also an answer to anything where you could have had something, to push through. That's very tricky, especially in these kind of combo decks.
Yeah, I always like to refer to these decks as they're kind of an engine deck. They're not quite a full-on combo
Mhm,
kill, but they have
mhm.
certain key cards that
Right,
when those key cards are
right.
in play, they really get humming in a way that they don't when they're not present.
And that's why, like, these decks are especially hard to play. Well, in best of three at least, because the sideboarding is really tricky. It's very easy to fall in the trap of, like, over sideboarding. You have an engine that relies on, like, specific cards, and you start cutting the synergy, then you end up with too many answers, and the engine is kind of broken.
Yep.
So this is where you want a deck guide. I'm not usually for deck guides in general, but this you need. If you're not sure what you're doing, you need someone to tell you what to do.
Yeah, even just loose requirements, if you don't have full in-out sideboard guides, just knowing like, okay, I really should never be sideboarding more than 5 or 6 cards, or
Mhm.
these are the cards that we don't cut because they're an important part of making the deck go when we're being proactive. Speaking of decks going, we have one of the probably best aggressive starts here on the top. We have Visitor into Naturalist. They are notably missing a red source. If Key finds a red source off the top as the turn 3 showdown next turn, it's going to be pretty hard for Lopoil to keep up, I think. No Naturalist to accelerate for a bottom player, but they have all of their colors and they have a lot of important key cards. All right, there's a red source, but it's tapped. That's not the worst because we have Wedding Announcement to fill the curve.
I really like this card, the Crossroads.
It feels like a fixed Evolving Wilds in a way. It's like
Mhm.
just more powerful enough than a regular Evolving Wilds that that's very reasonable.
Yeah, Evolving Wilds on the draw feels miserable.
Yep.
Turn two Evolving Wilds on the draw is
Yep.
miserable.
And at least when you're on the play, even though it's a tap land, you still get that value from the scry. You know, the difference between hitting your 3rd land drop and a 4th land drop is often just seeing one more card.
Mhm, mhm. Yeah, it should be a paper card. I'm not getting into these debates. Whoa, oh, it's only online. It's not real Magic card. I think it's an awesome card
And honestly,
that should be paper.
one of the kind of design things that I really like about the Crossroads is that it's a card that cares about whether or not you went first or second, which I think is a really neat design space. It's something that they haven't explored a lot before, and I'm glad that they're pushing into it.
Just once. There's only one card that cares about this. It's Gemstone Cavern. That's it, right?
Yep. There's cards that like kind of care in a roundabout ways, like Knight of the White Orchid doesn't explicitly say first or second, but it's kind of better when you're going second. But yeah, I think you're right. Gemstone Mines is the only other one before this that explicitly references turns of the game.
Do you mean land tax?
Yep, that is a good one too.
You're talking to a 40-year-old man. We're talking old cards here.
Land tax predates me a little bit. When I started playing Magic, that one was still banned in Legacy when I started playing, at least. Now, for those of you at home, we did just switch perspectives here because our top player is having a little bit of lag and disconnect on their camera. So, not to be confused, Lollipop is up top now. So, our bottom player was previously the top one. It's a little extra jarring in a mirror match type situation here, but it's looking like we might be pushing to a game 3 here in a moment.
Yeah, that Joe is just hard to beat.
Yeah, and really, it does really feel like the naturalist is such an important part of getting going in this mirror match just because it lets you get these powerful 4 mana enchantments online that much faster. The rain here is probably lethal, right? They're at 8. Yeah, it's actually just lethal just to play it out. So we will be going to a game 3 here momentarily.
+5, +6 actually. Oh, +7 with
Casual,
the showdown
casual 13-13, no big deal.
for one mana. Talk about a snowballing card.
Yeah, this deck, I'll be interested to see. So there's like a Valorous stance, notably in the sideboard for our right player and our left player, and it seems like they're mostly content to stick to their linear plans. I'm interested to see if we see any extra interaction come in. Nope, just off to the races.
It could be one of these typical matchups where if you're on the draw, no, I mean if you're on the play, you want to keep all your engine cards, and if you're on the draw, you might want to be playing the tempo game when you get rid of the threats
Okay.
and set up your own plan. That usually happens in these kind of matchups where, if you play first and you have the reactive cards, then it's like you lose the advantage you have by playing first.
Yep.
It's just in theory. I don't know if it applies to this particular matchup, but that's how I would see it while watching it for the first time.
Great. Pretty reasonable hands for both of our players here as we head on into the third game. Notably, no interaction for either players, which I would wager favors our player on the top, Lullapoil, who has the Naturalist to start. Seems like a very important card for getting going in this matchup.
There's a visitor on the play on key side. Oh, but no, he's not on the play. Oh, I got confused again. All right, so he's on the draw with the. Ah. Okay.
All right. I think we're good. We're stable. Looks like, okay. Dear Wizards of the Coast, we would love a spectator mode. We do the best we can with our screen shares. Couple of 2-drops here, so notable that the Kami gets bigger every time you play an enchantment creature. So there's some incentive to play this first before your Naturalist, that way the Naturalist can make it larger.
Second visitor, which is pretty sweet here.
Yeah,
They
the
gotta
rain
trade.
Rain
They
Truth will
could,
be a pretty big pump next turn.
yeah.
Choosing to forego the red mana for our top player, instead being able to play the rune this turn, seems very reasonable. And next turn, the Runeforge champion is going to kind of pop off, huh? Because with the Naturalist in play, all those runes become free, and they draw cards as they play through, and they make the Kami even larger.
What's the play here? Do you kill the naturalist?
That's scary,
That's
right? Yeah,
that's
we see the
yeah,
struggle
that's
here
reasonable.
on the draw, wondering what we're supposed to do. I think you're supposed to take their engine piece out because you're just not going to
Yeah.
have enough tempo. It could even be right to just get rid of the Kami because it's their largest threat. It's their thing that's kind of snowballing out of control. Because the Runeforge champion's a lot less scary if it's just like adding things that only add 1/1. The Kami is getting very large as things go. Okay, gonna take the free mana. I think there's arguments for taking either of these here. I don't have enough
Yeah.
experience to know which is the correct one.
That seems reasonable.
All right, here's the champion, and more importantly, racing just seems so difficult and convoluted in this mirror match because of these, not only the naturalists but also these runes here that are going to give lifelink on the white side as well. We could see a red rune happening here to give the Runeforge champion haste and lifelink to get to swing in and make a pretty big life swing. Okay, there's a green rune that also just makes the Kami that much larger, so you can have one big threat. Very reasonable. Oh, the naturalist is gone, so you don't get to fully chain off here, right? Still a big swing, 10-point swing here on this attack.
Ooh.
Another piece of removal is excellent. And this one's got to be going after the Kami, I imagine.
Yeah. These triggers are so scary.
Yeah, I
feel
really
like
I like Key diversifying their threats here. Going all in on one Kami seems a little bit loose, so trying to grow up a second one in case a piece of spot removal shows up.
So we only one lifelink rune away from pulling really, really ahead here.
Yep.
If Key finds a white rune.
We see this pause here. You know, are they supposed to try and get Showdown going, or are they supposed to just deploy another Runeforge champion and have a couple of lifelink blockers here? You know, it's pretty scary to not deploy another blocker here, because if another piece of removal comes off the top for Key, it probably ends the game next turn. We have, what, 9 power in play? Yeah, which is exactly lethal if another enchantment removal rolls off the top.
Yeah, that champion is just so small now.
It is.
Just 2-3
Yep.
lifelink is just not impressive at all. And like tapping out here is pretty bad, and the showdown doesn't really show anything that will be able to deal with the Kami next turn.
Yeah, there's that haunting, but like you talked about earlier when we were looking at this card initially, it's very mediocre when you are behind on board like our top player is here.
This next turn is a lot of damage, actually. How much damage is that?
So there's,
Let's say we drew-
assuming our
let's say we
bottom
draw a
player
land.
draws a land, yeah, it's +6 and then +4. So they'll have a 15/15 Kami of Transcendence, which I think is lethal
Yeah.
through the blocker.
The blocker is
land.
5 life.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's say down 17. It's 15, 17, 16, 19. It's 19 damage if we draw a land.
Yep. All
Yep.
right. And that'll do it. No way we're not going for it here. His top player is tapped out. We're gonna make the trampler huge. Doesn't really matter who the counters go on, I suppose. It's a good game from our top player, able to do the quick maths to find out, know that they are lethal. Got to make sure we click on the trampler though.
Yeah, if you don't do that on the trample,
All right, and that'll do it. 9 enchantments wins the mirror 100% of the time, it would appear. At any rate, folks, that's going to wrap for our round 5 coverage here. We are going to throw to the shortest of breaks, so that way we can tap Jim in. Jim and Raphael here are going to be doing coverage for our round 6 feature matches, and then I'll be back with Jim for round 7 to finish out the tournament. So we'll be back in just a few, folks. Don't go anywhere.
All right, welcome back to the Hooglandia Open Series brought to you by CoolStuffInc.com. I am Jim Davis, joined by Raphael Levy. What's up, Raph?
What's up, Jim?
And we just watched, I was watching along too. I was having a little lunch and I watched that crazy Aura's Mirror. We have some Alchemy to cover today. It was exciting. Kamigawa Neon Dynasty is here. Alchemy is here. We're seeing a lot of new things happening. There's a lot of moving parts in Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. And what are your thoughts, Raph, on the set so far as a whole?
It's hard to say because it's only been 1 week. I think there's a lot of potential, and having the key in the because we haven't seen too much, from the alchemy in the standard, but now we have alchemy and Neon Dynasty, like kind of together in this new format, and it gives a new perspective. Like this mono black deck has new cards. We have the same archetypes, but with little upgrades, except for the white green, except for the Naya deck that got that's completely new. Like we
Yeah.
know about the Gruul deck. This one hasn't changed much since last time.
Yeah,
So
for sure.
again, it
This
gives
is
a,
like
a little twist.
the de facto deck for sure. Yeah, this a lot of the cards in Kamigawa are really awesome also because there's a lot of like moving parts. There's a lot of synergy pieces, enchantment themes and artifact themes and stuff that aren't necessarily going to be readily, oh yeah, this is an Oko, this card's really, really good. So it's going to be exciting in the next few weeks watching these cards flesh out. Should be really, really cool. So also we have Mono Black here versus Gruul, some more werewolf action. Thoughts on the matchup?
So I've been on the mono black side of this matchup, and this is a tough one because the haste is annoying, and you have the red green deck is attacking from a lot of different angles. The Stormseeker is annoying. Erlin is annoying. You can't let anything live for too long because then the pack leader is gonna draw them cards. Tovalar is gonna draw them cards. You basically have to deal with everything and establish a board presence. It's not
Yeah.
impossible to do, but it's not easy.
It's interesting because usually the black decks are quite good against creatures, but a lot of that's because of the sizing with Meat Massacre. And the things in the werewolf deck are so big, Massacre can't always get them in time. And if they start drawing cards, everything like that, things can be crazy. So we see a kill spell on the turn 2 pack leader. Land number 3, mono black. Also, a nice little thing here for the mono black is the Town Razor Tyrants might not have a target with all these snow covered swamps.
Yeah, I think the mono black decks kind of got rid of the havens. I haven't seen the havens in the mono black deck, so that's like less targets for the dragon.
Yeah, the nerfed Haven, of course, so in Alchemy, the Havens are nerfed down to 3/3s rather than 4/3s. Definitely a pretty significant change in the cards. We see Connoisseur here comes down, exile or discards a card, and extraneous partners from our Gruul player's hand makes a blood. But now you see this insane curve here of the Stormseeker into partners and just puts an unbelievable amount of power and pressure on the board.
Mhm.
So Blood's Brushstroke comes down. 2 Blood in the Snow in hand, which can be very, very good, obviously. Sweep the board, and then Connoisseur can come back and discard more things, but not quite there yet. And only 4 lands in play. Get a Blood for a land, discarding one of the Blood in the Snows. And there's land number 5. So with Tollivar and Ranger class, I mean, there's a lot of things, like you were saying, going on in this Gruul player's hand to get through this first Wrath.
Yeah, the 2 blood and stuff. Well, the only one now. But one of the ways you can actually like get ahead in these games is just to kind of chain the blood in the snow. Like if you find a planeswalker, you get some card advantage from it from the graveyard. They have to deal with it, and they spend a lot of resources killing it. And then you play another blood in the snow, and then you're really ahead. That's how you kind of seal the deal. But that was before all these new cards came out. So this matchup is a little different, and
Yeah, what
gives
are your thoughts
maybe
there on discarding the second Blood on the Snow instead of the Meat Massacre?
I don't know how many meat massacres they play, but I kind of like Blood in the Snow, especially with the Connoisseur. And being able to bring it back and discard another card, that would seal the deal. Like I don't mind 2 Blood in the Snow. I don't mind doing it twice. The creatures are coming back anyway.
Yeah,
And
I
the
kind of
massacre,
agree. And the problem with Massacre is that, like I was saying earlier, it doesn't really size up super well. We see a 6 toughness Stormseeker here, And these cards just get really big really fast, where -4 might not be enough. So we'll see how it plays out. We got a Rahilda coming in here with haste. Everything's huge. First strike on both those means that the death touch on Connoisseur will not be good enough. And we're just going to see a block here and more damage coming through. Artist triggers, a little bit of life here and there. And now our black player kind of has to draw the land this turn, or the game's basically over. So going to pop the blood. Discarding Massacre. We get a little bit of life for our trouble. And
No, you don't anymore. The card's been nerfed. The sanguine.
oh, you're right. You're right. The brushstroke, correct? Yes.
Yep.
My bad.
You used to gain life, not anymore.
Right. So either way, we see, like you're saying, the Connoisseur coming in off the Blood in the Snow, which is really, really good, because the problem, of course, with the Wrath is your opponent's holding cards to get to build up against again at post Wrath, and now there's a creature in play to block with and a card gone. So 2 Ranger class and not much left for our Gruul player, except for a pack leader. And we got Soul Transfer. We have an enchantment and an artifact. Kind of a cool little sub theme here of this deck. The blood tokens and the enchantments kind of giving you the ability to recur a creature and kill a creature. And now we got to see the black player here is firmly in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah, this is not, when I was talking about mono black control, that was not the deck I had in mind. That was not the blood artist and the enchantment, because that's very different. Like, you have access to a lot more life, and that gives you a lot of time to stabilize. The planeswalkers against Gruul are not exactly super good. Like, you need to really sweep before you have something going. They're so easy to kill.
Yeah.
Like, your creatures have trample, your creatures have haste. It's hard to take advantage of them. This is a different deck. Like, the Connoisseur is doing a lot of work. Like, Death Touch is so annoying. Like, the Stormseeker cannot attack, or you would just straight for it. You get a card when you play it. You get a card from your opponent when you play it. It's a pain in the,
Oh, I know. Yeah, Connoisseur is great. Yeah, it's just super, super good card. I've played it a lot in Alchemy, and it's just great. It's kind of card where it passes the groan test. You play it, your opponent kind of goes, ugh. All right, like, losing best card. Now I can't attack that well anymore. And we're seeing the board now really, really gum up for our black player. Double Blood Artist, double Brushstroke, and they'll do it for game 1. Blood in the Snow takes it down, and it looked a little dicey there for a second, but between the Connoisseur and the Blood in the Snow, able to mop things up. So what's our Gruul player have to do here for game number 2 to turn things around?
Snakeskin Veil could be okay. Although, Snakeskin Veil against Blood and Snow is not great. What do we have? The
I see a
trees,
couple
maybe?
copies of the Hot Springs. It's kind of like the Fires Eva Maya card menu set. Thoughts on that one?
I want to see it. I want to see it in play. I haven't seen it yet, but it seems cool. And with the pup, it's nice. With the, if you can give Rahilda haste, that makes it. If you have like 6 ways to give it haste, I'll be a little bit more even. 6 ways. You have Stormseeker, you have Hot Spring.
They had 6, yeah.
Yeah, Alana does not give haste, right? What does it? No. The partners.
Partner's not, yeah, no. So yeah, the springs, I have played it before. I played it one of my decks, my 10 New Brews. Wasn't super impressed just in general with the card, but in a matchup like this, it feels
It does get haste. It does get haste.
Our
Yeah, so
partners get
that's
haste
like
too. Oh, right, of course.
it's
Sorry.
10 ways. That's 10 ways. Yeah, well, I had I was not sure for a moment, so that's why I don't want to say anything wrong or stupid.
I do it all the time. It's not a big deal. So, but the spring seems like it would be good here as a way to kind of like put a card on the board as a threat that's not going to get hit by Blood on the Snow. It's good against Planeswalkers. Good post Wrath. Could be a cool little sideboard card here. So we're going to pop into game number 2. Gruul's going to be on the play. Should be pretty important here. I mean, again, cards like Rahilda. There's a lot of big snowball cards in the Gruul deck that can really get going and start drawing cards early in the game. Pretty good hand here. Snakeskin Veil. Mulligan for our black player into kind of an awkward one here. The old Deadly Dispute and Nothing to Sacrifice hand. And we're off. So definitely a great hand for Gruul, not a great hand for black here. We're going to see a turn 2. Choices Rahilda or Pack Leader. What are you on?
Pack Leader would be great. Pack Leader would be a great read. Because Dorian has a grasp that they wouldn't have been able to play. Because Rahilda is a human. So next turn could have played both creatures and protect them.
Yeah, so the grasp takes down humans for only 2 mana, takes out Rahilda. Here comes Pack Leader with Snakeskin Veil up. We see a Sanguine Bloodstroke from our mono black player making a Blood Artist. We got a Kill Spell in hand, a Blood of a Snow in hand. But there's Stormseeker misses a huge swing. So the
Yeah, this
Stormseeker
is hard to.
curve drawing the card, huge. Snakeskin Veil is still up and not quite there yet on Blood of a Snow mana and no Meat of Massacre in sight. Looking pretty good for our Gruul player here.
Yeah, they need to get to 6 mana here. This Snakeskin Veil is gonna be brutal.
Yeah. So there's Snakeskin Veil, and does get back the Blood Artist, but Ray's dead here. Not super great. And now the cards are just going to keep on flowing.
Oh, I mean, it's not that bad because the ghoul is gonna bring a treasure that makes it closer to Blood in the Snow, and like really depends if we have some more gas on the ghoul side.
Yeah, the big thing here is that because the
Wow,
pack leaders are drawing cards,
cards.
they're at least replacing themselves.
Yeah.
So now our black player has to block, and then has to draw a land, and then has to cast Blood on the Snow, and then
Yep.
we still see a lot of cards in our Gruul hand. We also got a copy of Invoke the Ancients, a pretty good post-wrath card, makes 2 4/5s.
Ooh,
And
no land here.
Yeah. No land's got to wrap things up for the most
Yeah.
part, I would think. Okay.
Ish.
So we see a grasp, which can kill the Stormseeker, but
There's still 2 cards
yeah.
to draw.
So Gruul player untaps, draws a pup, and a lot of options now. And the good thing here is that this grasp, if our Gruul player overcommits a little bit to try and get the damage through with the haste and the Stormbreaker, the grasp can kill the haster. Oh nope, never mind. Arbor's coming in. All right, so attacks are on. Cards are being drawn. This is a lot of damage.
And another Snakeskin Veil. Yeah,
So
that's
I guess the thought process here for our black player is just to be like, I want to get the most possible to this Blood on the Snow. Huh. All right, so we see a Liberator deployed, Deadly Dispute being cast end step, draws Connoisseur and Witch. Now there's 6 mana for Blood in the Snow. Not anymore. Love it. Love a good Stone Rain.
I like that.
So Liberator takes out the treasure, and now we got to see a land drawn for Dorian, or this game is over.
Oh no, don't you want it? Yeah, you wanna kill that one. You wanna kill the
Oh,
second
yeah.
treasure.
Oh, I love it. I didn't notice the extra mana available too. So draws the
Nice
land.
play. I like that.
And that was great. When I was a little confused when they cast extra creatures into the Wrath, but that was awesome. It's a good little Stone Rain here and there. Take out some treasures, and it looks like we're going to game number 3 here. What are your thoughts on the card Infernal Grasp, just in general?
I used to like it. I used to like it a lot, but is it good now? I guess it's still good. Why people don't like it? Is there not a consensus on that one?
Never been a fan of the card because spots like this right now, where you just when your defensive card is losing you life, it's the opposite of Lightning Helix, and it puts you in these spots where you can almost not even cast it, So there we go. Gruul takes it down, going into game number 3. Some really cool aggressive disenchants on some treasures which doesn't necessarily sound so great, but when it keeps your opponent off Blood of a Snow long enough for win, that was pretty sweet. So what's our Gruul player going to need to do here on the draw when they're not necessarily going to be able to have that really fast start?
I should know, not maxing on Snakeskin Veils.
Yeah, and cutting the 1-drops too. The Savannah line pack leader.
I guess it's to kind of play around the Me Too massacres, just not to run into that. And the ghouls as well, the Champling,
Oh, sure,
Champling
yeah,
Ghast. You don't really
that is
want to
true.
play that into a Ghast. That's feels pretty miserable.
Yeah, that's definitely pretty rough. So only a couple snakeskin veils in. Again, like you were saying earlier, snakeskin veil is a little weird against the rats. Obviously, it's very good against spot removal, but a little awkward against rats. It can actually be surprisingly good against a Medoc Massacre if things are sizing up right. It can be pretty devastating. But only seeing 2 copies in. What do you think they're thinking here? I mean, they're already bringing in the hot
Not,
springs.
no, I think it's fine. I don't think you want too many. You still want to keep your ratio of creature pretty high. You don't want to play too many pump spells because then, they're gonna play a Wrath or they're gonna kill 2 creatures and then you're not gonna have anything left.
Sure, yeah, just have snakeskin veil in hand, and not much going on. So we see a mulligan here from our Gruul player into a okay hand, a hand with a lot of potential if a red source is drawn. Turn 2 pack leader, but no red. And on our black side, we see a pretty good curve here. This is the 1-2 punch of Shambling Ghast into Deadly Dispute with a Grasp available as well. And great start for our black player. So draw for the turn is Snakeskin Veil. Gonna play Liberator over Pack Leader, which will die to the Grasp once again. So both times our Gruul player has decided to play a human instead of a werewolf on turn 2 and gotten punished by the Grasp. But all right, there's your red source. However, it is now going into our black player's turn 4, and they are at 23 life. Picking up a Massacre, a March, which can also gain life, a Grasp, which can also gain life, and things are looking pretty good for a black player.
I think Veil is gonna be pretty sweet here. Okay, it's gonna put it out of range of a lot of the black spells.
That's true. Yeah, so they go for the damage spell. Getting up to a 4/4 is pretty huge. It's kind of interesting. The sizing matters against the black deck. Usually, that matters more against the red deck. But all right, here comes the
I mean,
Grasp.
the black deck also has treasures, so like that still requires the black deck to do something right now. Sacrifice all the treasures, so
Yeah, that was a huge investment.
yeah.
Huge.
And now the Storm Seekers are kinda unmatched here. Like, ooh, that's a good one.
How about a Lal?
That
Does
was
that fit?
that was a good draw. That's a
Yeah, pretty
very good
solid.
draw.
So Lawith, of course, just plays so well in this deck with the Medoc Massacres, all the blockers and things like that. So we might have lost our top player's hand here. It's okay. We can play him in dark. It's no big deal. And there was a Storm
Right.
Seeker available there as well, and a pup, and a Rahilda. So the
Wasn't
pup
there
gives
a
Rahilda
rebuke?
trample as well, which is pretty huge here, and first strike.
Yeah.
Important to note that the Rahilda, when it hits a Planeswalker, will not trigger. Oh boy.
What?
Might have missed the trample on the pup.
Yeah.
So there goes a spider. A little bit of misstep there, but Medoc Massacre might be here to fix everything.
I mean, that wouldn't change much. Like, the block was pretty much irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, I
Now
guess it
Storm
was a point of life off Massacre, I guess. Yeah. So,
Mhm.
and now, I mean, our Gruul player has spells lined up for days. Missed the land drop on multiple turns here. Here comes Stormseeker attack for 3. Black draws Shambling Ghast and plays that, but really not much else going on here. A big life buffer for sure. The top decks for the black deck are very good here. Sweepers, big planeswalkers, but now you see a pack leader coming down with haste also, and this is kind of the fix. Once this Gruul deck can start drawing cards, pack leader getting haste, drawing a card. The gas is there for our Gruul player. And our black player is under a lot of pressure right now to kind of come up with something, or if it's going to start snowballing out of control, and that's something. Great draw.
What the thing is, big Planeswalker does not actually do that much.
That's true. Yeah,
That's
at this point, yeah, Lawith or any of the Planeswalker would mostly just die of trample on the pack leader anyway. So
yeah.
Deadly Dispute probably one of the best draws possible there.
So we
And
have
now
a
we're going to
blocker
see,
in Haven. Wow, this is
yeah, the ball is rolling for sure here. So
yeah.
hold off on the dispute. Here comes a hasty Rahilda. Draw a card off pack leader. Rahilda is also looking to draw more cards if that hits. And the Haven can't block the Rahilda successfully because it's first strike. So gonna block it unsuccessfully and just sacrifice it to a Deadly Dispute. And again, we don't got a card count on our Gruul player's hand, but I gotta imagine they have at least like 4 cards in hand.
Mhm.
All right, so damage comes through.
We can get
So,
a lull spec, but what is it gonna do?
yeah, like you were saying, the Planeswalker is not even that good right now, honestly. So a little flooded here. Has the Abandoned Mire, which can mill some cards and get some things back. Maybe like a Connoisseur's good here. I don't even know. Let's get back Louth. Can cast Louth, but the pack leader can trample with the activated ability.
Yeah.
Hastious off the top. The 2/1s here are going to buy a little bit of time, but probably not going. Louth will not survive here, and this is mostly just a speed bump.
Yeah, drawing a card was actually fine. If we're not dead this turn, drawing a card could have been fine as well.
Drawing a card with Louth.
Yeah, I mean, she's just gonna die here. And does she buy any time here? Not even sure. Yeah.
What's the rebuke on
So,
a spider? Yeah, I
I
think that
mean,
the speed bump here, like, gain a few life off Meat Hook Massacre, off some attacks and stuff like that, might be worth the time to draw another card. But
I
still one
mean,
spider available.
how
Nothing
much
else
damage you
happening.
take here?
What's up?
How much damage you take here?
It's gonna be interesting to see where the attacks go also. We can see just the trampler at Louth to guarantee that dies. Um, and here we go. So we're gonna see Rahilda coming to face Pack Leader and Stormseeker. Nope, wait, hold on. There's no 4th mana to activate Pack Leader. So we see Pack Leader and Stormseeker go to Louth to guarantee death, and then the Rahilda goes to face, gets blocked by a spider. So no damage dealt this turn, a life gained. Or sorry, a life
Yep.
lost for our Gruul player. And 14 life, not much else going on. It's a very scary board here.
There was another way to do that, to deal more damage, I think. Maybe it was like maybe attacking with the lair and giving it +1/+0 to push more damage. I don't know if it was relevant. That was an option,
Oh,
but
sure, yeah.
I didn't make the.
Oh, boy. So abusing the
Nice.
legendary typing on Rahilda, we see an end step cycle of the token maker of a land. And now the board's even wider. Blood cycle for a land. Just nothing going on for our black player here.
Yeah, never mind. That's so much better. Yeah, land that gives 2 creatures. That's nice. Nice.
Yeah.
Like late
that's
draw,
great.
late draw. That's fine. It's better than a mountain.
So haste on the token. Ranger class goes up. This is a bajillion damage coming through here.
Yeah.
Put the counter on the first striking Rahilda. Now, if that hits, cards come off the top. Cards being drawn. At this point, it's Blood of a Snow or bust. And even then, with the resources
Even
that
then,
our
yeah,
Gruul player has.
yeah.
So what's your block here?
Right click.
Was there a block?
No, that was oh wow.
Just no block.
No,
Go to
no
1.
blocks. We thought they were dead.
Yeah, I don't know if I like no blocks there. If it's not actually gonna kill you, If you're gonna not block, I want to make sure you're dead. Really put you out of your misery. So, good showing for the Gruul deck there. I mean, the black deck feels very anti-creature. It really has a lot of good anti-creature stuff. And honestly, it tends to be really good against a lot of the other creature decks, the smaller
Mhm.
white decks, because the Meat Hook Massacres are so good. But Gruul really has the sizing to kind of get up on it. Make Massacre not that good, and then the haste just pressures so hard.
Yeah, and this is I played a lot of mono black, and this deck was good, but it gets hard when the opposing decks know what they're playing against, and they know exactly how many removals you have, and your deck did not really improve that much, with the last set. So, and the problem with mono black, one of the big problems I had with mono black, and most mono black players have, is that your mana comes from your lands, and you need 6 lands to play Blood in the Snow, so you have to ramp. Well, you have treasures too, but you need 6 mana to do something. If you don't have them, you die. And since you need 6, you may have too much, and then
Yeah.
you die because you flood. So you need to draw the right amount. And the planeswalkers really help with that plan because if you have lands, you can play your planeswalkers. But if they die right away, if they manage to deal with the planeswalkers, then you don't get to that late stage of the game where you control everything, and that's where I think the weakness of the deck is.
Yeah, we saw that too in that second game. We saw the shatters on the treasures, so there wasn't enough mana, and that third game we just saw a huge flood. So on to our next match here, we got a mono red deck versus a Rakdos, kind of like the Vampire Ani Cult Anvil deck. A lot of cool synergies, a lot of cool new cards here. Synthesizer, Voltage Surge, new cards on the bottom too. We got Lizard Blades
I
here. We
like
have
I
the
like
Saga.
that.
And what are your thoughts on these new mono red cards?
I, they all seem very good. I don't know how good they are together, but they look kind of sexy. I like them.
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff. We haven't seen like a real mono red deck in like a while, and the last good mono red deck was basically just like 35 creatures, 4 Embercleaves. So seeing this mixture of like 1 drops and burn spells is really cool. So we see a Blood Tithe Harvester here, an Anvil comes down, creature, the Blizzard Blades has been laid to rest. Saga flips into a 2/2. And a lot more cards for our red player than our Rakdos player, but our Rakdos player is starting to get their engine online. They have an Anvil, they have a synthesizer in hand, which can draw some cards. We see Stormseeker. So, what are your thoughts? Who's favorite here? What deck is kind of has an edge?
Isn't the red player like far ahead at this point?
Yeah, I
It
mean
feels
like
like
matchup
it.
wise, like we have like sort of like
Oh,
the
matchup
fast the
wise,
fast red
wow.
deck versus this engine in the black deck.
I I would prefer not to say anything
Okay.
because really this is a lot of cards that do a lot of things together, and I don't know how good they are. I mean, the synthesizer, I don't know how good that card is. Is it any good?
Yeah, I mean, I've played with this engine a little bit. Not this exact
Yeah,
list, obviously, but it kind of hums. It kind of feels like when it's
yeah.
working, it feels like a modern deck. All your cards are super cheap. You're taking a lot of game actions, drawing a lot of cards between Dispute and Synthesizer. The engine is super sweet. It is really cool. See the Anvil pop off here, Saga Blood, turn it into a 1/1, gain some life. Now you got
Yeah.
1/1 Shambling Gas Dispute versus a pretty good red hand. Rebukes aren't looking too good, but a couple creatures, Lizard Blades, and of course Stormseeker.
I wouldn't mind rebuking the ghast, I guess. So you can have your the blades attack later. See if you kill the ghast, you play Kumano's enchantment. The next turn you have a 3/2 haste double striker.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward 'cause it certainly doesn't feel good to use a 4 damage spell on the Ghast. And then of course with this Dispute in hand, it's gonna look even worse. But that's kind of the squeeze
Yeah.
these Ghasts put these one toughness creatures in where you can't even deploy your blades yet. So gonna go for the rebuke. I'm gonna see a Dispute in response. As we said, we see the saga. Here comes the Stormseeker in for 3. I imagine no blocks here.
I like that line. It feels counterintuitive because, rebuke on the 1/1 when they, can sack it and blah blah. That sounds, and they get a treasure. That sounds like you're losing a lot of value, but I think it makes sense, and that's the best way you can use your mana. You don't want to play your adversary right now because maybe you can get more value later in the game, and also you don't want to play your blades when the gas is in play. So, and you have another rebuke anyway in hand anyway. So, why not play it?
Yeah, the bad news, of course, for our red player is there's another Shambling Gas ready to rock and roll alongside a Blood Tithe Harvester. And now we're getting really set up here for our Rakdos player. We have multiple creatures in play, Shambling Gas, the Anvil's going, Treasures in play, Blood in play. A little flooded in hand, but Shadow's Coast Match is not a bad place to be when you're flooded. We see land number 4
Land
for our
was-
red player. Another Rebuke, and this one probably might be heading the way of the Blood Tithe Harvester. Looks like it.
That land was really good. That allows bot to play double spells here.
So here comes the Adversary, which we're going to +1/+1 counter because of the Saga. So we're going to have a 3/3 haster, and then probably another 3/3 coming in. Nope, going to be a 4/3 on the Adversary. And I imagine we'll see just the Adversary come in. Nope, both come in. So we got blocks here if our Rakdos player wants them.
Oh, that's not a good block. No, but never mind. So there was a way to actually, like, you put all the damage on the token, and you leave the ghast
Right.
alive. So you keep like here you just traded the ghast for the 3/3, which could be fine, but I guess the 3/3s could be more valuable than the ghast.
Right. So the blocking there, our offensive player could have chosen to just assign all the damage to the non-shambling gas creature,
Mhm.
and therefore the creature would have lived. So maybe a little misstep on both sides. Kind of an easy thing to miss, honestly, because it's not
Oh
a
yeah,
very
yeah, yeah.
very non-intuitive thing to do. But now we see now we got the game's getting to like kind of low resource mode, and we see the engine still kind of online for our Rakdos player, a land drawn for our red player. There's a Den of the Bugbear available as well, but looking like we're in a pretty good shape for a Rakdos player.
And I'm not even sure that's the right plate. I mean, not to kill the ghast, but felt like it.
Yeah, it's weird because the blades are still there. The blades are kind of interesting too, because like you can just equip it and have it not be a one-type creature too, as we're seeing right now. But there's a brushstroke. Gonna make a blood artist and a blood. Play another land. We have a cycle available on the Cradle of Defiance for 2 more tokens here. So just blockers for days. And only one big double striker for our red player. Bugbear is available also. We see the Anvil, sacrifice treasure, make a 1/1, drain for 1. Yes, right. We see the
Drain for
Crucible,
2,
more
right?
tokens.
Drain for 2, right? Because you get the damage from the blood artist, damage from the anvil. Oh,
Yeah, I think I thought I said I don't know. I kind of missed triggers there, but I thought we were. I'm not sure. But here comes the Den of the Bugbear, the double striking 2/2 and a 1/1 into this board of 2 1/1s. And what are your blocks here, Ref?
that seems complicated now with the like blood artist, the anvil. That's a lot of direct damage. It's gonna be hard to finish this game.
So
Blood
for
artist
3 blood artist triggers.
getting 3 life. That's oh no, no Kumano
Oh,
exile the creatures.
I missed it too. So
Yeah,
the
nice.
backside of a saga is a 2/2. It makes it so things that would
Oh, I
die get exiled
see.
instead. No blood
Wow,
artist. That's why the anvil didn't work either, right? I think.
that's right. That's right.
Right. So draws a voltage
Is that
surge.
no? Wait. Is that dealt damage? Like if you sacrifice of the anvil, the creature is not gonna be exiled.
Oh, I think you're
It's
correct.
only. I think it's only when the damage exile the creatures. Like that was the Kamigawa
Right. Yeah. The old
mechanics for the what's their name?
yeah, Yamabushi Flame, Master
Yeah,
Yamabushi, something like that.
the
Yeah.
Yamabushi mages. Yeah.
Yep. So draws a Lizard Blade. So now we have 2 double strikers, but a lot of blockers here. And again, the Saga turning off Blood Artist here is actually pretty huge. We do have a Voltage Surge in hand for our Rakdos player, so we can kill the Saga, which looks like probably going to happen here. So there's Voltage Surge, kills the Saga. The Artist does trigger because it's a creature that
Yep.
you control. So that triggers more Blood Artist triggers. Now it's 12-5, and double Lizard Blades versus double Anvil.
No, blood artist both players.
What's up? Yeah, I
Blood
meant
artist both players.
the etchings of Kamano is
Oh
creatures
yeah,
of
yeah,
blood
yeah.
your stuff only, which
Yeah.
is just weird. A lot of words on these cards today. A lot of words on these cards. There's play
I
with
was
fire,
actually
but not good enough.
I
Engine
was actually
fully
pretty
achieved
scared.
from our Rakdos player.
I was actually
So
pretty scared about the cards with so much stack. So like, oh man, I'm never never gonna do a good job at commentating. You know, the cards they have so much strikes. I'm gonna miss a million things.
It's tough. Yeah, there's a lot of like, and like they're not
Mhm.
always like intuitive, like they're like kind of logical, sort of, but occasionally like you tend to use reference of like the cards you're used to, like, oh yeah, I'll just draw a shortcut to that, but they don't always work like that. So yeah, a lot of words. We see some sideboarding here. What do we see from both decks here?
Braid's coming in. I mean, Anvil plays a big role, it seems. So being able to get rid of it is pretty interesting. Well, the braid is like you're never gonna like not have value of a braid. Not as in value, but you're always gonna have a good target. If it's not the anvil, that could be the vampire.
Yeah, Braid's been pretty great. Like it's funny because it was so good last time it was legal in standard. It's been legal now for a few months, but like hasn't been that relevant. But now with all the artifacts coming out of a new set, it's been a really, really important cards. We see 4 Braid for our red player. Um, I imagine our red player's got to get out in front, right? A red player cannot allow
Yeah.
the Rakdos player to get their full engine online. They got to kill him before that happens.
How about the bristle? Oh, how's it called? Blast.
Result
The three
Blast.
mana, five
Oh yeah,
damage.
yeah, the one that exiles. It's like puts the
Yeah.
exile counter on everything, right?
Yeah, wouldn't you want to play the like a cheaper removal spell over that? I feel like
Yeah,
3 mana is a lot.
the exiling part's kind of interesting, but the 5 damage isn't really necessary. Most of the things are pretty small. So I suppose
Yeah.
valuing the ability to kind of get these perpetual exile effects on there, maybe try and avoid some blood artist triggers, things like that. So
That's a pretty good draw.
yeah, pretty good solid, pretty good hand from our red player. Rakdos player going back to the well, going to 6. It's funny, not only are the cards have a lot of words on them, but occasionally the cards also look like D&D books, and you gotta, like, take a second to go, "Wait, what is that?" Okay, 2-lander, got it. So, mono red on the play, Kumano faces, Saga coming down. Pretty good curve. We see a Roiling Vortex, Crucible Defiance, double Town Razor Tyrant. Of course, Town Razor, very, very good in the play. And
How do you
really
feel
cool
about
here.
Roiling Vortex as a card in general?
So you like that card?
That's the question. How do you feel about that card in general?
How I feel about it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It's pretty good in spots, where it's being like a real sideboard card against like Cascade or whatever free effects. In this matchup, it's looking mostly just like a Sulfuric Vortex for 1 and maybe a little bit of life gain value. I don't know if I love it. The trying to get the life gain stuff off of it's difficult because they have so many different individual life gain triggers that you're going to pay red. Maybe they'll stop 1 life or 2. But constant damage source, pretty interesting. I think the big thing here is going to be can our red player draw land number 4? A timely land number 4 here is going to be very, very important, and it is not there.
The reason I'm asking you this because for the last year and a half of since basically it was printed, every sideboard has like 3 of them or 4 of them. And the more you play, the more you cut them, and you end up with 0. And every time, like in the team testing, I remember Nassif and others. When you show the sideboard, there's a vortex in them, and the first thing I say that no, don't play vortex. It's just a bad magic card. Like, just don't play that card. And every time I see it's very rarely overperforming.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
You
it's
always want
specifically
something
good.
better.
It's specifically good for the flavor text, basically, which is the 5 damage for a free spell. And then I
Mhm.
think it has like some fringe applications in like historic against like a blue-white control deck. If the game's gonna go really, really long, sure. But I agree. The card is definitely overplayed, I think.
You have these
Yeah.
hands with like vortex and no other plays. You're like, oh come on, you just played and just you die with the vortex. Like the vortex
Right.
actually kills you.
Yeah,
So
without anything else to back it up, 1 damage turns isn't very much here. So there's
you
land
have to
number
force
4.
land.
It's a little painful, but looking very good for our red player here. Rakdos has missed multiple land drops, forced to make bad trades, and of course, Tower Racer Tyrant, a very, very
Yeah.
punishing card. Going to come down here and effectively end the game. What are your thoughts on Tower Racer Tyrant as a card?
This card is It's good. Like, I don't believe that's what it did. Like the first time I played against that card on the draw and they played on turn 3, I was like, is it what? What do you mean I'm losing two life a turn and I have to face a 4/4 flyer? Oh, I can lose my land. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's okay then. Yeah, I think it's a very good card. And it not being in every red deck makes it kind of weird, not gonna lie. Like really? Some decks don't play that card?
Yeah, it's
That's a
format's
weird
funny.
format.
It's funny because it reminds me of like an Urza Saga card, some like really old card. Because like they don't mess with lands anymore ever. And back in the day, they used to, you're boiling this and you're Armageddoning that. In the last 10 years of Magic design, you don't touch lands. You just don't do that. And this card is just, right back to that squeeze of like, oh god, it's turn 3. They have a Tower Razor. I'm stuck on a land. What do I? Oh, you're in that kind of squeeze. So very powerful card. The nerf, not exactly a super important nerf on it, only removing the ability to target basic lands. But
And
I,
the small letter.
yeah, the capital R, yeah. If anything, I think it got buffed. If you weigh the capital R against the can't target non-basics, I think it's a buff actually. I think it's a buff. But so
I'm not gonna lie, I had spotted it. I thought it was pretty striking.
yeah,
The small
yeah,
R, I was like,
for sure. Yeah, you don't often see typos on Magic cards, and it felt like a egregious typo. But so red player with a quick win there in game number 2. On to game number 3, we see Meat Massacre and a pretty good hand for our Rakdos player. And red also off to a decent start here as well. Some burn spells, Rahilda, Stormseeker. Should be a lot better than last game. So a lot of pressure here for our red player to cast a creature so they can get the counter off of the Saga. Of course, the issue is that the Blood Tithe Harvester may be able to kill whatever they play. So a little tension here.
oh, they can't kill the Rahilda.
Well, not yet. I mean, they have extra bloods in hand, so the Epic Hero come down, make a second blood.
Yeah, I mean, Bud didn't know about that. I think that was. I kind of like playing Rahilda here.
Yeah, I'm not sure, honestly. I agree that
I mean,
losing the value of a chapter 2 of that saga does feel pretty bad. Um,
the
Electrostatic
website's
Blast,
so good. If they don't have it, you're so far ahead.
yeah. So more conservative line for our red player here. In comes the 2/2 haste. Backup Rahilda is here, as well as a Shadow Soul Smashing, which is going to come in untapped. Now, the issue here is the Electrostatic Blast trigger is currently delayed. If a Play with Fire is cast on our Rakdos player's turn, those cards are inaccessible, and not getting the
Yeah.
value off your blast is really, really bad.
Yeah. I don't think I would have taken 3 damage here. Their life is so relevant this matchup. Like with Blood Artist, with Anvil, like what are you gonna kill? What's your target?
I agree strongly. You'd have to twist my arm to waste my blast cards, and so paying 3 life to do that is not where I ever want to be. So I strongly agree. A lot of nickel and dime damage happening here, and I just don't think this Play of Fire is being cast. So there's the Anvil, there's tap land, a lot of 1/1s, a Voltage Surge on the Rahilda, kind of cleaning up that problem once again. There are more Rahildas where that came from, with another one in hand. But now we have this sort of like 1/1 board. We have a light total advantage for our Rakdos player. Oh, don't do it. No.
I don't like this. It's about to kill a 1/1. That's just it's not even scrying.
Yeah. It's a weird trigger. It's easy to forget. I've forgotten it myself one or
Yep.
two times, but not getting the value off that card. I love that blast card. What are your thoughts on that card? I
I
love that
love
card.
yeah, I love it too. We talked about it earlier and we came to the conclusion it's a great card and you do forget about the trigger once in a while.
Yeah, it's the kind of card where it's just like it's basically expressive iteration, but a shock instead of a card. Just shock, draw card. But you gotta time it right. Same with iteration too. So we see a massacre here. Gonna mop things up a little bit. And pretty big swing. One Rahilda left for our red player, but one kill spell left for our Rakdos player. So another blast. So that lost card off the blast is looking really, really rough here.
Mhm.
Draw for
Like
turn. Just a land.
wasn't there a chance for a black red player to not jump the turn before to not chum the Stormseeker and keep an artifact creature? So they would
Um,
get something after the Wrath?
oh, post massacre. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, for sure.
Like just for 3 life, that would have been worth it, I think.
They try and keep that ball rolling because now there are no artifacts in play at all, for sure. So there's an
It's a good
abrade.
draw.
These are
It's
mopping up.
very
There's
good.
your blast
It's a
trigger.
very good draw.
All
Oh
right,
wow.
pretty good. Now the problem here, of course, is that our Rakdos player is still at 20 life. Well, 19 life, I guess. But so draws land, draws land. So
Like
now
a
we're in the
Rahilda here, Stormseeker 10 Razor would have been insane.
yeah. A lot of big draws for both players. Here's a Blood Tithe Harvester choosing to play the land first, not hold
Yeah,
it for
with the
blood.
blood token. Yeah.
And Saga flips, another land draw. So both players flooding a little bit here.
Yeah, I think I take 2 here. You trade 2 for
Harvester.
3.
Ooh,
Ooh.
okay. Big draw. Deadly Dispute, of course, allows the blood to turn into 2 cards. And those 2 cards can be more cards, and the ball might be rolling here. Abrade, Abrade.
Ooh.
Okay. Another blast from our red player. And again, blast is just so good. I just love the card. I absolutely love it here.
Yeah.
You know, blasting a 3/2 feels awesome. And then your next spell is going to be great. So it allows the red deck to kind of keep pace with the these later game things happening. So blast takes out the 3/2. We see the Kamano Saga go away. And now we have a braid and card drawn for turn, which is a land, versus a land and a blast trigger.
I like the fact that it's not doing too much. Like 2 damage can be relevant, but it's not like this card that you're gonna play anyway, like 3 damage or 4 damage. It's gonna kill Planeswalker, gonna do a bunch of stuff. It's just 2 damage, so it's still not completely broken. Like if it was like 2 mana, 3 damage,
Sure.
that would be way too much. 2, it's not like the broken card that kills everything and you get value of it like every single time. This is, 2 damage is not too relevant most of the time.
Yeah, it's really well balanced, I feel like. I totally
Yeah.
agree. Where it's a kind of card where it's not so good you have to play it. You have to kind of choose when you want to play it. It's a very tricky card. You can't just like play it on
Yep.
curve occasionally. A lot of thought goes into when you want to play it. Like I agree, love the card. So bit of an exchange there. 2 abrades for the dragon. We see a brushstroke now, a blood artist. The bloods are going off, triggers are happening, and like you were saying, that 3 life, we see a 9 life total here rather than 12. Could end up being the difference here for a red player trying to draw out of this. Hive gets activated, and now the ball is starting to roll. Epicure will deal 1, Hive will deal 3. Our red player is going down to 5 life points and dead on board at present.
Yeah, that's a lot of threats here. The Massacre is gonna continue dealing damage.
Yep.
The enchantment as well.
All right, so Blast the draw. This could chain pretty well here, actually. So Blast to reveal Shadow Skull Smashing, Saga Land.
Still dead to the land.
Yeah, the Massacres, yeah, I don't think it's enough here.
No, we just lose to the Hive here. Hive
Yep.
plus the damage from the rest.
Yep, damage from the blood. Excuse me. Damage from the blood, Meat of Massacre, the 1/1. Yep, so definitely a little bit of a flood here for our red player, but definitely may miss a spot to maximize a card or 2 here or there. And the Rakdos engine deck taking it down.
Yeah. That's
Cool deck.
pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive deck. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, super sweet. A lot of cool moving parts. It just kind of feels like a modern deck or a historic deck when it's really, really working. Like it's just cheap, efficient, doing a lot of stuff, a lot of triggers, drawing cards. Super cool. Super cool to see.
I really like this black enchantment, the Singing but letter. I don't
Bloodstroke.
remember the name. Bloodstroke, yes. I really like that card. I think it does a lot of stuff. It really felt like a bad card when I first saw it. Like, why would you want to spend 3 mana for that? And then the more you see it, like, oh yeah, that kind of stacks up with everything else, and that deals a lot of damage for just 1 card.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a lot of material for 1 card too. You get an enchantment, you get an artifact, and you get a creature. We see that before with cards like Thraben Inspector, even Voldaren Epicure, where like this 1 mana cheap card makes just 2 permanents, and like having an artifact matters, having a cheap creature matters. It's a lot of things coming together for more than some other parts. And agree, super cool card. Kind of cool that it turns on the enchantment and artifact synergy as we were seeing also
Mhm.
with those the spells that care about both. Yeah, cool card, cool. And it also plays well with Lawleth and Meat Massacre as well. So cool stuff.
Yep.
I like it. Cool. So we're gonna hop on for a quick short break. Raph, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, thanks for having me. It's fun.
Great. And then we're going to have Jeff back on for round number 7 in just a minute. Again, double elimination, Hooglandia Open Series. We got to crown a winner. We got a PTQ slot to go. I'm pumped. You should be too. See y'all a little bit for some more Alchemy action.
Listen, chat, we are many things in Hooglandia, but we are not a liar. So when we say there's going to be a quick break, Jim was honest with you. We're just a quick tap in and tap out. We are down to our final 11 players in this tournament. We have 10 players with a 5-1 record, with 1 remaining undefeated at 6-0, who I believe, let me double check, is playing... it says Naya Tempo. Is this the Enchantments deck? It is the Enchantments deck. Remember, if you want to check out all of the deck list and stats from this tournament, you can do so on that MTG Melee page, link inside of chat. I know you don't really want to listen to me ramble. You want to watch people play some sweet Magic decks. We're going to watch 2 of our 5-1 players duke it out here. So let's pop right in here. We've got some red-green wolves versus some Esper clerics. On the surface, I would estimate this matchup's probably hard for the Wolves deck, and I'm interested to see if it plays out that way or if they have what it takes to punch through the synergy creature deck.
Yeah, if the cleric deck gets going, it's gonna get going. Righteous Valkyrie, huge creatures, life gain. And the big advantage the werewolf deck tends to have is it sizes up really well against other creature decks, but not gonna matter here because the angels and the voices of the blessed whatever can get absolutely monstrous. So gonna be a challenge here. His hand's also not super great for our wolves player, although Time Razor up the top is pretty good.
Great, and there's that voice of the blessed coming into play here. Not particularly exciting when you don't have a source of gaining life, though.
Yeah, still some pieces to put together for our cleric deck. However, that Skyclave is looking pretty good right now as an answer to this 4/4 pack leader. Yeah, the Tenacious Pup is a good card, but definitely puts a little bit of all your eggs into one basket with that, with a really good 1/2 curve. And a 4/4 pack leader on turn 2 is very, very good, but if answered, can definitely slow things down a little bit. So
Vanishing Verse
Skyclave,
is a really fantastic draw here, too. It means with the Skyclave cleaning up the 4/4 and the Verse cleaning up the second 4/4, suddenly our Cleric's player is probably going to have enough breathing room to stabilize this board a little bit.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Kind of cute here. We get to see a trigger on the other pack leader. The 2/1 will go to a 3/2, which is nice. But what do you think about these blocks here? Should the voice block?
I think you
Or
block with something. I honestly wouldn't even hate blocking with the Skyclave apparition, but I think you trade just with something here. Mousing over the core. Mousing over the core in hand there, notable that it can bring back a cleric later. And what a fantastic draw, but our mana base being super awkward for our 3-color deck here. That 3rd color not free. This blue-black duel means that we will be unable to double spell this turn, so we don't have triple white mana for our Esper player.
Yes. But yeah, I agree. I love that block also. Good recognizing that, we're way ahead on cards here. Just got to stay alive. And probably need to keep this land around for a turn or two, which is going to cost some life as well. So
Debating perhaps what side this land wants to be on. You already have 2 black sources, so I have to imagine you play this out for blue just because you don't really need a 3rd black and the blue might be relevant. Maybe trying to stop and think, hey, do they want to play the 3/3 with lifelink out, or do they want to play the Vanishing Verse? The upside to playing the Aura this turn is that it would allow them to double spell the following turn if they draw a 5th land.
yeah, which would be huge. Which would be huge here. The pieces are all there for our cleric player. Just needs time to cast them.
Interesting. I don't know how do you feel about this line, Jim?
I don't love it, given the low amount of cards in the group player's hand. You know, you're going to increase a card, but I mean, we're going to see Ranger Clash just ask for 4 here. You know, it wasn't doing much else anyway. So Ranger Clash comes down anyway. The 3/1 doesn't really have any good blocks. It can't even block the 1/2. So I don't love it. I don't love it. Taking 4 is a lot. Now you got to take 2 more from the land. Does draw land number 5.
Okay. This means that we got a little bit of breathing room here in terms of being able to sacrifice the other land next turn. We get to go ahead and see double spells from our cleric player this turn. And the stat line on the Valkyrie is not nothing. A 2/4 blocks even if Ranger's Class puts a 1/1 counter on thing. Oddly enough, an untapped 6 land for our top player would actually be kind of brutal next turn. So we allow both Ranger's Class to be levels and let the Wolf attack as a 4/4.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot too. Do you put a voice here and try and gain some life, get it going, and chump block with your 3/1 flyer, or do you want to verse the 4/4? Gonna lean towards the verse play. A lot of Ranger classes. A lot of Ranger classes. So here they come.
Okay, the Vanishing Verse is going to look pretty good here. I assume the counter is going on the 2/2 here. I would probably verse the 4/4, trade the 3/1 for the 3/3.
Yeah, this attack's a little weird because like the trade of 3/1 for 3/3 is pretty good given all the Ranger classes floating around. Could have waited to like try and get more counters on it and make it even bigger. And this exchange is phenomenal for our clerics player. Like Navar's, a pretty stable board on 7 life, has a few things to do, some big creatures coming down. So all looks pretty good.
Okay, yep. Yeah, I like the Aura being played out here. Notably, this card does have lifelink. So this makes attacks pretty mediocre. If they block with the Aura, then trade it off. They're able to get back their Voice of the Blessed, gain a little bit more life. Should our Clerics player be able to put together 27 life, they're going to fully pop off. And it's not unrealistic to gain 17 life in this deck.
Yeah, once things get rolling, they really get rolling. We saw that earlier. Cleric player was at 2. Next turn, they were at 23. And they still lost that game, but it was still clear how much life is capable of gaining. So the first kind of frisky attack there with that 2/4, saying, all right, I'm not blocking with this thing, I'm just going to attack with it. And we see a partner's drawn, pretty good draw.
Able to deploy 2 extra counters onto something with the partners here. Notably, does not give first strike or anything like that, so they will be able to chump and gain 3 should they choose. I don't know that I we're double blocking here. Okay.
Seems somewhat reasonable. So you gain
That's
some
fine.
life back.
Yeah, I want to trade with something here. Might as well trade with the 3/4.
Yep, gain some life back, and then Skyclade probably not going to die here. When the thing dies, you get back your voice, play another voice. Like you were saying earlier, mana's super awkward. If a voice and a verse could be cast next turn, that would be exceptional. But
I'm fine with this block too, just not giving them the option. I think you're right that if you double block the 3/4, they probably kill the Aura, but this doesn't give them the choice, and taking the choice away from your opponent has value.
sure. All right, so coming back, round 2 of Voice of the Blessed.
You just got to get big here. Yeah, it looks like we're pausing, thinking like we might want an Elite Spellbinder, but I think you just want your voice.
The problem is Spellbinder doesn't line up well on anything. It can't block anything effectively. If there is a spell in hand, again, making it cost 2 more, it's just not going to matter that much with so many lands already in play.
Partners notably have first strike as well, so you don't even attack profitably into those. They have reach to go with it.
Yep. Looks like they were on the draw. Is that a white land? I think it is.
Okay, so this is voice plus Vanishing Verse here.
Yep. So the tides are turning. Now there are some Ranger classes in play still. So Chapter 4 of Ranger class can pop off if things go right. All right, big turn here for our Gruul player. Needs to make some progress this turn, and the game's basically over.
I don't know that Town Raiser constitutes progress.
Yeah, it's good. but it's not really good enough with Vanishing Verse already available to tag it.
Yep. Goodbye,
So
Dragon Friend.
one big attacker, not anymore.
So if I was the clerics player here, Jim, I would sacrifice the blue land next turn because it's correct to do so, and then I would immediately draw Glass Pull Mimic.
That sounds like a plan to me.
I think it's correct to bin this most of the time. I believe Glass Pool is their only blue card.
Yeah, there's obviously a desire to want to get to 27 life if possible as well. So like every life point matters in that regard too. But gonna bin it, and no, not a glass pool. Wow, that's unbelievable.
Not
but it
completely
happened.
unlucky, just a little bit flooded.
Yeah,
So something to note here, in addition to Inquisitor Captain being an excellent draw on this board for our Clerics player, they are also playing one copy of Legion Angel with 3 copies of Legion Angel on the board. So they're excellent pickup. There's also a copy of Pyre of Heroes. I can let them get going by sacrificing things to the Birthing Pod S card.
yeah, a lot of big draws here. I mean, honestly, to be fair though, like our Gruul player has some stuff going on too. Even a land draw for Gruul, play a land, go to chapter 4, hit a 2-drop, give it haste, and then next turn pop off is kind of real. So we're gonna see gonna hold the land here for little sneaky sneaks. And I guess Town Razor. Ooh. Okay. Just gonna pack it in. All right. Feels like a little bit of early scoop there. I mean, wasn't ideal, of course, but thoughts on that one?
I would believe in my my Inquisitor Captains off the top, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, if like say there were no cards in hand, that land just wasn't drawn, so it was knocking you down to possibly 3 lands. You can just pay the life too. It was a big attacker with the partners. No, don't get me wrong. But all right, so gonna go on to game number 2 here.
Something that's kind of interesting here, and I guess it's just a testament to wanting to drag the curve down a little bit, but the one Legion Angel coming out for this matchup in particular is interesting to me. I feel like if I was dedicating 3 sideboard slots to something like that, I'd want to keep it in absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, I think that leaving just the one in too it's just so much value. Like it's a really good card when it's the only one in your deck.
Yep.
And it does line up pretty well here. It blocks Town Razor really well. It blocks most things pretty well. And like it puts you in a spot where you're just kind of like play it, block, play it, block, play it, block, which is pretty good.
It is a little on the expensive side, and we do see copies of Plummet coming in for our red green player.
Classic.
So many ways to destroy flying creatures in this format, and this is definitely the true classic.
Yeah, it's the most simple one there is. All right, it's kind of a slow hand for our Gruul player. No 1 or 2 drop.
Vanishing Verse looking pretty awkward into the threats that the Gruul player has, although I suppose we might see Town Razor Tyrant as the 4-drop. Great draw here for our Clerics player.
Yeah, huge. So getting on the board, having something to do is very, very nice. And as long as our cleric player can make it to turn number 4 with 4 lands in play, captains are really good. They chain really well and they bulk up pretty well. So
You see Captain's name turned purple in the hand there for our bottom player. That means it has been perpetually modified. It has been given +1/+1 from that 2-drop, and it will maintain that bonus regardless of what zones it goes to.
all right, gonna leave that verse on top. Not gonna be too thrilled about it. We see multiple gold creatures in hand, and we see Captain now, and Captain does line up pretty well against the 3/3 Tolivar.
That being said, Helana and Elena coming down are going to make that Tolivar much larger.
That is true. And Brutal Blast to draw also pretty good to clean up these larger creatures. One of the issues these decks have against the Righteous Valkyries is often the 4th toughness being a little too much to get through here, but this is looking pretty good. Partner's going to make some huge attacks. Brutal Blast can mop things up as well.
Yeah, treating the 4/4 for this 5/5, and honestly, I think this exchange is something that like both players are pretty happy with. Kill the Valkyrie instead. Yeah, that makes sense. Captain does have Vigilance, so gets to get in here while also defending against any possible haste threats. The old stuck on lands, my opponent plays Town Razor Tyrant special here.
Yeah, I mean, the verses are pretty nice. I guess a land is probably the best draw. We should, able to just verse the Tyrant and then play Spellbinder, get in for 6, nix their next big thing coming, which is pretty good. Playing Captain also not the worst either, though. So natural
Unfortunate
Spellbinder.
to miss on the land there. Unable to double spell would have been very nice here. Get a scope of the hand and also remove the Town Razor from play.
Yeah, but Captain's still not a bad constellation prize. So fire up Captain, spin the wheel. Probably we could see a Vanishing Verse here. I think it's just two mana efficient. Just play the four drop here.
Nice. We get the Spellbinder anyways. It's a good exchange.
That's a hand.
Feel like I'd be inclined to take the Threat or the Thundering Rebuke here. Just want to kind of try and lock them out of having a double spell turn next turn.
Yeah, that seems pretty important. Right now our Cleric player is ahead on board, so the 4/4 gets to attack. Put the Rope Rider 12. And even if the Dragon wants to attack, the backswing's pretty huge as well.
Yep.
All right, there goes Tolvar. Now it's a 5-mana Tolvar, which is still pretty good, honestly. If it had been printed 10 years ago, it would have cost 5 mana for sure.
They didn't have that many words in the cards 10 years ago, Jim.
True. That is very fair also. 2 mana more and 20 words less. All right, so we see Rebuke.
I assume the Brittle Blast is going to eat the Skyclave Apparition here, because that'll generate a 4/4, which is pretty big deal.
Yeah, pretty solid in combat too.
Yeah, I like taking the damage here again for the land. You're really hoping to draw another land there to double spell, but another 2-drop is a good consolation prize. And then you can't attack with Captain here because the Skyclave will die and then it'll get eaten by a 4/4, but you can poke in with the 3/1.
Yeah, it's important that the Brittle Blast here is currently face up. So no blowouts, unless there's a little bit of a blunder. But here comes the 3/1. Plummet hanging out.
Yep.
So
and now we could see Plummet here to preserve the life total because our Girl player is only at 12, which is getting a little precarious.
Yep. And not a lot going on either, as far as like board presence goes. So I think I agree here. I think I like this Plummet. It doesn't feel great to plummet a 3/1 flyer, but just gotta do what you gotta do sometimes. Pretty important here. Now the next Spellbinder is a 4/2, which is a huge sizing upgrade. Now can go through Town Razor Tyrant. Major upgrade. All right. This is very good for a Clerics player. So a second your rule player is blocking with Tolvar defensively, you're in pretty good shape.
Yep.
Spellbinder again. Yeah, this is looking like we're going to a game 3. Yeah, even Rebuke there, which allows for a double spell. I mean, I guess Rebuke can kill the Skyclave and make a 4/4 also. But
it just doesn't let you block anything in the air. You gotta be worried about the life total. The life link on the 2-drop here doing a good job offsetting the damage that was taken from the what's it called a few times.
Yep.
Our Skyclave clears up that. Crunch in for 3.
All right, so you're gonna see the old 5-mana Brittle Blast. Not too exciting. We'll hold back the Skyclaves though because they can't attack into a token. But plenty of stuff happening on our Cleric players side of the board. Lots of things to do.
Another instance where you can't play the Voice and the Vanishing Verse, but that's fine. Far enough ahead at this point. So you get to get in for your 1 and gain a life, and then go ahead and play your Elite Spellbinder, make that Werewolf Pack Leader a bit more expensive.
It's unfortunate because there actually is a really cool new tribal land in the Kamigawa set. However, just plays very, very awkwardly with Vanishing Verse and other non-cleric spells. So Spellbinder here is kind of cool because they were forced to hold the mana up for the Brittle Blast. Now the Pack Leader also costs more, so you have a 4-mana Pack Leader in play. Or in hand, I mean.
And I wonder if we're going to see what we've seen before where they just have to Brittle Blast the flyer just because they don't have blockers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That hurts.
And then the pack leader's going to come down to be able to threaten to block the Skyclaves, but there's a Vanishing Verse to clean that right on out.
Yeah, so 4/4 pack leader, but not for long, and that's going to be all she wrote most likely. Despite some awkward mana troubles, our Cleric's player takes this game down and goes to game number 3, most assuredly. We'll see. We'll see what happens, I guess. But
You can see a little bit faster thanks to the magic of time shifted.
all right, down to 5. It's got to be a real big draw. It's a plummet. Wouldn't really classify it as a big draw. Although I guess there's still a layer of the Hydro in play. And of course, there has to be some fear in our Cleric player of like, I don't want to attack with everything, have my Skyclave killed, have my other Skyclave blocked, and all of a sudden there's 7 power in play out of nowhere.
Yep.
So you might just see a pretty conservative attack for 1 here and then play the old captain. I think I like this. Like, pretty far ahead. Don't get blown out. You know, just kind of do your thing.
Voice
Captain's
continues to get bigger. Yeah, you get to double check here. By that, I mean you get plummeted. All right, draw for our girl player here.
Yeah, I don't think. I guess. I'm not really seeing. Pup's not gonna do it. Pup's not gonna do it. Let's gain a life, I suppose.
Pup technically means they're not dead yet, right? Because we got Lair of the Hydras at 2/2 that can block.
That's true. That's true. Here comes Valkyrie. Here comes Voice. Gain some life. Make stuff big. Yeah, no coming back from that. So game 3.
Right. More importantly here, our green-red player gets to be on the play for this one. Interested to see if they go for any of the removal spells in this game. Something that is kind of common as being a little bit more proactive on the play, a little bit less reactive. They have a lot of removal spells in their deck, which did not quite serve them as well as they'd hoped that match. Or that game 2.
What are your thoughts on Roiling Vortex? Jeff?
Thoughts on Roiling Vortex? It's a tough card that is to hold up mana for, and the opponent is able to pressure your life total a little bit as well. So it feels like it comes at a pretty big risk.
Yeah, I agree. Me and Raph were discussing it also when we had him on. Not a huge fan of the card here. We saw it in there for a little bit and looks like it went back out again. It's just not. It's not Sulfuric Vortex. The cost of having to leave mana up to try and stop life gain is a pretty big one. And like you said, like this is still a creature matchup. They're still hitting you, so the damage adds up as well too. Ooh, awkward mana again. But growing these 1-3 lifelinkers is pretty good, honestly. There's a rebuke, but here comes Rahilda. All right, on the play. Turn 2 Rahilda, turn 3 kill spell, looking pretty good. Stole a Righteous Valkyrie. And the second rebuke here, we got a snowball rolling. This ruled like is very, very good at rolling the snowball down the hill, and we're seeing it here once again.
Something to note about Rahilda is once she's drawn a couple of cards, it's not just as simple as removing her from the battlefield, because this deck is full of wolves and werewolves, which means if any of those attack, you're gain access to those cards that she can copy.
Interesting choice here. We see the Angel is perpetually modifying the Glass Pool Mimic, and then next one modifies the black-white creature. No black lands yet, of course, so pretty awkward. Not much good to copy either, though, so kind of an awkward spot. Another Valkyrie, just pulling all the good cards out of a deck. So good draw there. Black land allows for the Cleric to come down, gain some life, and grow.
Okay, 4/4 stat line, very important here. It means that the Rahilda cannot attack profitably in as a 3/3. And this could be the breathing room our Cleric players need to take over this game.
Yeah, one more land here, which would allow for a Cleric and then a Glass Pool on a Cleric would be huge. Kind of build this board up, get things rolling, and get life gain chains going, and that can make for some huge creatures really fast. So potential explosion on the Cleric side of the board next turn. And yeah, the Gruul side kind of pumping the brakes a little bit here. Very good start, but couldn't really capitalize. A Wolf can attack, and allow the Gruul players to start casting flyers. But that's at a cost for sure.
Yep. We have the 1/2 wolf now, at least can do that at a more minimal cost. I imagine this glass mimic is going to get held on to for the ability to copy something down the line here. Even just another one of these clerics of life bond would go a long way.
Yeah, copying Cleric would be great. If a land was drawn there, we could have seen the copy as well, which would have been awesome. Would have made, for a really, really big board. But no land just yet. Banishing Verse there, but not quite castable, as it often has been so far in this match. As a pack leader.
Yeah, I feel like the big thing I've taken away from this match, watching this Esper deck play over the course of the tournament, is that the Glass Pull Mimic Splash really isn't free.
Yeah, and it definitely, the ceiling is no longer there as far as high rolling all of your captains. So I kind of agree. I think this deck would probably just be better off being black-white.
Right.
All right, here we go. White Valkyrie time on the wrong side of the board, and like you said, when any wolf attacks, we can see the other Valkyrie cast too.
So something that's kind of cute in Skyclave Apparitions templating is that if you exile one of your cards that the opponent has taken, you actually get the token from it because the owner of the exiled card gets the token after. So if you take like the Righteous Valkyrie that's been stolen here and then your Skyclave dies, you would get a 3/3 afterwards.
Oh, I did not know that. That is really cool. That's a very obtuse interaction.
Yep.
Not going to see that here, unfortunately, it looks like, but that is cool. That is a cool one.
We could still see that interaction play out next turn, depending on where this Glass Pull Mimic goes eventually.
That's true.
See, they attack with the wolf to get the other Valkyrie.
This game has gotten a little weird. Scry
land.
All right, we see Rebuke on top for our Gruul player. But things are about to get pretty big here. Looks like I might see a copy on the Skyclaves. I imagine we want to mimic first if we were going to copy a cleric. No, I'm just gonna leave verse up. So here come the biggins.
I like just attacking with the 7/7 here because you don't really want to trade your 5/5 for like just a Righteous Valkyrie here. You want it to get a trade for at least 2 things. I guess if you attack with both the Vanishing Verse blows them out of their triple blocks, maybe that is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the big concern is what happens on the backswing. With the you don't want to let Hilda through. So
yeah, that's fair. She'll be a 3/3 from the.
Correct. There's no good blocks where you could obviously verse it, but more conservative line is very, very reasonable. Tons of resources, and the cleric player's board's getting bigger every turn as well. Chapter 3. Land on top. Rebuke here, not really looking super good. There aren't really that many good targets.
Yeah, they can like get rid of the lifelink flyer that's pumping other things up, but in all honesty, they might just be better off waiting for something more reasonable. We could see maybe an attack in and then trade the Rebuke plus the Rahilda for the 5/5 since they have another Rahilda as a follow-up. It's like your one opportunity to get it to trade up into that card.
Yeah, that seems somewhat reasonable. And now with the Ranger class on the third chapter, definitely want to kind of clear things up and maybe let the game go a little longer, even though you're behind, because you can kind of just start popping off and hopefully hit a really good chain of cards.
Yeah.
Gonna go for Skyclave, though. Get back that YouTube. And then a little bit of stale board here, but that's looking pretty good for our cleric player because things are getting big.
Yeah. Every turn, the Rangers class not having decent attacks to grow the board is really putting the cleric's player ahead.
Surprised to not see this glass pool just come down as a clerical life's blood here. I mean, just get it in play and start growing it.
Honestly, at this point with the Spellbinder drawn, I kind of like just playing it out as a massive Spellbinder.
mean, is the flying that important? I mean, you just build some like once the creatures get to be a certain size, the Gruul deck just like can't handle them anymore. You just have three 10/10s on the ground. Just you'll win the game eventually. So still pretty big though. Here they come. Vanishing First here to stop some double blocks. So would be a frisky attack if the 1/3 got in. Well, I guess it would gain 1 life. Although which part of the Cleric of Lifeblood triggers only once a turn? The life gain or the pump?
The pump is only once
Okay,
per turn.
so the life like wouldn't grow the Cleric. So all right. Well, welcome to Blowout City, population 1 Gruul player. Because this is yep, that's it. Okay.
Ooh,
Yep.
that was a tough one, Jim.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the Gruul player's hand just wasn't really fast enough there. We saw, no 1-drop, no 2-drop. Drew a kill spell on turn 2, but needs to get that ball rolling because late game wise, the Cleric deck just sizes up super well.
So we have 6 competitors left going into this round. We have 5 or 6 and 1s and one undefeated player remaining. And if you'd have told me going into this tournament that we'd have had half of our players at this stage playing Naya enchantments, I'm not sure that I would have believed you, Jim. But so there are something to note here is that, and this happens quite frequently, and I'm sure people from Melee usually go through and reclassify them after early format tournaments happen, but Naya Tempo, Naya Aggro, and Naya Combo, as we, I could actually pull these up here. These are the MTG Melee page that you all have access to here. If you mouse in on these, all 3 of these are not exactly the same deck list, but they're all variations of this this enchantment aggressive deck. So hopefully we'll get like a Naya enchantments tag up here on Melee for folks. But past those 3, we have the Esper Clerics player that we just saw win that previous round. We've got 1 Gruul aggro remaining, and then we've got a copy of Rakdos, which is the sacrificey variation. This is the Oni Cult Anvil variation, which is sweet.
Yeah, I mean, super, super cool. It's cool seeing Kamigawa having a huge effect here with the LV enchantment stuff. The nomenclature for the decks isn't perfect, but the win rates are really good here looking at the archetype breakdown. We're looking at 70%, 70%, and then 100% for the 1 Naya Tempo deck, which is not exactly what it is, but close enough. So very impressive showing. Definitely the deck of a tournament at the moment. We'll see if it's able to take the whole thing down, but impressive, very impressive.
Okay, I know we just watched Esper Clerics, but I think Esper Clerics and the Red-Black Sacrifice deck are 2 of the more interesting decks remaining in the tournament. So we are going to go ahead and peek on into their round 8 match together. Let's get this loaded up.
Yeah, this Rakdos Sacrifice deck is really cool. I played a very rudimentary version of my 10 New Brews the first day the set came out, and it was definitely not built correctly at all, but it was very clear there was a very serious engine there. And it's kind of cool watching it evolve, and it just looks really good.
I would like to apologize to the folks at home. We are, I believe my show spotter note here says they try to work on the red-black screen for a little bit, but they're having a little bit of frame rate drop. So we're going to end up on the cards in the foreign non-English language here. So hopefully Wizards of the Coast eventually graces us with a spectator client, but I think I'd rather have smooth and in non-English than choppy.
Imagine being able to watch the game in the language of your choice.
The technology is just not there, Jim. Come on. We're emulating paper magic. If someone shows up with non-English cards in a paper magic tournament, that's how they look on coverage, Jim.
You'll look at my D&D books and Japanese foils and you'll like it. All right? You'll like it.
All right. A couple of mulligans here, it looks like, for both players. Yep. Well, 1 single mulligan for both, each player, starting on 6.
Yeah, pretty reasonable hands, though. I mean, I guess a little awkward on top here. No second untapped land, but good cards nonetheless. Looking for a 3rd land for sure, but well set up. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. The thing came in untapped. We're good to go.
It's so great. It's like Evolving Wilds. It's good on the draw.
Yeah. And that's a big one, too, because now we can see these clerics come down. Cleric can come down, life gain trigger off the attacking, and it can pump it up again. And no real immediate answers from our Rakdos player.
Yeah, we're gonna see. It feels to me like the onus is on the Rakdos player to be interactive in this matchup because, as far as linear head-to-heads go, the cleric seems like the far more powerful linear shell.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A lot of nickel and dime stuff happening on the Rakdos side, but if the cleric deck just gains 14 life, they don't really mind losing a life or two to Blood Artist. Not really that big of a deal. We're going to see some damage base removal from the Rakdos player also, which might not be able to scale up and actually kill these creatures if they get too large. So not quite there yet for our Rakdos player, but the pieces are in motion. As a Blood Artist, a Bloodstroke, another Dispute. Merchant can be pretty good if things get rocking and rolling. So working on it. Synthesizer, it's getting there. The pieces are coming together. Oh boy.
Really hoping to pick up a fourth land on the cleric side there, although they can apply a little bit of pressure on this board all the same. Wonderful to see the Spellbinder because it's resource efficient, or if they want to prioritize getting down a Clerics of Life's Blood to get those triggers going sooner, because they can only gain one counter per turn, so getting them down sooner has a lot of value.
Yeah, I think that playing the flyer makes a lot of sense. The flyer seems pretty good in general, just as far as like flying over these random crappy blockers. I get a peek at the hand, kind of slow things down a little bit, and have a good idea of what you're up against. And then you're still attacking in the ground pretty well with the 4/4, which is nice. So looks pretty good here. Totally agree that land number 4 off the top would be ideal. That's for a multitude of reasons too. You can cast the 4-drop, can double spell with the clerics, can play a banishing verse if necessary. Just opens up the entire hand.
All right, there's a Meat Hook Massacre. That is a sweeper that's very powerful, but it looks very mediocre into large threats like the Cleric's deck is scaling up pretty quickly here.
It's actually enough here. We can't see Meat Hook for 5 and take out the whole board, which I imagine.
Oh, there's two treasures. I missed those. There's
Yep.
so many little artifact tokens off to the sides, Jim.
So just barely there on Meat Hook Massacre. And I agree. Meat Hook Massacre is a card that, prior to Kamigawa, I was playing a lot of Alchemy. Wasn't impressing me much because things sized up really well. And then, of course, with Town Razor Tire and punching your mana a lot, it was often difficult to find the right, to be able to cast Meat Hook for enough to actually kill everything. So just barely got it there. And now no land drawn either. Cleric player has to rebuild, but it looks like our Rakdos engine's getting online.
See the Synthesizer here being picked up and put down. This exiles the top card of the deck and lets them play it till end of turn. Heard you like synthesizers, so we got synthesizers with your synthesizers.
Yo, bro. All right, and then we move. This is really, really, yeah. Like I said, once that gets going, it gets going. So we see a something blast, kill this thing, sack a synthesizer, trigger another thing, play another land, and just kind of popping off here.
Not that one.
Some kind of blast, and still can't find land number 4 here for our cleric player. This game is quickly slipping out of reach, despite a very good start.
The red black decks looked really impressive every time it's been on stream today. I was watching running the production stuff when you and Raphael were casting it against the mono red deck. Really good back and forth there.
Yeah, the engine's powerful. It kind of feels like a modern deck or a historic deck. All the cards are super cheap. It draws cards. It kills things. It puts a lot of things in play. A lot of game actions. A lot of triggers. Just powerful stuff going on. A lot of material. A lot of material.
Okay, here's some life gain. Vanishing Verse looking a little awkward into these multicolored cards that we care about. I like offering the trade here because the 3/2 could just trade with the voice, and I think you'd rather have the voice than the other. Well, I guess this leaves you kind of susceptible to attacks. I guess the Verse tags the creature land here at least.
Yeah, so interesting. Yeah, I guess MW had a good read that the Hive of the Eye was coming in here because leaving up Verse on this board, there wasn't really much to kill with the Verse. And finally drew the 4th land and didn't deploy the Captain. Kind of a big cost too, but ended up working out. The Hive gets activated, and here comes the Verse. but still a very, very good board for a Rakdos player.
Small edge here. We see them take just pause to look at their graveyard, see that, okay, I'm fine with them exiling any of these, and then versing after the creature has been tapped so you can't float a mana with it.
All right, down to 9. There's an Anvil too. Oh boy. Yeah, Voltron's getting assembled here. This better be a real good captain. Don't think that's good enough.
We're not quite dead yet, but things are slowly slipping away here. That's a really aggressive attack with the Den of the Bugbear in play.
Yeah, there's a Bugbear in play. There's an Anvil in play with a Synthesizer in play. Meat Massacre's in play. The Blood Thing's in play. Life being lost every which way.
Another Synthesizer. Gosh, I see what you mean about once this deck gets going, Jim. There is just all of these cards flying off the top of the deck for our red-black player, and just every time something hits the bin, things happen.
Yeah, there are 19 permanents in play. Almost double City's Blessing.
I was just about to say, so you say they have the City's Blessing.
Yeah.
And the artifact 1/1 token can be sacrificed to drain with the Oni and then also deal 1 with the Blood Artist and 1 with the Meat Hook Massacre.
Yep. Yeah, this is so heads up player not blocking the artifact token, but I guess it doesn't really matter either way. So we see down to 8, down to 7, down to 6, down to 5, down to 4. Yeah, just lethal.
Are we lethal this turn?
Pretty sure it's the meetup triggers and the
because the blood tokens each deal 2 as well because of the Sanguine Bond. Got it.
Yeah, just they might even have like 8 or 9 damage this turn. Honestly, I can't add it all up, but it's a lot. The Ani
How much
thing,
is it? Enough.
Yeah, a lot of triggers. Yeah, impressive. This deck has looked good a lot. Obviously, our cleric player did miss on land 4 for a number of turns there, but still impressive showing for the Rakdos deck.
Jim, you told me that card was called Blast. It's Voltaic Surge. I tried to look it up by typing in Blast, and it just didn't exist.
I said Surge. That's what I said. There it is. The blasty, shocky, surgy card.
Sure, it's like Blast adjacent, right? The picture looks very blasty.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of blast too, you know.
Back in my day, Jim, the blast could hit people's faces when you had artifacts, okay?
All right, well, back in my day, the blast dealt 2 damage to non-artifact creatures and 4 damage to artifact creatures.
Gosh, that was when there were dinosaurs still, right?
Yes, there were dinosaurs. They were all playing Ravager Affinity decks and their Tooth and Nail decks and playing Electrostatic Blast to the board. All right, so we see a pretty interesting one here in this cleric board. I don't recall what that card is called. It's like Xanathar the Beholder or something like that.
Which one?
Yeah, the 6.
Oh, the Beholder. Good golly.
Yeah. I mean, kind of interesting card. I've played that card in a control deck before. Kind of interesting seeing it here in this cleric deck. Allows you to like flip cards off the top of your opponent's library and cast them. Oh man, it's being taken out. Boo.
Kingpin,
definitely
baby.
A proud favorite card. There it is. Guild Kingpin. Yep. They can't cast spells, and you can future sight off the top of their deck and start casting spells. Pretty fun card. Not sure what it's doing there in that.
How do you feel about Disdainful Stroke coming in this matchup?
Disdainful Stroke out of our cleric player?
Yeah, the cleric's player had 2 Disdainful Strokes they brought in.
And they brought them in? I mean, it's only hitting Meat Hook Massacre, I think, right?
Yep. It says a lot about how much they value that card, huh?
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that, like, they can outsize Meat Hook Massacre, you know. That game was on the edge of a knife because if it wasn't for those extra treasure tokens and everything else, that Massacre would have not have broken that board. And then it would have never broken at any point after because everything grows as well. So I definitely understand the respect for the card, but this deck should be able to size up against Massacre pretty well.
Some really heads-up sideboarding here for our red-black player. We see the copy of Burning Hands coming in here, a card that does additional damage to green creatures, but our red-black player just valuing the shock, realizing that it's important that they clear all of these 2-drops that grow bigger in the cleric's deck as soon as they come down.
Yep, and again, these Glassable Mimics have been looking pretty bad. Untap land here would be phenomenal, but instead we have this blue tap land. So kind of a turn off here. Gets to play the Pyre, but can't play a Captain and apply more to the board. Turn you play Pyre, you really want to be able to use it also, because now you can see it a braid in the Pyre as well. Tough lands, tough lands. All right. And this is another good turn. Blood Artist into Blasty, Surgy, whatever card. Taking down a 2/4, sacking a blood, draining for 2. Blood Artist drains for 2. A lot of triggers. And attack for 0. Oh, come on. Attack for 0.
Gotta set the mood. Let them know what's up.
You got to commit if you're going to click it, you know? All right. So Mon Capitan is here. Going to find a Cleric of Life's Blood or a Voice the Blessed.
Yeah, I like the Life's Blood. It's kind of an enabler and a payoff wrapped all into one. We see the Glasspool Mimic staying in hand, going to get cast as a spell. Something that's noteworthy about the updated templating of Inquisitor Captain is while Glasspool Mimic copying it out of your deck doesn't trigger it again. If you Glasspool from hand copying the Captain, you will get that first trigger because it was technically cast.
All right, so you see the Braid on the Cleric, keeping that one under control. However, this does open the door for copying it, like you were saying. So there's an Anvil. Again, Engine mostly online here. Sack of Blood. Deal 1, deal 1, deal 1. Make a 1/1. Life slipping away from our Cleric's player.
The second Aura here, nothing to scoff at. That card is legendary, which means when the second one comes into play, they'll be able to get 2 clerics from their graveyard back into play.
Yeah, pretty powerful part of the engine as well. And it does also count another cleric you control. So a Medo Massacre here would be able to return 2 clerics if possible. But we're just gonna start seeing the drains coming into effect.
Are the hooks lethal? The hooks lethal, right?
1, 2.
There's 10 creatures and 2.
Yeah, that's 9.
It's super lethal. Plus the meat hooks, it's 10 plus meat hook.
Yeah, that should do it.
13 ball.
It's a lot.
And I mean,
and that's kind of the crazy part of his deck is the fact that Medo Massacre is not only just a great card, it's also almost like a combo kill once there's enough stuff in play. So can return some stuff, but
just barely enough here too. The we're at 10. I guess we're over by a couple, so we're gonna gain 2 from the Righteous Valkyrie on the 2/2, but there are 13 triggers worth of drains here.
Yep, with triggers to spare. Yeah, Rakdos deck looking really cool, and it's really awesome in this tournament that the 2 most impressive decks we've seen so far, they're kind of stealing the show a bit, are this Enchantment deck and this Anvil deck. Both based around cards from Kamigawa, which is awesome to see.
Yeah,
awesome to see.
And it's really nice that it's not just I saw an awful clickbait video that was like, is Neo Kamigawa the next Eldraine? And it's like, it's nice to see that all of the cards that have been powerful from Kamigawa that we've seen today, they're not just all in on Kamigawa mechanics and synergies, right? Like we're seeing the Enchantments deck is leveraging runes. We're seeing this red-black deck. It's playing Anvil, but it's also playing cards from a variety of other sets and standards. So a lot of cross synergy as opposed to one omnipresent mechanic pushing everything else out.
It's also just the cards being good on synergy, not necessarily on rate. You know, the thing was that Bone Crusher Giant, Love Struck Beast, Once Upon a Time, Oko, these are all just absurd cards. You know, even like the Adventure deck was, of course, a big part of Eldraine, but it was partly that because the cards were just so good anyway. You didn't really need much help to make Love Struck Beast and Bone Crusher Giant good cards. When you add Innkeeper into the mix and add Lucky Clover into the mix, things get crazy. So you know, the rate on Eldraine, which is ridiculous. You know, Fire's Invention, Evolve the Wild, whatever the hell it was called, sure. But the cards we're seeing today, like you're saying, they're synergy pieces. You know, they're Jukai Naturalist, they're the Anvil. These cards that are, hey, your deck better care about something. Go find the things it cares about and make them work together really, really cool, which I love to see. I love sets and cards like that.
All right, our other two matchups for this round are a Naya Enchantment's Mirror. We already watched one of those today, so we're going to go to our other backup, which is also Naya Enchantments. We have 3 of those in our 6 remaining players versus Red-Green Werewolves. I'm interested to see how this matchup plays out. My gut says the readily available lifelink between the Naturalist and Rune of Sustenance probably makes this a challenging matchup for this aggressive deck, but I'm interested to see how it plays out in practice.
Yeah, I think it's just going to come down to, can the enchantment player stick a big creature? Can the Kami come down, pick up some auras, and grow, or not? The Gruul deck does snowball really well too. So it is an aggro deck where the life gain is going to be a little annoying. But I think when the Gruul deck gets going, it's really beating you on all fronts. It's drawing cards with pack leader. It's making things huge with partners. So I think it can overcome a difficult life total and stuff like that as long as it can keep the creatures under control. And sizing is very important there. So can his rebuke kill a creature, yes or no, and so on and so forth.
Yep, I was just about to say, having not only being on the play, so our red-green player gets to deploy a threat and then kill the first threat from our Naya player means that they're going to be tempo positive here to start at least.
Yeah, absolutely. This is huge. Just be able to kill this, attack for 3, awesome. Big part of things. Interesting to see if our Gruul player is going to want to just deploy another threat here and then go for the kill spell next turn, draw 2 cards. Going to go for that, which I like.
Yeah, I think the fact that the second werewolf pack leader was picked up here means there's a big incentive to kind of get that snowball rolling like you talked about. They know Rebuke is still going to be able to knock out the Kami next turn, and then getting to draw 2 cards next turn really starts putting you ahead. You want to find more removal spells to keep knocking things out while you're attacking.
Yeah, it would be, I guess it's not insanely difficult to get this Kami up to a 5/5. A Naturalist plus a green rune could do it. But most of the time, the Rebuke will be able to kill the Kami at some point here. So,
and I kind of like this acknowledgement from Key, kind of being like, okay, I'm on the draw. I'm going to take things a little bit slow rather than trying to be linear. We're going to go ahead and play out this card that's going to try and slow down that snowball that the red-green player is looking to build.
yeah, I agree. Any other play there, just gets blown out by Thunder Rebuke. So heads up play, like it a lot.
The pause here is, okay, are we rebuking the Kami, or are we rebuking the Kami plus Ranger's class, or is there a Town Razor Tyrant coming down? There is a real danger if the rebuke doesn't get played this turn that the Kami outsizes it on the Naya plays versus next turn.
Absolutely, yeah. And then the Ranger class here is the big X factor, I think. If this turn was only Rebuke, not really happy with that. But I think if this turn gets to be Rebuke and add more to the board and attack for 3, that is pretty reasonable. So I think I would lean towards Rebuke here, because I agree. This is probably your last chance to cast Rebuke targeting this Kami. There will be no more chances. Now, it is true if a Kami has the ability where it will come back to life from the graveyard if it is killed, if an enchantment dies as well. But going to go for the aggro line here. And I think this is going to backfire pretty spectacularly for our Gruul player.
Especially with the rune of sustenance in hand here, being able to provide lifelink.
Yeah, we're going to see a 6 power lifelink coming in this turn, and I don't think that our Gruul player is going to be able to kill it.
If in fact, yeah, you're right. It's going to be 6/6. We're going to put 2 runes on it. I like it.
Yep, and then also potential to draw a different rune that would be even bigger. A visitor.
With the visitor drawn, I might be inclined to attack for 5 here and then play the rune of sustenance next turn while it's larger.
Yeah, I agree. 5's enough. 5 is where the magic number where you're now out of range of a single kill spell. Gaining 5 is great. And yeah, you're here. This is a big turn. So now our Gruul player is in a bit of trouble. Rebuke can kill something, but not the most important thing. And now our Naya player has their own snowball rolling down the hill.
Yeah, I assume we're going to see us start with an attack here just so our Gruul player can draw another card and have a little bit more information. Land's not going to do a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, Rebuke's got to hit something this turn. It probably hits the visitor, but now the Naturalist is also just a lifelinker too, and yeah, starting to spiral out of control here.
The oops there, I think, kind of recognizing that maybe I should have killed that Kami last turn while I still had the chance.
Yep. And now things have a chance to go off the rails, depending on how well these draw steps are with the draw and the rune draw. Attack the land. That's actually
Not a
bad
terrible pickup.
Yeah. So fire up a rune. It's funny as far as like where it goes. Doesn't really matter. If both cards have lifelink anyway, so can go wherever. I guess if there's an incentivize or incentive and good incentive to have an enchantment in play for later, you can just put it on a land because it actually has no relevant text on either creature, but it
Yep.
doesn't really matter that much. So bricks on a draw there, but get to just jam, gain a bunch of life, which is great.
Puts our Gruul player down to 6. One more shot from that Kami in full will do it. The Snakeskin Veil, able to protect from the Seat of the Empire at the very least. I assume we're going to see an attack across for at least enough to draw a card to begin with.
Yeah, the enchantment player is in a really good spot, but they kind of need to find a spell here. The pieces are all in place, but 3 lands in hand right now. Thankfully, one of them does something. It's going to get blown out by the Snakeskin Veil, but not completely. The life gain's still going. Once our enchantment player finds another, enchantment to draw a card, get things going, and kind of gets that ball rolling, and they'll be in great shape. But if our enchantment player draws like land here, I think our Gruul player could steal it.
Deep in the tank here, these players are, one loss. This is an elimination match for both of these folks trying to play their best. There is not only some cool stuff being store card on the line, but also an invite to the upcoming set championship. It's been a long day of Magic. Make sure you want to consider all of your possible outs and permutations. We know that our top player has effectively 2 lands in hand, but our Gruul player does not have privy to that information.
Yep. A lot of options here too. There's activate the Ranger class. All right, so there's Snakeskin Veil. Now it's a 5 power flyer. Draws another land, which isn't great. So gonna maybe regret a little bit not pumping up the Ranger class, and not gonna pump the Ranger class.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe a small oversight after taking.
Oh, what a draw! Oh, what a draw!
So the Reign of Truth here. It's going to.
That's so much.
That's a 12-12.
That's gonna do it. Yep, that's all she wrote. I said we need to draw something, and that's definitely something. That is definitely something.
As far as things are concerned, that definitely constitutes.
Yeah, and I think if the rebuke was cast and killed that Kami a little earlier on, that game probably would have swung the other way.
Now, something that's interesting, and this is why week 1 tournaments are always kind of fun. This Naya enchantment deck is putting up a lot of results today. It's 3 of our 6 remaining players. We see 2 Outland Liberators coming in for our Werewolves player, and there were only 2 on the sideboard. That's, a really powerful effect in a matchup like this that we could perhaps see moving into main decks. We also see cards like Tangle Trap in the sideboard here for our Gruul player, something like kill a flyer or an artifact. Perhaps something like Crushing Canopy is the card you're more interested in playing if you want to be more flexible to remove enchantments.
Yeah, for sure. So, see the Ranger class is getting cut here. I like that a lot. Kind of a slower card. Cutting some Town Rage Tyrant. It's kind of interesting. The flying seems pretty relevant. But the Death Touch.
I think I like trimming that. The Town Rage Tyrant feel like it gets outsized pretty consistently, pretty quickly, and I think, like you mentioned earlier, you want to kind of try and focus on having cards that kind of snowball and go bigger. And Town Rage Tyrant doesn't really do that. It just like always does one thing, and like the rate it does that thing at is like pretty okay, but it's a lot less impressive in the face of lifelink.
I mean, the flying seems very relevant to me, though. If you're going to be in a spot where you're not going to win a game on the ground, kind of thing. Let me see what you're saying. I'm not sure. We see cutting some 1-drops here too, cutting the pack leaders. The ground battle is going to be a little difficult as far as sizing goes. It's going to come down to a lot of like, can our Gruul player keep our enchantment player getting a 6/6 in play or a 5/5 in play? We saw that game.
Yep.
Once that creature hit 5/5, the game was almost over. So gonna be huge.
And we saw, the oops emote out of our Gruul player that game. So perhaps recognizing their mistake in the moment and one that they're going to be less likely to make in this post board game.
Yep. Pretty good hand for our Gruul player. Got Matilda. Don't actually have any removal spells, but have a pretty good curve and on the play, of course. Interesting to see Wedding Announcement in this deck. Kind of a go wide card, and it looks to be a go tall deck, but can make a lot of blockers, which is kind of cool. All right, here comes Rotilda on the play. Good place to be for your aggro deck.
With Hilda coming in, getting to start drawing those guaranteed spells. Now, one of the things that's actually neat about this enchantments deck is Rahilda is kind of incidentally worse against it than it would be against other decks because there aren't just individually powerful cards for Rahilda to be drawing.
Yeah, I played the Modern Open in Philly last weekend, and I was playing Tron, and my opponent attacked with Ragged Band and hit my Ugin of a Spirit Dragon, and I was like, good luck. Good luck.
That's great. They made a treasure too, Jim. They were ramping.
That's true. That's fair. But they actually hit Chromatic Star like 2 or 3 times, which is pretty good for them. But it still worked out in my favor. But so borrowed time here to take care of the Rahilda, which is pretty good. And again, kind of recognizing, all right, we'll just kind of keep this thing under control. And Showdown of the Skulls is a great thing to work towards. Again, Wedding Announcement looking kind of weird to me. What are your thoughts on that one in this deck?
Which one?
The
Wedding
Wedding
Announcement? I agree. I don't know that I understand what it's doing. I guess it's technically a creature that's also an enchantment, but it feels like it fills a kind of similar role to Showdown or Haunting in that it's a kind of expensive card that doesn't really impact the board, that accrues incremental advantage, but does it worse than the other two options.
Yeah, I kind of agree. It's like, from a logic standpoint, this is a good enchantment. I'll put it in my enchantment deck, but it doesn't really jive with everything else that's happening here.
Yep. All right, here come the partners to kind of get that critical mass going that Jim was mentioning earlier. It doesn't matter if you're gaining life and getting bigger if Helena is hanging out in play, making sure that their stuff also gets bigger and bigger every turn.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage and a lot of pressure here. Might not be enough time for Showdown of the Skulls to actually do anything useful here. And they no lifelink in sight either. Haven't drawn any runes. I don't have any what that 2-drop is. And under pressure from a land, going to 8. Can pump this up, but Showdown's not going to be fast enough here. I mean, Showdown here is basically just a concession because the 8 damage coming in the air. So I think that does it for this game.
Yeah, looks like we are going to be heading to a game 3 between Gruul and Naya.
Stormseeker, pump the thing, and that's going to be a really large dragon. Really large dragon. Angry, breathing fire, eating aura players left and right.
Raising towns, Jim. All of the towns.
Burning ate the peasants. All right. So game 3.
You saw some Town Rangers come back in, going back and forth over our thoughts here. I think the big thing our Gruul player looks like they're looking to do here in this postboard game is kind of keep their curve a little bit lower. It looks like they're primarily focusing on the 3s and 4s that they want to be trimming here. Love this. Cutting a land on the draw here for game 3.
I'm always down for cutting the land on a draw. You don't gotta sell me on that one for sure. I don't know though. I'm pretty in on Town Rangers Tower being important in this matchup. I think that the flying is important. Again, the kind of squeeze puts in with the damage in the land, stuff like that. Town Racers just took over that game and flew over, to the point where they couldn't even jump block to stay alive for a turn. So we'll see. Two townies in.
Pretty good hands on both sides here.
Yeah, for sure. Got the
Oh,
rune.
wow. There's a Rahilda. That is very good for our top player.
Yeah.
Oh, there's no untapped white on 2 here. That's pretty awkward.
Yeah. So going to be a little bit of a turn behind here, although the Rahilda will come down and get eaten by the Circle Confinement, which is pretty good. No kills. I'm sorry, there's a kill spell. There's a Rebuke as well. Oh, wow. Yeah, our Gruul players kind of rolled up here. A little pup flooded. But imagine Rahilda's coming down here for sure. Gonna get it for 1 first. That's fine. That's fine. All right.
3/3, yep. And this is from a tempo perspective, it's almost like we traded play versus draw with our enchantments player taking off turn 2.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. So eats that. No attack.
Untapped land's a good pickup here.
And then the Rebuke comes down. Yeah, this is again, now we're seeing once again the enchantment player doesn't really have anything in play. And they got a lot to assemble before the
The
group
land is not where you want your Rune of Sustenance to go, but at the very least, if you're going to put it on one, it might as well be a creature land.
Yeah, and I gotta imagine we're gonna see the Reign of Truth here. Now this is not ideal, obviously. Not really using Chapter 1 or Chapter 2, but it gets turned to the future. We could actually see an activation on the Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
I was see we see a stop on the upkeep here for on the start of turn phase, I guess, for our player. Which remember, the sagas trigger at the start of your first main phase. So if we see our Naya player draw a brick for the turn, I assume we're going to see Lair of the Hydra activate before the saga pops.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because you can do it in your draw step after you draw too.
Yep, so you can draw
go
for
to
the turn. This is a blank, so now we activate Lair of the Hydra for 2.
Yep. So now you have a 2/2, which will get +3/+3, and it has lifelink on it from the rune. Kind of taking a long road here as far as building their big creature, but attacking for 5 and gaining 5 is a pretty good place to be.
Yep. And remember, the final chapter on that saga is going to create a 3/3 that they can put a Rune of Sustenance on to then make it a 4/4 with lifelink.
Yep. And realistically,
oh, we didn't cast the spell though, so it goes tonight.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah. Our group player's hand is not great though. Could have been a devastating turn, but just a third pup. There's a layer available.
This is still a big attack. What? This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with the Lair of the Hydra?
Yeah, it's a bop. It's a bop.
I love the bolt myself to deal 1 extra damage to you. It's like this is where this game is at. I am taking 3, so you take 1.
Yes. Oh my god. Pretty rough draws here from our player. We can see a rune come in, draw a card, but
we really need an enchantment here. Okay.
That'll do
That's huge because now the Thundering Rebuke no longer kills the portrait.
Absolutely. That can eat the only good creature in play for our group player. Now, if we I think we'll see a frisky attack here.
Oh, I think I think you got to get in with at least 2 of them, right? The question is, do you want to leave 1 back to block if they no block your 2/1/1s?
It's a gutsy attack. It's a gutsy attack, and it's also a tough spot for our Naya player where you don't want to expose your portrait to the rebuke. And honestly, you probably can't really block, honestly.
No, yeah, I think if they attack with the one attackers, you just yep, take it. Because the rebuke's a sorcery, right? So you're free to attack them next turn and not lose your creature. It can also be bigger next turn, too, if we draw more enchantments.
This is a spot where if they attack with all 3 pups and don't have it, they're a stone cold master. Stone cold master. They obviously have it, but when you're looking for spots to bluff in Magic, this would be a crazy one that can sneak 3 points in, but no attacks. It's not an easy thing to do. Don't get me wrong. It's very, very difficult to find a spot like that and then have the guts to pull it off too. But all right,
I suppose in this spot now with the Lair of the Hydra, you can't even afford to attack. I guess maybe you could send in a 5/5 Lair.
Yeah,
but then I guess if you lose the Lair, you lose the rune on it, and then your thing dies to Thundering Rebuke. So I think we're actually just in a holding pattern here, huh?
Yeah, it's not a bad spot to be though. Obviously flooded here on the enchantment side, but a lot of monstrous draws and a pretty stable board, all things considered.
Yeah.
All right, Stormseeker's pretty good. It's a pretty good one.
It makes Stormseeker notably makes other draws you could have very scary off the top, right? The Town Razor Tyrant is suddenly a lot more fantastic than it previously was.
Well,
oh gosh, it's night, Jim!
Right, it's nighttime.
Oh, it's nighttime!
So the thing comes in, and now we're in the spot where something has to block. It's probably going to be the Lair, and then the rebuke takes out the portrait. I think that's probably going to do it here. Unless we have the wherewithal.
I know we have Caster Vision.
Yeah.
Caster Vision makes me want to block with the Miko. I guess we technically get to block with both here, huh?
Sure.
Gain 10.
Gain extra life, but yeah. It's
We need a Showdown of the Skulls. That's what needs to happen.
It's funny because I feel like no blocks here has a real good chance to actually win the game, but not blocking is just crazy and going to 1. So there you go. Board is wiped. A lot of life gain. You're totally right. Showdown's super live here, and the 17 life against 3 pups is not too bad.
Definitely want Make sure you play your lands out. This keeps the 1/2s at home. The layer of the Hydra is only a 4/4, which is a 5-turn clock. It's a rebuke. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, not the worst though, because the Kami will come back if an enchantment dies also. So,
Yep.
Kind of stored there for later. They can get in for what? This is a attack for 5.
Yep.
So clock, but all right. So now we see the Weaver of Harmony. So if this dies at some point, the Kami will come back, which is kind of cool. A lot of quads today. Take 4. And not the worst.
As a 3/3 lifelinker here.
Yep. So we can see a double block on the layer, gain some life, return the Kami. And then again, open up for some huge draws.
Now, the double block will result in trading both of these, but I think you need to just work your way through this here.
Yeah, I think you can't really afford to take 4 here. I mean, you're not. I guess you could pop off next turn in theory with it, but all right, sure. I guess
So this is cute. So the borrowed time lets you take 2 pups with the Weaver of Harmony. Weaver has to tap for that, right?
Yeah, but that's like not even that good.
It's not.
Right?
Yeah, because then you have to chump block your Naturalist into the layer of the Hydra next turn.
Yeah, the thing is that now if the block had happened last turn, one of the layers would be dead. Our Aura player would be at 7, and the Kami would be back in their hand.
Yep.
So they'd
have a 3/3 Kami in play.
Yep. Right. So now it looks like a spot where it's just the exact same spot as last turn, but
only we're at lower life and don't have a Kami
exactly
built up.
4 less life. So you got to copy the trigger here, which is cute, but eating these pups isn't really doing that much. And now force it up. They're gonna attack. Okay.
Okay, I like this. We're not chump blocking, we're attacking. That would have left us dead to oh gosh. Are we dead? I think this is lethal, right?
It is nighttime. Yeah, it looks like it.
There's a reckless underneath this confinement.
Return that, play a creature. Yeah, that should do it. You play the pup, play the Blight Blade, make it a 2/2, pump it, make it have haste. I guess you just can't give the Blight Blade and the.
Well, you just split the Stormseeker, give it self haste, right? And that's
and then you can use a layer lock.
6 plus layer for 1.
Yep, I'll do it. Pretty good draw here. It's weird that disenchants are good against the enchantment deck,
And this is what I talked about, right? Like the Naya deck had a very good performance today, but over the next week, if all of these Gruul decks put 2 to 4 copies of this Naturalist in their main deck, like this player just has 2 in their sideboard. Like I imagine there's 4 in your 75 with some in your main deck after a tournament like today.
Yeah. Got to piece it together. And also, there is a card in our Naya player's hand. Looking at that Kami, thinking about what might have been. Curious what they're scared of here. Of course, one of the elements of the Naya deck is that obviously enchantments are all mostly sorcery speed. So
I think this is just I have them dead on board. I'm double checking their deck list. I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. I have a timeout. Let's just not mess it up type moment.
It could be the White Castle, the legendary castle.
Sure.
I mean, honestly,
well, we have them. They're dead through the castle, right? Because the Freckless is a X5 on the backside. No, it's not. It's a 3/4.
X4, right?
Yeah.
3/4, yeah. So the castle would probably honestly win the game here because it would kill the 3/4, and then the untap, attack, gain 3 life, possible draws, etc., etc. So gonna go for it here though, which I think is totally reasonable.
Yep, and exactly. Lethal. Run it down. Okay.
Game.
Woo. And just like that, we are down to 3 players, Jim. We have 1 undefeated who's obviously going to be making it into the grand finals. They're actually our remaining Naya player. And then we have the red-green wolves and the red-black sack deck. And we're actually ready to roll right on into the next one. Before I do, though, I'd just like to say thank you to everybody that's been hanging out here today. We've had about 1,000 people in here for most of the day and the afternoon. Thanks for stopping by to watch some tournament magic. You know, there hasn't been a lot of that lately, and I appreciate the people supporting us. If you're new, my name's Jeff Hoogland. This is Jim Davis here, co-commentating with me. We're both full-time content creators. We do a ton of Magic the Gathering stuff, constructed here. Jim does constructed and limited things. Stop by again sometime. Be sure to check out Jim's stuff on his channel. If you enjoy events like this, please consider subscribing to my channel. If you've got Twitch Prime, you can get a free sub every month to a channel of your choice here on Twitch. Without folks like you, I wouldn't be able to be here doing stuff like this. Another great way to support the tournament series is check out our sponsors. CoolStuffInc.com are the ones that are putting up all the prizes for our competitors in this tournament today. They've supported my content and Jim's content over the years. Jim does stuff for them written and video weekly. They buy and sell lots of cool stuff, including Magic the Gathering cards and board games. My wonderful board game shelf behind me has stuff from them. Metafy is the other sponsor for this tournament. If you're someone that's interested in playing in tournaments, but you haven't felt like your game is quite up to it, you know, you need to get a little bit better, Metafy is the place that you can get one-on-one Magic tutoring and and coaching for other games from some of the best players in the world. Raphael Levy was someone who co-commentated for a couple of the rounds in the middle today while Jim and I each took our dinner break. He's a member of the Magic Hall of Fame, and he's a coach on Metafy. You could hire him to help you get better at the game, whether it's just, you know, trying to do better in a specific tournament, or you're looking to just up your game and hit Mythic on the ladder for the first time. It's a great source to improve at Magic, is learning from some of the best.
Yeah, coaching's huge. You know, it's the kind of thing where I think that for a long time, coaching in Magic was kind of just really, really untapped. You know, you play golf and you spend $2,000 on your clubs and $190 on green fees and stuff. You go hire a coach for, you know, $80 an hour and go improve your game so you can enjoy it a lot more, you know. And that's with most expensive hobbies, that's what you do. You hire a coach, you hire a trainer. Magic's the same thing, you know. And I've done coaching myself personally. I've been coached and coached myself. It's phenomenal. I think it's super great, and it's a great program they're running over there.
All right. Well, without further ado, we are going to dive right on into our lower finals here. The winner of this match will not have an easy time, but they've got to win this one to get started. So we've got black-red Sacrifice versus red-green Wolves here. The winner of this tournament has an undefeated Naya Enchantments player waiting for them in the finals. So this is the first step to a set championship invite potentially for one of these players.
This feels like a good guy versus bad guy scenario. You know, red green wolves, definitely the kind of a top deck known quantity going into a tournament. You know, didn't necessarily gain a ton from Kamigawa, but was already very, very good against the new young gun here. We've got this vampire theme from Crimson Vow joining forces with the sort of artifact sacrificing theme from Kamigawa. And I'm not going to say I'm biased, but I'm kind of rooting for the Anvil deck.
So Jim, when we looked at the metagame breakdown in round 2 or 3, we noted that the Werewolves deck was the most played deck, and it currently had a 50% win rate with a 22-22 match record. Going into this round, it has a 44-44 match record, still at exactly 50%. So this match is actually could potentially be the decider for, does Red Green Wolves make or break the 50% win rate?
That's true, yeah. I mean, listen, when it comes down to it, either you win or you lose. 50-50. It is what it is. It is what it is.
And I think that, you know, this type of deck, the Red Green Wolves deck, is I think Magic is at some of its best when its formats involve these decks with lots of creatures in them. Combat is one of the best things about this game, and these decks that care about you attacking and blocking offer some of the best gameplay in Magic.
Yeah, for sure. Super interactive, super fun, nice and back and forth. Kind of tough hand here for our Gruul player. A little stuck on lands and stuck on colors. They have the potential for the you have a turn 1 pup, turn 2 pack leader draw, but can't really pull it off. And then a great hand from our Rakdos player. Blood Tithe Harvester can kill anything. You got the Deadly Dispute, the Voltage Surge, another Harvester now, perfect mana, kind of on the play, firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill climb here for our Gruul player. One of the things, this red-black deck seems like it's very difficult to sequence. You know, Jim's been talking about it being like a modern or historic deck all this time. Some of the hardest sequencing in Magic is when you have multiple spells to play in a turn. And like, even just look at this turn, right? There's any combination of these 3 spells that can play 2 of them. And honestly, you might not even want to play 2 depending on what the board ends up looking like.
Yeah, and you got to factor in also the activated abilities. There's Bloods in play. Harvester can sacrifice stuff. You have Treasures in play also. Now you have an Anvil in play maybe. There's a lot of possible game actions. I played a rudimentary version of this deck on my stream, last week, and I played very bad the first match. We still won because the deck felt really, really good. But every turn I was just like, oh man, now what do I do? Just so many options all around. And then the synthesizer card too, very challenging to play at the right time.
We have Voltage Surge in hand here, which is a shock that can be upgraded by sacrificing something into a deal 4, which will line up very well into this 4/4 pack leader here.
Yeah, definitely. The multiple answers here for this 4/4 pack leader. One of the best things Cruel can do is kind of like stick one of these big early threats. And it's a little too big to be killed. Well, a lot of answers here. A lot of answers. Still a pretty chunky end for our Gruul player. Still, Town Razor Tyrant, Overlord, a couple other creatures. And time to deploy them, but we'll see. This dispute's going to be a big one. Can our Rakdos player pick up some more spells, get things rolling here?
Rahilda is a pretty reasonable pick up here. We could see the Tovalor get deployed here just because the pup would threaten to draw a card. Another decision to make here is how do you want to sequence the pup? You could pup before Rahilda and have Rahilda be a 3/3, or you could pup after the Rahilda, potentially make your Town Razor Tyrant be a 5/5.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea of firing Tolvar here. Now, of course, our Ragamuffin doesn't know that there's a dispute in hand, so I'm sure we would just see a block with Epicure and a sacrifice. But whatever you're playing in here, you're playing into the Blood Tithe Harvester. That can currently give -4/-4 to kill it. So just gain some sort of value. And then what card would you rather have on the battlefield for later? Is it Tolivar? Is it a 3/3 Rahilda with Trample and First Strike? Not really sure. So just gonna fire in here. Again, can't know Dispute is waiting in the wings. Dispute makes this not nearly as good, but building a board, getting things going.
One of the things
A
that's
lot
worth
riding
noting
on these two cards.
Yeah, I was to say one of the things that's worth noting too here is that because you need the Blood Tithe Harvester to kill the Tovalor, you actually can't afford to sacrifice blood to fix your hand at the end of turn there.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's try it again. Kind of a little bricky here. Kind of building a house with all these bricks. Bugbear's fine, but not going to play as well in a matchup like this. Shambling Gas is okay too. There's some Bloods in play to kind of cycle his hand out, but
we need some action here. That is a Forsaken Crossroads on the draw since it has blue around it. Jim Davis taught me that little trick.
Hold on a second. I'm confused here. On App for Wonders screen, we see the card styles. And on Yagamoth's Breakfast, we don't see the card styles. How did they do that?
Oh, I believe there's a disable card styles option in the.
That option never worked for me. I have it checked all the time. It doesn't do anything. What is this devilry?
It must have been fixed, Jim. It's
Shut up and take my money, please. Wow. Anyway, back to the game. So yeah, and now you see the Rahilda here. So we're going to see Rahilda come down before the pup, leaving Rahilda as only a 2/2.
I am actually incredibly surprised that Magic Rita has an option to disable card styles like that, because that's a feature that heavily discourages whales from floundering in the sea and spending money on cosmetics.
I mean, I just don't like them. I like things nice and simple. I see a D&D book. I see a card with some weird full art on it. My brain starts to explode. I'm a simple man. No sleeves, no card styles. They hate me. WotC execs hate me.
That's okay, Jim. I buy enough borderless cards for the both of us.
That's perfect. That works out great.
You see the land coming into play here. I like playing out the extra lands, so we have another one in hand to sacrifice to the blood already. Rahilda can't really make any inroads on this board immediately, but in the long term we'll be able to push through. I imagine Town Razor is going to be coming down to turn off this Den of the Bugbear.
Yeah, and I kind of like this choice here. So decided to play Rahilda before the pup, because this will allow the Town Razor to come in as a 5/5. And the main removal spell in this Rakdos deck deals 4 damage. So going to allow Town Razor to come down, fly over all these crappy little tokens and stuff like that, and just kind of deal them for chunks of 5 and kind of go like that. I like it. I like the choice here.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a favorite for the Gruul player at the moment. Close game could go either way, but I would definitely prefer to be on the Gruul side of the table at this very, very snapshot in time.
Yeah, we see a blood here for a Munich Massacre. Things shift wildly, but agree. Gruul's currently in the driver's seat. There's land. Not quite Meathook Massacre.
Easy sacrifice on the bugbear here, I would assume. Yep.
Yep, and a Massacre. Or land. Land's cool too. Land's cool too.
We have some 1/1s. I mean, the 1/1s, they chump block and they drain a little bit. Our gold player is at an incredibly healthy life total so far.
So I will say I don't love playing the land there in a deck with a lot of blood producers in it.
Yep.
Not super thrilled with that.
Oh, gosh. Not having a spell is so punishing in this matchup, Jim.
Yeah, it is. Night falls. Night falls indeed.
Night falls and soon thereafter the vampires.
Yeah. You'd think vampires would like the night too, but not this night.
Jim, I'm sorry. Chat's right. They said I need to time you out for a second because of your opinion on the card styles. All right. Thank you, chat.
That was longer than a second. All right. I'll take it though. I'll take it. All right. I just gotta figure out how that button works.
The trample on the Rahilda here, extra scary with the double strike. Huge crunch coming across.
This is a big board. This is a big board. We can see the 2 tokens coming down, but yeah, this is a monster attack. Just gonna eat the pop. Not the best exchange here.
Rahilda
will pick up 2 things.
Rahilda is gonna draw. Rahilda has now drawn more spells off of Afro Wonder's deck than Afro Wonder has.
And the thing is, they're all so cheap too. They're so easy to deploy. So yeah, there you go. Synthesizer and Epic here. You want to roll the dice for a land here off the Synthesizer? She's not going to play anything. Wow. Not playing Epic here. That seems very strange. Maybe didn't realize that it was castable for any color, or I don't know. But
I actually think not playing the Synthesizer is probably a little stranger. You're likely to hit a land on the red-green deck. Not playing the other one makes sense because like meat hooks, they're out, so why play into it?
Fair. I guess that's fair.
Oh, chat pointing out they didn't want to turn it today.
Oh, right. Sure. Totally fair.
I don't think it matters what time it is. I think it's vampires going to game 2 time is about
still
what time it is.
A lot of big monsters in play of many varieties here. Wolves, hydras, dragons.
Big scary monsters deck for sure. Double striker coming across again here, chunking for a bunch. I assume we're dead.
This has to be lethal. Like, just 8 damage on the Rahilda alone and 5 in the air, also unblockable. Yeah, so plowing through.
Okay, game 1 here goes to werewolves in our lower finals. See some more removal spells very quickly coming in for our red-black players. See that additional copy of Meathook Massacre sliding right on in as well. Like Jim said, I think that is one of the more important cards in this matchup.
Yeah, interesting to see all the synthesizers come out. You know, the kind of a key part of the engine as far as like keeping the cards flowing. It can be a little slower and a little awkward to play, but cutting all 4 is interesting. Still has 4 merchants though. So 4 merchants. I think some of those are on the board actually, looking at the deck list from earlier. So having your engine be a 1/4 that can block also is pretty appealing. Important to note also that this rule deck doesn't really have much by way of disenchants. We have the 2 liberators, which we discussed earlier, but no braids. Not a lot of ways to kind of take the engine out of play once it's in play. Their best way to remove the engine is to kill the person controlling it. Shaving down on partners, shaving down on ranger class a little bit.
Town Razor Tyrants notably staying in here. I think this makes a lot of sense from the red-green side, pulling out some of their synergy cards, boarding in some higher individual quality cards like their high-quality 5-drops at the top.
Yeah, kind of like that. And then they cut me the 2/1's pretty good as well. Looks pretty embarrassing against things like Shambling Ghast. So a few Snakeskin Veils. It's funny, the Snakeskin Veils don't actually seem super great. There isn't really that much spot removal in the Raptors deck. I suppose they're boarding in a little bit more. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Is that a Tangle Trap coming in also? What does Tangle Trap do?
Tangle Trap destroys an artifact or a flying creature. We actually saw someone playing actual Factual Plummet earlier, and I believe Tangle Trap is one of the cases of a kind of, oh, it's not quite, I almost said strict upgrade like a bad Magic player. It's 5 damage to a flyer or destroy an artifact. So
Got it.
Plummet
There is
is
one
still
shatter
better in
effect.
some edge cases. Yeah.
I missed that actually. I missed the shatter effect there. So okay. So a few ways to break up the engine. Not a great hand for Rakdos. Going to ship it back.
Pretty good
Pretty good,
6.
pretty good one.
Yep. Get to bottom that second land because you'll probably draw another one with the Deadly Dispute.
Yeah, it's an awkward 6. One of those 6s where you want all 7 cards for sure. Gonna
I
ship
don't,
the Abrade.
not mind ditching the Abrade with the with access to the Meathook Massacre.
Yeah, I think that's part of the respect for the fact that things size up really well on the Gruul side. You just might need that extra mana to make sure Massacre can actually kill things. Big difference here if our Gruul player can draw a 2-drop or not. And they cannot. So on the draw here, not the fastest hand for our Gruul player. And we have the disputes starting to get online for our Rakdos player. Gonna have time to set up.
The block plus a Deadly Dispute, fog that attack and generate a little bit of advantage. Obviously, fogging one attack's not really a big deal. On the Rakdos side, you wanted to cast this Deadly Dispute this turn anyway, so you're happy to get any additional value out of it that you can.
All right, no more lands. Merchant Harvester, pretty sweet. Things starting to come together here. Merchant also pretty cool with the Meathook Massacre, where you can play the Merchant down this turn, and then Massacre X's 3 next turn to kill the Stormseeker and the Pup, and then maintain the Merchant in play as well.
Yep. These
That's a lot.
the treasure tokens in this deck really seem instrumental in making Meathook good in spots where it normally wouldn't be. Like you had been talking earlier when we watched the green red deck play against the mono black deck that it's kind of challenging for Meathook to be good in those places because of how big the Gruul deck can get, and the treasures kind of fixed part of that issue.
Yeah, for sure. And then while also being an important part of a deck regardless. So for sure, yeah, Massacre seems phenomenal in this deck.
Honestly, I think you probably just like okay. I was gonna say, well, you could see a chump here and then a hook for 4.
Yeah, I actually forgot about the delayed trigger on the Pup because it was like 2 turns ago. So
That's why it's a
4th
digital
toughness-
only card, Jim.
I know, exactly. And the 4th toughness here is actually really important. So we'll see if the Harvester can take it down instead. So disputes up, still looking pretty good here. Ooh, Snakeskin Veil could end up being nasty here. So Snakeskin Veil, not normally good against mass removal, but if your opponent's casting a Meathook Massacre, if it's just good enough, it can really throw things off.
Yeah, Veil's an interesting one. There's we talked about the Tameo card from the new set that gives indestructible and hexproof, and there's kind of a tension between that and Snakeskin Veil and which one you choose for your 1 mana protection spell in these green decks, because each one is better in individual edge cases in different spots.
Yeah, for sure. Both aren't great against Meathook Massacre, but Snakeskin Veil has the potential to be a huge blowout if things line up just perfectly. Big tank here, tough turn. Yagamoth has to decide they want to deploy more things into a potential Meathook Massacre. Doesn't have much else going on. Looks like we're just going to see just an attack with the Stormseeker. Also, a little bit of value here going to Knight as well.
Yeah, I think, remember, this is a heads-up decklist tournament. Our red-green player knows that there is 4 Meathook Massacres looming from the black-red deck, so it does not surprise me to see them choosing not to play out into this. They also notably have that Crucible of Defiance in hand there, which would let them, make tokens at the end of the turn, and passing here lets them start the night cycle.
Yeah, which is pretty big also. It'll grow the Stormseeker up a little bigger as well, and then just to kind of improve all their cards later. Make the second Stormseeker in hand a lot better too. So now we see 5 toughness. Now the Harvester actually can't kill the Stalker. However, we could see a combination of Harvester and a smaller Meathook Massacre to do that. Interesting to see if Afro Wonder here will play around Snakeskin Veil though, which should be possible. I guess if the Snakeskin Veil is used to protect the Stalker now, if the Harvester goes for a -4/-4, will Yagamoth cast Snakeskin Veil to protect the Stalker or not? Is a big question.
And there is value. I'm not sure I loved waiting on the meat hook the previous turn, because there's value in getting it into play sooner rather than later, because it just makes all your other removal subsequently better. Okay, and here's the Epicature, which this is going to force the Snakeskin Veil for sure, because now this threatens to give -6/-6.
Yep. So kind of a backbreaking veil here. Okay, save this and make it bigger, and it's going to stay night unless we see a really small Medic Massacre, which would be very strange. So going to stay night here, and then can play another one for a huge attack. Shall see. It wouldn't be lethal, so it would be a little risky in the sense that like some blocks could happen, then a meter could happen also.
Still
Let's see.
nighttime. Rahilda here, incredible draw. I might be inclined to play Rahilda and give it haste.
Yeah, that's a pretty good draw. That's a pretty good draw. Double strike, trample, haste.
It's guaranteed to draw a card on given the current board state. Likely draw 2 unless they chump block with the Skullport.
I mean, now we can actually see both the Stormseeker and the Rahilda. Give both of them haste. Now we have 5 power, 6 power, 4 power.
All mostly trample too, because the backside of Stormcharge gives
Yeah.
This is
and that's
mediocre into Meat Hook the following turn, but there might just not be a next turn.
Right, yeah, and then it also will guarantee the merchant. I guess the merchant can also sack things and block and so on and so forth, but with all trample, that might not be really good enough. And it might just do enough where the massacre is, it'll mop up, but might not be enough overall. This is an interesting turn. Interesting turn. A lot of math here as far as how much damage can be done and how much damage is it worth doing.
We theoretically have 18 with trample if we play the other Stormseeker, right? Because it's another 5 itself, and then we have 5 from the Storm Slasher already in play, and then we'd have 8 from the Rahilda, and then you have a 19 from the Tenacious Bub. So this is actually lethal if the other Stormseeker happens.
There are some bloods in play, as well as the merchant. So some things could be cycled looking for a kill spell here. And again, there's also
a piece of spot removal could roll off the top. I think I like this sequence from our green-red player. I think this is the more conservative line that's better into a piece of spot removal and also likely still wins you the game through a meat hook. Like follow-up Stormseeker is still very good, and you're probably drawing at least one card here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think I agree. So sack a creature to draw. It's a harvester. Or we sack a blood to draw also.
Yes. Oh, we're rummaging. Interesting. Okay.
Maybe fishing for the whatever that card is called, the surge card. Outlaw will find a brush stroke.
Oh, so they're dead? Because that's a blood artist, Jim.
Yeah, so blood artist now active player.
Active player, non-active player. Yeah, you can't meat hook anymore. You're just dead.
So for how this works, trigger wise,
Beats.
whoever's turn it is the active player. Their triggers will stack first. Then the non-active player's triggers will stack first. So all of the Massacre triggers will stack. Then all the Blood Artist triggers will go on top of it, and the Massacre player will die to the Blood Artist triggers before the triggers even resolve. So that should do it. That's a pretty good cool card to steal.
Need a piece of spot removal and still a meat hook for enough. So the spot removal happened, but then the meat hook's only for 4, right?
Yep. Yes, it's 1 short. Looks like it's 1 short.
Man, sweet black-red deck here, but ultimately the vampires have lost the Twilight Saga, Jim.
Yeah. We think. Let's see here. The Bray can take out the double striker. I guess the Stormseeker also has trample. The Braid.
Yeah, and there's another Stormseeker, and there's no way it's not coming down next turn.
That's
also, the Crucible makes haste tokens, and it costs 1 less because Rahilda's in play and is legendary.
So it's also a smashing play, which can kill both block. Basically, every single card in our role player's hand has everything covered. So I think that's gonna do it here. Any way you want to slice it. We got Gruul going on to the finals here. Gonna have an uphill battle. Gonna be a grand finals where our Gruul player has already lost a match, and our Naya player has not. So the Naya player needs to lose 2 matches in order to be knocked out of his tournament, whereas our Gruul player can only lose 1. So grand final coming up, upper versus lower. Werewolves the bad guy of a tournament, taking it to the finals.
I would like to point out, Jim, that thanks to this match win, they are now over a 50% win rate for the tournament. However, if Grull loses the finals, we will have a perfect 45-45 record for Grull players in this tournament.
There we go. So, yeah, this is a big match. Of course, PTQ slot on the line, cool stuff, Incredit on the line. And again, Henry has also been sitting pretty for the last hour. Hasn't played, of course, as the undefeated player, hasn't needed to play because the all the X1s have to play instead. So might actually be a little cold here. This is kind of the scenario, where you have in playoffs. So, the team that wins the rough game 7 plays against a team who swept with a 4-0. They haven't played in a week, and the team who just took down the big game 7 is still hot and fired and ready to go. So big match coming up.
Now, for folks of you at home, we are just going to chill for just a minute here while we wait to get into the match. For competitive integrity purposes, we run on a 5-minute delay from what the players are actually playing. We don't want anybody incentivized to gain an unfair advantage, so we just remove that from the equation by delaying the matchup a little bit. Not saying that either of these competitors would, but just want to have that not be on the table. So it looks like our players are about 4 minutes into their first match. We will we'll begin momentarily once we have that going on. Thanks for all the new follows today. We had a bunch of people coming in. Thanks for hanging out. We're gonna watch us a sweet grand finals for this this Alchemy tournament. First Alchemy tournament post Neo. Really, I was looking at results for others. This is one of the first ones to come around. So I'm expecting this Naya deck to pick up regardless of the results of this finals. You're going to be ready to blow some enchantments up if you're playing on the ladder, chat.
Yeah, has no disappointment here at all. I mean, a lot of cool new decks, a lot of cool new Kamigawa cards, a nice wide spread of decks. Obviously a lot of werewolves in the field, but a lot of other stuff going on too. Black control decks, mid-range decks, enchantment decks, sacrificey decks, control decks, a lot of things going on. And Golgari mid-range looked pretty cool as well early on in the tournament. A lot of options available, which is pretty cool.
A lot of great decks in here. Remember, if you want to gain access to all of these deck lists, they're available for free. Check them out on the MTG Melee page. You can find the link there in chat. Click on all of these different things. Oh, see my chat on screen there for a second. Forget which monitor we're on.
Not quite hot singles in our area, but it's a little
little chat action. Sneak a little Twitch chat onto the screen. We don't have any on the overlay
today.
There
are some hot singles in Twitch chat. I don't know. I can't see them. I don't know what's up. So probably not. But
all right, we're about 5 minutes past. Let's go ahead on in and watch our grand finals. If our Gruul player loses, they are done and out. If our Naya player goes down, they will have a chance to redeem themselves in a second match, as they are currently the only remaining undefeated player in our tournament. Let's dive in.
Pretty good hands for both players here too.
Little bit awkward. Oh, I guess our Naya player is on the draw, which means they do have an untapped land on turn 2.
Yep, so they have that red source. They've had their naturalist on turn 2, Rune Forge on turn 3. And then that can immediately cast a rune because of the cost reduction on both. It's pretty good. And Gruul hands get pretty good too. Also, we got Rahildon 2 on the play, Stormseeker. We're going to see both decks firing on all cylinders here.
Now, one thing you will note, because we did not have a reset or a cut to top 8, our Gruul player was on the play at random. The benefit that our undefeated gets going into this match is that they have to lose twice, so we do randomly assign play draw. Pretty good start here. Rahilda's going to get to draw a card, and we're going to crunch in for 5 most likely.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Like I said, both players slugging it out. You see a Rune Forge champion here. You can get a rune immediately and then cast it immediately. But a lot of pressure from our Gruul player. This is feeling a little bit like a play draw game. On the play, either one of his hands looks really, really good, but might be a little bit slow on the draw. We do see an interactive spell in our Naya player's hand and touch the Spirit Realm, which can muck things up a little bit. But a bit of a ways to go here.
And debating here, do they want Rune of Sustenance to give the Rune Forge champion lifelink, or do they want Rune of Might to give the Naturalist +1/+1? So really? We're making this one +1/+1. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because now you can block the Rahilda through a... Oh, you already have... Okay.
They drew it, yeah. So
they drew it, sure.
So important to note here, Rune Forge champion makes the aura cost only 1 colorless, and then the Naturalist reduces it down to 0. So you can just keep going, playing 0 mana runes as far as you can go here. Got lucky there and drew a lifelink one as well. So a 3/4 Rune Forge champion holding the fort here. And a lot of gas in hand for our Auras player. Double showdown, another champion. this game goes a few turns, this is going to be heavily in our Aura's players' favor. So a lot of pressure on our group player to get things going.
So they can force Rahilda through with either Rangers class or Snakeskin Veil. We could see like Bolton land, target, play Rangers class, level Rangers class, target Rahilda, attack as a 4/3 with first strike. The problem is you're just having a tough time racing all of the lifelink that our Aura's player is threatening here.
Yeah, I think this is a game where, Rahilda hitting is nice and all, but not really furthering the plan to winning the game. I think I just want to see some Town Razor Tyrants start coming down and just mucking things up and getting in the air. And then most importantly, kind of messing with the mana on our Naya player's side. If they're taking 4 turns from their lands, maybe you can hopefully outpace the lifelink.
Uh-oh. Looks like we might have had a screen lockup on our bottom player here. Just screen share things. Yep, had a flip over here. I like this to start. We have attack with the 3/2 can probably get some information. You're happy to just Snakeskin Veil and take the knockout on the Rune Forge if they block. Otherwise, you get a card and they get to make a little bit more decisions here.
I do really like when pump spells are legal in Standard. Putting your opponent to the test here, attacking with your 3/2 into their 4/3/4.
Okay, there's a lifelink rune for our Gruul player. Is nothing to scoff at here. Town Razor Tyrant could come down here, and then that could threaten to be... Oh, this is cute. Sure. Yeah. Love it.
You think you're the enchantment deck? I'm the enchantment deck.
I'm the enchantment deck. Love it. I assume Snakeskin Veil is getting held up here at this point.
This is interesting. Yeah, not a lot of removal in the main deck of the Aura's deck. There's a few, but not that many. Could play the Pup here, could leave up Snakeskin Veil. Gonna play the Pup. Gonna go for it. This does open up the path for Touch the Spirit Realm to hit the Rotilda.
I have to imagine you snap this off here, right?
Yeah,
I guess there's also not that many protection spells in the green-red deck, right? So, like, the green-red player's like, well, you probably don't have a removal, but then I have to be like, well, they probably don't have protection anyways, so I could wait.
Right. This is a caster vision game for sure. Both the unlikely things are happening here, so both players kind of don't want to necessarily play into it. Both players also have a strong desire to want to just get their game plan going. This is kind of a race. Both decks are kind of just doing their thing. So, every mana not spent on furthering game plan here is gonna be a big one. We're gonna see a showdown of Scalds here. This is interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I like the showdown, getting these cards going. More importantly, getting the 1/1 counters going next turn has a lot of appeal to it. We might even see a pause on this Runamite here, because next turn we could see Kami, Rune, trigger Kamis.
Yeah, fair. That is fair. Showdown usually not played on turn 4, obviously. And that land's not going to count. Basically, land comes down next turn. Yeah, the second showdown's not going to do much either. But these Kamis are really good. On a big part of his deck sizing up. We do see the Rune though, and now we see the 4/5 lifelinker.
Could technically attack with the 4/5 and get in there and gain some life, but then that opens the window for everything else to come pounding across on the green player's side. Funnily, Rangers class here going to trigger that visitor that was stolen off the deck to make the Rahilda be even larger.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting spot. I didn't think that Rahilda hitting would matter that much, but it certainly has certainly done so.
We could also see a Reckless Stormseeker target Rahilda to start attack in, threatening the Snakeskin Veil pump again, because that got through last turn, so it's likely to connect this turn, draw another card off their deck, wait and make your decision with more information.
A lot of value in just getting these dragons down. I just want to start attacking, like Rahilda's cool and all, but just get that damage going, get these lands mucked up a little bit. Like Rahilda hitting and drawing a card is good and all, but there's going to be some pretty big things happening next turn for our Aura's player. And I don't know if playing their own auras and putting a counter or two here and there. The Gruul deck's not going to play as good of an aura game as the Aura deck is, Yeah, but that's what I'm going to say.
Next turn, we're going to get to see why this Naya's Auras deck is the last undefeated deck in our tournament. It is going to go off.
Fireworks. All right, so there goes Stormseeker. Here comes your 5/4 first striking Rahilda. But
Lifelinking Rahilda, Jim.
I'm sorry, lifelink too. You're right. You're right. Lifelink definitely more important on the Aura's player's side. You know, the Aura players are going to win by a mile, whereas the Gruul deck's probably going to win by inches. So,
Yep.
all right, gonna get hit. What are we gonna see here? We're gonna see another Rune of Sustenance.
Okay. That's not terrible, I guess. It lets you continue to trigger the creature that you've stolen. You can spend your 2 mana on it for the turn.
Yeah, so I mean, pop it probably on Stormseeker, I would guess, but I don't think that our Gruul player is building their board enough. You know, could have played dragons these last 2 turns. I had a bunch of power in the air. Instead, just kind of mucking around with the 2/2 Wolf token and maybe a rune here and there, and really giving Peanut Brittle time to kind of get things rolling next turn. And like we were saying, next turn is going to be just absolutely wild. And that's assuming no runes are drawn, because every rune is free right now. So, you know, one or two runes get chained and things start to go buck wild.
I like putting this on the wolf because you're probably okay chump blocking with the wolf. We played the Tenacious Pup last turn. Although I guess if you play the pup this turn, you're like getting the other pup trigger on it, which is like not quite as exciting.
Yeah. Also part of the downs. Up there we go.
There's a rune. All right, we're really gonna get to go. So I assume we see land Kami Kami rune.
Yeah, buckle up, folks.
We could see single Kami into Runeforge Champion, find another rune, play 2 runes for free.
Yeah, that opens up the path for more for like possible better draws. I think I like playing both Kamis though.
I think so long as we use all of our mana casting non-showdown spells, our Naya player probably ends up in a good spot here.
Yeah, there's about to be about 15 power added to the board on this turn, and a lot of it's going to have lifelink.
We talked about the red-black deck having a lot of permutations earlier. This Naya deck does too. There are a lot of really cheap spells, like Jim's been talking about. There's so many different ways that this specific turn can play out here.
Yeah, counters left and right, and where do the auras go? What are you drawing? What sequence you want to play these cards in? What's going to attack? What's playing on defense? So we're going to go over the rune before playing the other Kami, and then going to go for your play. Going to go for Runeforge Champion.
And, I like this. We're gonna go get the last Rune of Sustenance out of our deck, so that way we have 2 things with lifelink.
That is pretty good. And then, of course, any runes drawn hereafter will be free. Pump the whole thing, everything up. Showdown is just actually unbelievable in this deck.
Yeah, the way that this deck gets to leverage chapters 2 and 3 is just super, super impressive.
Yeah.
Oh, we're putting.
That's what I was saying. Where I played this kind of Rooney deck. With my 10 new brews, it was a banned version, and I had the trouble of I could draw a lot of cards, but my things were never really big enough. And Showdown just says, "Oh, don't worry, it'll be plenty big. It'll be plenty big." So I'm gonna divvy out these counters from Showdown. Kami already gets counters.
A 7/6 and a 6/7, assuming we don't draw another rune.
All right, so no other rune, but a lot of attacking for lifelink here.
Attack with at least one of these. We could see a block with absolutely everything in play for our green-red player to trade with the Kami, but if you're the Naya player, you're pretty happy with that exchange, I think.
Snakeskin Veil could actually win the combat here, but considering that 15 lives being gained and there's 2 showdowns in hand as well, this is a good exchange for our Naya player. Again, I really think this game could have been a lot different if it had just been Dragon instead of all the stuff that happened otherwise. Applying more pressure, and then the next turn could maybe attack for more. I'm not sure it would have been enough, but
yeah, I think the onus on the way this game played out, our Naya player had to play more conservatively in terms of how they were attacking. They would have had more windows to attack with their lifelink things if dragons were attacking in. So the whole dynamic is very different if that line gets taken.
Sure, it's true. It's possible there was no path either way. Honestly, the draw here for our Naya player, this showdown turn, this turn needed to not happen. Basically, if it gets to this point, it's probably all over.
Yeah, this it really feels like I would be surprised if this matchup's not good for the Naya deck. And I think that this Naya deck's probably going to be the thing that kind of tempers the red-green deck in terms of it being the dominant force in the format. Of course, that's going to remain to be seen if that's still the case once these green-red decks adjust appropriately and put a bunch of enchantment hate in themselves.
For sure. All right, there you go. Or not.
The aggressive good game there.
Town Razor Tyrant, great card. Not so good on turn 7 when you're behind by about 15 lifelinking power. And however dirty last turn was, next turn is going to be even dirtier for our enchantment player. Can start firing off showdowns. Can play the Visitor. Yeah.
Yeah, Visitor. We could have what? Visitor into Naturalist into 2-mana Showdown, assuming the colors work out that way.
Yeah, I mean, a lot can happen next turn. And then, of course, Showdown, and it reveals any runes. They're all free as well. So going to keep that free rune train going.
There's a 6/5 dragon, Jim. It's so scary.
Yeah. Lot of. This is a city here. This is not a town. Dragon flies in, spires off its fire breath into the side of a skyscraper, and skyscraper says, "All right, sure, whatever."
There's nothing to raise here. We are raise resistant.
Yeah. Another pup. Still a snakeskin veil up, but no big deal. And once again, buckle in for more fireworks. Here we go.
Yep, there's the Visitor, and it will be generous with the counters that it gives.
So we're going to see a Naturalist or a Showdown immediately. I am the land, so I'm going to play Showdown. I'm probably not playing the land first.
Yep.
And there's your Naturalist. How about a counter here? How about a counter there? Here, counter there, counter everywhere.
One counters. And even if this isn't somehow miraculously lethal this turn, it's still, 20 plus lifelink, right?
Insurmountable. Play a land.
You thinking about, sure. Just cast your spells. It doesn't matter what you're thinking about.
Just, whoa, whatever. Visitor, Pump, Showdown. Let's hit 4 runes here and really pop off.
Wow, no spells. Never lucky, Jim.
So unlucky. All right, so
I guess I'll cast Swords to Plowshares that also puts 3/1/1 counters on my things. That's all we got.
Pick a target.
No, not a snakeskin veil, Jim. It's a blowout.
That's true. That is true. It is open deckless, so of course snakeskin veil can be cast here in cheeky fashion. And
I like this. We're thinking about exiling something that's not untapped, just for the sake of not letting them put a 1/1 counter on something. Sure.
And yep. And to see that, we see snakeskin veil. We see 100,000 power of lifelink coming in, and Gruul does not deal very well with creatures in the double digits.
Yep, especially when they lifelink.
Yeah.
Never mind the trample.
And it's actually funny. It was basically a stone brick on the Showdown, which doesn't matter at all.
Yep.
The Showdown in hand. Someone abusing you can't channel the castle from the Showdown zone, but whatever. So
your spell lands have no power here, Jim.
It's true. It's true.
This is -6, so this is an attack for 17, it looks like. Our Gruul player going to exactly 1.
Going to 1. All right. 35-1. Our Gruul player wishes their odds were that good. All right. Game 1 convincingly goes to the Naya deck.
Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't like our Gruul player stumbled or flooded there, right? Like, their hand was powerful and reasonable, and their game plan just was not good enough into what the Naya deck brought to the table.
Yeah, turn 2 Riola, turn 3 Stormseeker. You can't really ask for more than that, honestly. And now, we're kind of seeing the weakness here of not having a ton of stuff in the sideboard. A couple Outland Liberators, 1 Beseju. There's a few ways to kill enchantments, but not a lot. Not a lot.
Pack your Outland Liberators, folks. You are playing the Werewolf deck on the ladder or in an upcoming tournament. Have 4 in your 75. I'd probably put 2 in the main deck, honestly.
Are there any tranquility effects in standard right now? I don't think so.
I don't think so. We don't usually get hosers that bad anymore. That's a really rude type of effect.
Yeah, I feel like for enchantments, they don't really care. I feel like the enchantment cards are always just like, 1 mana, exile an enchantment, 2 mana, kill all enchantments. But
Oh,
the enchantment,
farewell exists technically.
that's true. That's true. Farewell's pretty good. Pretty good. Saw that cast earlier, around round 1 or round 2 to pretty good effect. So that's a pretty cool one. And of course, it has the
play a
ability to
control deck.
target.
Show up with some.
You can play it in your creature deck too. Just name enchantment and not name
Yeah.
creature. It's pretty cool as well. So long, farewell. All right. Game 2. This is a potential knockout game. We have our Gruul player back against the wall already. They lose this game, the tournament's over, and Naya takes it down off of the set championship, riding into the sunset with their awesome new deck.
Mulligan for our Naya player, almost assuredly. Long think into what I assume is a mulligan for our red green player. The one saving grace might be that we talk ourselves into it because there's a Beseiju.
Yeah, Pup into 2-drop is definitely what you want to see with the 2 kill spells. Problem is, on the play here, the next card just has to be a 2-drop. Maybe you can draw Stormseeker and have that on 3, but yeah, I very disciplined mulligan there. I think I appreciate that. Full house over here for our Auras player.
That's a sneaker keeper if I ever saw one, Jim. Those commune
Yeah.
with the spirits. You're going to find you some enchantment creatures. You're going to be off to the races.
Yeah, looks pretty good to me. I agree.
This hand for our Naya player is not great against a good Gruul hand. However, against their average hand, it's probably fine.
Yep. And again, no 2-drop. The Gruul deck, the games where the Gruul as a 1 or 2-drop are markedly different than ones where they don't. The getting off to a fast start is a big part of what Gruul's trying to do. We keep using the term snowball, that idea of you push the ball down the hill and it starts going so fast you just can't stop it. Well, if you don't push the snowball down the hill until turn 3, it's not really going too fast. So see if they can pick one up here.
Candle Trap is an interesting one. Creature has Defender, prevent damage that would be dealt by enchanted creature, sacrifice Candle Trap, exile enchanted creature, activate only if you control 3 or more creature with different powers. Seems very reasonable.
So, basically a Sword of Plowshares for attackers, and by the time of the Auras deck is ready to attack, I imagine the sizing and lifelink will make the block irrelevant. So pretty cool card. Pretty cool card. Cool way to to find a kill spell that fits your strategy while also being on theme with your deck.
Yep. Good, neat pacifism variant. Probably more playable than that card for sure.
Yep. And we see a pack leader here a little bit too late. And I think between Candle Trap and Showdown here, our Naya player is firmly in the driver's seat.
Well, it is worth noting that Candle Trap is exceptionally bad against Reckless Stormseeker.
That is true. That is true. It turns into a Fires of Maya. So
okay. That being said, that's a pretty good draw. So we have 2 green lands. So Generous Visitor gets to come down. It's going to be Wild Nakatl impersonation here. Oh, we're going to do Candle Trap still? I was thinking maybe we might just want to Runamite as a 3/3.
yeah, I was thinking about Runamite also. I'm gonna go for the Candle Trap here, turning this Stormseeker into basically an enchantment that gives things haste, which is pretty good.
Yep.
And then a little awkward from our Gruul side here. No extra green source to leave up the Snakeskin Veil for the pack leader. So we can see pack leader here, or we can see Pup plus Rebuke, but there'll be no Snakeskin Veiling. And the Rebuke here plays well into the Showdown of a Scald because that just makes the game go longer. And
Yep.
Showdown's pretty good in those games.
Yeah, Pup gets to get in for 2, still getting our chip shots. Notably, the Werewolf Pack Leader is going to get to trigger. The Werewolf Pack Leader is going to get to trigger itself with the +1 attack from both the Pup and the Reckless Stormseeker next turn.
And the green source is drawn, but it comes in tapped. And this could be a game-breaking shift here. If there's the Touch Spirit Realm available for Showdown of Scalds, if the Snakeskin Veil is available here, the game is over. Because it's not, we can see the touch come down, take out the pack leader. Kind of stinks a little bit to lose, access to the Runeforge champion here, but removing pack leader from the battlefield is a job number 1, not even close. So
Yep. Well, we're thinking about the Runeforge champion here.
or not. I mean, I guess. I mean, Runeforge double rune, could be an issue. So we can see counter from Showdown of Skulls as well as +1/+1 from Rune of the Might. Now is a Rune of Sustenance. I mean, Champion could size up here. We see a rune also. Rune of Might will make this a 5/6 that can't defeat the pump on the pack leader. So really playing with fire here.
Yeah, just probably planning to take a hit. There's not a lot of reach in this this scroll deck, right? There's not play with fires or other things like that that can jump up and get you, so you can use your life total pretty aggressively as a resource.
Yeah, the fear would be, some sort of flying or large creature coming off with the Stormseeker, a partner or something like that. Dodge that bullet though, and I think you're right. I think Peanut Butter going to take the hit here. Take the hit, let him draw the card, whatever, and then untap and just unload Rune of Mites onto this Rune Forge champion, and it's going to be, a 12/12 next turn or something even larger than that.
Well, I do assume the Generous Visitor is going to go down to the Thundering Rebuke at a minimum. Our Grow player has been pretty proactive about keeping those off the board, which is smart.
That's fair. That's fair. So in that case, each rune is +2/+2 thanks to Showdown. So we have 11 power at a minimum. Here come the clowns.
Okay, I like this.
And we could see a block of Champion on the pup, but of course that would fall to the Rebuke. So I think that I'm in agreement with you. Just take it. Just block with your face.
Yep. Block with your face. It's a great way to put it, Jim.
Here it is, and then a pump on the pack leader. I'm sorry, it actually would be lethal. Pump on pack leader and Snakeskin Veil is 9.
Oh, so, you are correct. Your face would be blocked.
Yeah.
So do you put Visitor in front of the 2/2 then?
This is a really tough choice. Obviously, chump blocking at 2/2 feels awful. Rune Forge blocking. Oh man, what a spot! What a spot!
You got to read something off the bolt, right?
Yeah.
Did we know blocks?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we're getting a game 3, Jim.
I don't begrudge Peanut Butter for not blocking.
I agree.
Yeah, it's got to be basically exactly Snakeskin Veil, and I don't think there's enough in play to win the game without a good draw. If you lose your Rune Forge champion. So
well, I definitely don't think you block with Rune Forge. I think the question is, do you respect Snakeskin Veil enough to chump the 2/2?
Yeah, which feels bad because you're chumping a 2/2, not a larger creature. So
yeah, but then you have what? You have an 11/12 the following turn with lifelink.
Yeah,
at a minimum, possibly bigger, but you at the minimum would have an 11/12. All right, and this is what separates the good players from the mediocre ones. If you're in Peanut Brittle spot, you just shake it off. You got a game 3 to win. You're still in a great spot. You've given up a game, but you have games to give, which is a wonderful spot to be in. Tighten it up and win this next one.
Yeah, that's a tough one too. It's the kind of thing where it feels right, and you're like, I could have just blocked, and I would have won, and maybe it was right to block, but it's just a weird sequence of cards. Yeah, here we go, game 3, and now of course on the play, the Naya deck has looked pretty good as well. Pretty good hand too.
This is fantastic hand.
Ooh.
That's a mediocre 6.
Yeah, that's a tough one here. You got a 5 here?
I think you need a Doomblade on the draw, Jim.
Yeah, hand's pretty bad. You gotta keep it.
Okay.
Hand sucks. Keep. Going to 5 in a big spot like this is a very difficult thing to do. It's gonna have a little faith in the top of the deck.
Big sigh when they have oh gosh.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, indeed. So I think you Kami first though, right? You Kami, and then next turn you can go Naturalist into Rune of Might.
Yeah, this is.
If there is not a castable spell on top of Yawgmoth's deck, we might be done before we started.
Oh boy, yeah. And so not cooperating here at all, unfortunately.
Yep, there's the green source.
And we are off to the races.
I actually kind of don't like going in on the Visitor here. I think I would have liked just making the Kami huge.
It's gonna be a 5/5 if that's what the rune.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay. I guess split things up a little bit here. So everything is killable, but everything is also everything, which is 3 things. So you can't kill everything. So I'm gonna just divvy it up here. Just brutal. Yeah,
Good
that's
game.
that's
Yeah, I think that's a very reasonable concession, Jim. That game was definitely over.
Yeah. So obviously, I mean, a wonderful, wonderful showing for Henry, undefeated in the entire tournament. Nia takes it down, winning a tournament undefeated to qualify for a Pro Tour Set Championship with a deck that's kind of new, awesome, playing a bunch of new cards. There's no better feeling. That last game was a little less exciting than it could have been, but overall, phenomenal run.
Yeah, I think both those players made really excellent lines at lots of different points. We had them on coverage for several rounds. So congrats to both of them. Condolences to our runner-up. They're still going to walk away with some wonderful, cool stuff, Inc. store credit. Thanks to all of you at home for hanging out today. It's been a ton of fun. If you want to see more for myself, I'm going to be off tomorrow, but I'm live here Monday through Friday doing Magic the Gathering and other content. I usually play an Alchemy deck and a Historic deck every single day. If you missed any of the coverage today and you want to check it out after the fact, it will be processed and uploaded on my YouTube channel at some point tomorrow. We've been live for almost just over 8 hours, so it'll take a little bit to process it up there soon enough. Check out some more of Jim. Jim streams a ton as well. Jim Davis, MTG at a lot of different places. You can also check out his written and video stuff on coolstuffinc.com twice a week. Anything else you'd like to plug, Jim?
This has been a great event, honestly. It really feels like this event is like everything you could ever want out of a tournament. Fun new decks, great gameplay, new cards, old cards, alchemy cards. Just a great mix, great event. Thanks for having me. As always, events are super, super fun. And you can get on the fun. You can play yourself too. Actually,
oh yeah, our next to plug people at home, next tournament, 1 month from today, March 19th. We're going to be coming back with another one of these. It's going to be another set championship qualifier for Streets of New Capenna that should be just after the Alchemy rebalance and direct-to-digital card drop happens. I believe I've scheduled it for the 19th. I think, based on what they've hinted, it's supposed to be out the Thursday before, but cross our fingers. But at any rate, 1 month from today, you want to play in one of these, be featured on camera potentially, be sure to mark out that day. It's another Saturday, and hopefully see a bunch of you then.
It should be really cool too. Yeah, the new alchemy cards, I'm looking forward to it. The last set of cards was super fun, added a lot of cool things, and it's kind of cool seeing what they can do now. Now that they've got that first one under their belt, they can kind of be like, all right, this is cool, we can do this, and see what they can explore. So I'm pumped. It should be a really fun event.
All right, chat, you want a really easy way to support the content? I'm going to run a bounty board ad here for the last minute, so lend me your eyeballs for 1 minute as we check out this Audible Original Impact Winter Bounty.
Remember from yesterday. Good stuff.
In the search for the
Wrong button. All right, here.
They came after the impact, when the sun went dark. Like they'd always been there, waiting in the shadows.
If you hurt my sister, your last moments will be excruciating.
A stake through heart only incapacitates it. How you kill one is you cut off its head.
Check that out on Audible, folks. I will see all of you in the future. Everybody enjoy the rest of your Saturday wherever you're at. Peace, folks.